Hey, how's everybody doing? This is CS with DWP, and I'm doing my usual checking out the Kaching Mains podcast, 1010 or 1010's podcast, and thinking about Toma. And I do a lot of reflecting on older characters, newer characters, um, builds, the math, the numbers. Um, is it important? Is it not important? Is it feasible? Is it reasonable? Is it something we should care about? Is it something we shouldn't care about? What about the casuals? What about the hardcores? What about the whales, dolphins, free to play, low spenders? Like, what? I'm doing my usual, just kind of sorting through all the ideas that I have, right? And one thing that keeps coming to mind is that what I've noticed is it depends on the context whether a character, if I'm going to say a character is good or not. So what I wanted to do, at least in this podcast, is just kind of lay it out where it's more of a generalized idea. It's not a tier list, but I wanted to have like a little discussion um, regarding the viability of certain characters, because I've noticed that there is a disconnect, whether Zhongli is good or not, or whether Kaching is good or not. What's going on, Snowy? How you doing, brother? Hey, Snowy, I meant to hit you up yesterday. I got to holler at you in a ditch. I'll holler at you later, though, whenever you're free, after the podcast or something. But yeah, I'll holler. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's nothing like that. It's actually fantastic. But anyway, we got Hu Tao out right now, right? And we got Toma. And it's kind of polarizing when it comes to Toma right now. Is he good? Is he bad? Oh, his damage is low. Oh, but his shields are okay, and the scaling and all this other shit. And it's like, okay, well, how important is that information, and how relevant is it to any one person's account, for example? You know what I mean? So that's kind of why I wanted to have this podcast. All right, I'll be free for the rest of the day. Okay, yeah, for sure. It might be a little while before I holler at you, but I wanted to get at you either today or tomorrow. Um, yeah, it's talking about some outside stuff, but I'll talk to you about it, brother. It's like I said, it's good stuff, but I wanted to reach out to you about it. Anyways, let's go on ahead and jump into this discussion. And I think the first person I wanted to just go on ahead and cover was Zhongli, because I like the character. I'm a fan of the character, and I was talking to one of my associates in DWP last night, and we both came to the conclusion that it's not about the character's viability, why we like Zhongli. But with that being said, we're able to look at Zhongli objectively, because we're not defending his playstyle, we're not defending his character, the unit. We're defending the character in the story and the way he looks and his design and his animations, and that's more so what we're defending if we're gonna defend him. Right. So how viable actually is Zhongli? Zhongli, if anybody was to rate him on a tier list, he would actually be on a different tier list, and almost in its entirety, because I think the way people explain Zhongli is almost a disservice to what value he actually brings to the table. Like, they'll say, "Oh, I don't like Zhongli, he sucks." Well, why do you think he sucks? Oh, well, his damage is low. Okay, well, I can see that. Well, do you like Zhongli? Oh, I love Zhongli. Why do you love Zhongli? He's the best character ever. Why is he the best? And I hear that a lot too, where he's the best character. He's top of the tier list, this and the third. Why is he the best character? Because his shield's unbreakable. Okay, but what is he as a package, right? As a package, if we look at each component of Zhongli as a character, his normals are very mediocre. They're like low to mid damage. His skill is damage over time on the lower end. It's not on the higher end unless you specifically build for it. And then his shield is astronomically strong. And his burst is just a normal 5-star burst that you can't do reactions with. So if you do like a burst with Mona or him or just Shogun or anybody else, and that initial pop, it's always 40 to 60,000 depending on the build, it's always going to be in that range. That's his range. He has a normal burst. It's not nothing to be like wow about. It's just you can't do a reaction off of it because he's a Geo character and he has a ridiculous shield. So they got to dial some things back on him. So as a whole, as far as an account is concerned, for the role that he fills and the value he's going to bring to your account, this character is at that point a top tier character because of the overall viability he's going to bring to your account. That's what makes him a great character. And if we keep diving onto rating characters based on just damage alone, you know, like for example, Ayaka, she does permafreeze, right? Permafreeze can be a form of CC. It just depends on who your teammates are. She can run the Blizzard Strayer set, which means you don't have to build, you don't have to necessarily build for crit rate, right? She's a very flexible character. She for all intents and purposes, she can use the Fester and Desire and get an incredibly strong skill that only has a 10-second cooldown. And this skill easily competes with Jean's skill, given the build. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, you know, how viable is Ayaka? Well, Ayaka is a pure DPS character who can do permafreeze, right? And gives cryo buffs and all that to herself, so on and so forth. So in the case of Ayaka, I would say Ayaka is a low S tier, in my personal opinion, as far as the viability to your account. Because you, believe it or not, you're going to miss your burst more times than you're going to hit your burst, unfortunately. Not more times, you'll land your burst more times than you'll miss it, but there are a lot of times where you'll miss the burst. It's very rare to miss a burst with Zhongli. For example, you are not missing your burst. You might miss a majority of your burst, but you're not missing a burst with Ningguang for obvious reasons, right? You're not going to miss a burst at all with Venti. I'd call you an idiot if you miss a burst with Kazuha. You know what I mean? You're probably not going to miss a burst with Hu Tao, but you can miss a burst with Ayaka, and that drops her down on the viability ladder. If you know how to play the game, she's a really good character, but I can't say she is the best character in the game. Viability wise, she is a great character. Then we go to somebody like Barbara. Now, Barbara has been argued that she is the least viable character on someone's account. Now, as far as my account is concerned, she has been one of the most viable characters, to the point that I think I have one team, which is a meme team, that I don't have Barbara on. Every team I've made and cycled through has Barbara on it outside of this meme thing going on. Oh, by the way, I got Toma. Woo! Yeah, I mean, we got Toma, man. We got Toma, you know, so we're going to run some tests on him. But she has been a staple in my group. The same way, if it wasn't for him, I would have had Noelle. But Barbara has been there from the gate. She served me really well. I love Barbara to death. Like, she is extremely viable. But a lot of people don't speak to that because she does have an ability that's replaceable, which is healing, right? And being that her heals are easily replaceable by someone like, let's say, Bennett. Bennett has extremely powerful heals by way of his burst. They don't get you to 100%, but they're very powerful. Let me read this comment. My bad if I keep popping in and out the stream. I'm working on a beat. No, do your thing. It's not a problem, bro. You know, I don't care if anybody's watching or not. It's just a podcast. I'm just getting my thoughts out. You know what I mean? We rocking like that today. You know what I mean? But yeah, as far as Barbara, the viability she's going to bring to your team is the only thing that holds Barbara back. And let's be real about this shit. The only thing that holds her back is the fact that she's Hydro. If she wasn't, what's going on, Nublitz? How you doing, brother? Shout out to Nublitz. He streams Persona 5 Royale. He actually does a lot of other games. And I saw some of your combos too, bro. I saw some of the combo videos. It was like a year to 3 years ago. I saw them shits. You know what I mean? You doing your thing in FGC. I see you, boy. I see you, boy. You know what I mean? Might check out some of my Marvel's Capcom combos, though. You know what I mean? But we'll chit-chat about that later. Anyway, the only thing that holds Barbara back is the fact that she's Hydro. If she was Cryo or Pyro or Geo, or if she was anything but Hydro, she would easily, inarguably, be the best healer on on your account, like easily, so easily. Especially if you give her like a sacrificial book. Like she's so far beyond as far as healing is concerned. She's such a good healer. I'm surprised nobody talks about Barbara like that. But it's because of the value that Bennett gives to accounts, and given the narrative surrounding the goal of most players, including myself, right? I still use Barbara, but I know why Bennett's used more often. I'm fully aware. And I'm not game goofy to that. Like but let's not ignore what she can bring to the table. She's going to get you through the majority of the abyss if you don't have Bennett. Right now, the thing that Bennett gives you, and in comparison to that, is Bennett gives you the ability to face tank enemies. As long as you give him something like, hopefully I don't got it on because I use Bennett sometimes. I use him in the abyss. But as long as you got something like the Favonius sword or whatever it's called, where's he at? Where the hell's Bennett? Sorry, I got this thing on my screen and it's keeping the top from it. Yeah. So as long as so as long as you got like that on your Bennett, like you should have uptime on your ult all the time, provided you got energy recharge right there and you got this right here, then you shouldn't have any energy issues at all. You pop his skill twice, borderline just 2 times, and he gets his buff back, or he gets his burst back, and his burst has a relatively low cooldown, and it heals for a pretty respectable duration. You know what I'm saying? So, as far as healing is concerned, Bennett could play that role also, and allows you to face tank. If you keep your burst up and you manage your heals properly on what character is active at the time, and you trust that your heals are in place on your Bennett, like let's say you got energy recharge, HP, then you should be okay with your Bennett. Whereas if you're running energy recharge, pyro, crit, or something along those lines, you might run into a little bit of an issue, but it depends on what you're going for. But as far as the viability though, for what Barbara can do, I don't think she's been explored enough to deem her as like the worst character in the game. Like it's been said that she's the worst character in the game, and I strongly disagree with that. I've out-healed so many other healers with Barbara, and the only setback I've ever ran into is the fact that I'm Hydro, and I put Hydro on myself, and then I get frozen. It's the only thing that's the only thing that makes her bad. Other than that, fantastic healer. The amount of heals that she can do, you can't argue against it. If you just you could slap whatever on her and it works. As long as it's all HP, you just slap that on her, give her a healing bonus circlet, call it a day. You could put a pyro set on her. She's just as good, right? So viability wise, I don't think we should ignore that, particularly to free-to-play players, because everyone should be getting her, I think, at AR 19 or 20. And in my eyes, you would be a fool not to invest in her at least to level 60. At bare minimum to level 60. Like, at least get her to 60. And you don't have to get her a prototype. You don't got to do none of that. You're probably going to be wishing your account somewhere down the line, so you should at some point have Thrilling Tales at R5. You could just put that on her, and that'll help you with some DPS as well. And also what this does, Thrilling Tales, just in case, I'm sure everybody knows by now, but this is something that is kind of a cornerstone as far as Barbara is concerned, is by having this on Barbara, she scales with HP, and the amount of HP you get from it at max level is comparable to what you get from this guy. It's just that this guy gives you energy when you pop a burst, right? So, and it heals when you pop it does additional healing when you pop a burst, right? But she already heals so much, you'll see a lot of Barbara players running the Thrilling Tales. Now, at R5, as you can see, it gives 48% attack for 10 seconds, and it can only happen once every 20 seconds. You have a 10-second downtime without the buff, which is fine. But depending on who your main DPS is, it's not going to compare to Bennett, per se, and it's not going to calculate like Mona, right? Mona's counts as bonus damage, which is another conversation. but it's still 48%. That's more than an attack goblet. That's more than an attack artifact. You know what I mean? Only by a little bit, but imagine just having a whole nother artifact on whoever is your point character, who you're switching from Barbara to, right? And she can take advantage of that. There's other characters who can do that as well, but she's probably the most notable one because everyone needs a healer in early game. They're probably going to pull a bunch of these. By the time you pull your first 5-star, you'll probably have a gang of these. You just make an R5, lock it, call it a day, and then use it on her. And as you can see, this is at 40, and I'm still putting up incredible numbers with Barbara. So the viability is skewed because of her damage output, right? Her damage output is bad at best unless you specifically build her for DPS, right? But then if you specifically build her for DPS, she doesn't get great heals, right? It's very similar to like Bennett. It's just that Bennett gives the whole team, he gives the whole squad like a buff. Right, so your strongest character is now even stronger. Whereas what she does is she just becomes godly strong. Like she's not godly, but she's pretty fucking strong, to say the least, right? But viability wise, I would have to put her in like a C tier-ish, C, B tier. You know what I mean? As far as my account's concerned, she's like a A tier on like my account. And if she wasn't Hydro, she would easily be S tier in my eyes. Imagine hitting something with, like, give me 1 sec, you guys. All right, I am back. So, all right, let's jump into some of the more hot button characters, like Toma. All right, so Toma. So what's the deal with this guy, right? Is he viable? Is he not? And I haven't seen enough, okay? But the one thing that I believe that's holding this character back from being, because he's a good character, but I think the one thing holding him back from being a great character is the cooldown, not the cooldown, but the cost of his burst. That is probably the only thing that comes to mind immediately that is really holding him back. If not that, then maybe the cooldown on his shield, but he is a shield character and he is a 4-star. So, and traditionally 4-stars do have somewhere around, you know, a 1-to-2 ratio as far as the cooldown versus duration, you know, or duration versus cooldown, I should say. Right. So, you know, it lasts for 8 seconds, cooldown is 15. Lasts for 12 seconds, cooldown is 24. You know, it's usually like that. And then, of course, you got constellations and other things that you can do to kind of help against that. Sorry, garage door is closing. Give me 1 second. That's what happens when you smoke. You end up going to the garage and families in and out, so on and so forth. But yeah, Pop's got to go to the dealership. All right, so yeah, so is the character viable? That is pretty much the question. He is as viable as he's going to be from what it looks like. And what I mean by that is he's not going to be the greatest character. I don't think he's, let me just say it with my chest. I don't think he's going to be a great character. I think he's going to be an okay character. And that's because he's not going to be as plug and play he's not going to be as plug and play as like so many other characters are. For example, I mean, now granted, Zhongli is a 5-star character. Yes. So he must be a better character in every stretch of the imagination. So, you know, but the gap is so huge between him and Zhongli that I don't know if this is like going to be a viable situation, particularly when you try to compare him to Xing Cho. Right now, against other shield characters, he's fantastic. So and that's the thing. That's why I'm saying I think he's a good character, but I don't think he's a great character. But as far as the 4-star shield characters, from what it looks like and from what I'm getting out of his kit, he in my book is the best shield character. out of the 4 stars, right? Now, as far as his utility on the battlefield, outside of his shield, at that point, that's where I'm having a bit of a that's where questions are going on ringing in my head. Where it's like, okay, you got Xing right? He has 5 swords. Let's say the motherfucker had 10 swords. I don't give a damn. They all shoot at one enemy. So single target damage is going to be fantastic for Xing. He can do some AoE as well, but the single target is where he's kind of like, yeah, I'm just wrecking. Whereas this guy, it's an AoE on his burst, right? That, or at least it's supposed to be AoE pyro damage. So it's an AoE. So let's say you group everybody up with Kazuha or Venti or whatever. That fire that goes out is going to hit all 12 enemies or all whatever enemies. So it depends on the application. Just exactly what I was thinking in the beginning when I first looked at his kit. It's exactly what I thought it was going to be. He's only going to be better than Xing when he's hitting more than 5 enemies at a time, if not more, because Xing like per sword still I think hits harder than his. I don't have Xing. Somebody will have to verify that for me, but in a case where there's more than 5 enemies, I would say that maybe this guy might be better than Xing as far as damage output is concerned. Outside of that, it's like, I mean, in my book, if I gave him an overall viability ranking, he'd still be in like an A tier because the value that the shield is going to give to your account is basically unmatched by any other role in the game outside of like direct healing. Shields do a couple of things. They not only nullify damage, right? They don't reduce damage. They completely nullify damage up to a certain point, right? But one of the bigger things, and if you guys know me from Warframe, you guys know exactly how I feel about Prime Sure-Footed. If you come from Warframe, having a shield is the equivalent of having Prime Sure-Footed, which you don't get for at least 400 days of logging into the game. And if you miss that one, then you have to wait until the 800th day to get that. You have to wait more than a year to get this mod. That's how valuable not being CC'd is. And that's what a shield does to you in this game. It keeps you from being knocked down, crowd controlled, stunned, whatever. You just put a shield. The only thing that can happen to you when you have a shield on is you can be slowed down. I mean, technically frozen too, but that's it. Outside of that, you're not getting knocked down. You're not getting none of that. So as far as what the value of a shield is going to bring to your account and the viability of it, it's extremely, extremely valuable. And I feel like that gets downplayed by, I'm not going to nitpick names here, but we're going to say like Tony Toe showcases, right? Where it's like, fuck shields, fuck all the other stuff. Numbers, big damage, blah, blah, blah. He just hit 900,000 with Zhongli not too long ago. Right, don't get me wrong, it was a hella doctored situation, but he did it, right? And I think people are more excited about that than they are about, not being crowd controlled, right? So, but when you get down to your everyday average, everybody player, there's not one person who doesn't have a shield character on their team when they're just running around or doing whatever they're doing, right? The times I don't see shield, I really want to talk about this because Toma's going to be a topic of discussion for a while because he's not looking as promising as people were anticipating him to be, and there's going to be a very polarized argument regarding this guy, right? But I'm just trying to explain the value of shields so that people don't think that, oh, well, he can't do damage, so he's not viable. Well, no, okay? So when you go look at these whales and whoever else do these things that they're doing on a normal everyday basis, who the fuck is on their account? Zhongli. Who do they have? Bennett. Why? Because you need to stay alive, okay? They could do it without Bennett. Team Morgana doesn't have Bennett. And Morgana is easily one of the strongest things in the Spiral Abyss, right? But when you're running around out and about, Barbara, Kokomi, Bennett got some type of way to heal, or you got a C6 Zhongli. That's going to be healing. The shield is so integral to everyone's account. It's just that it doesn't bring in the clicks. You know what I mean? It doesn't draw in as much traffic, and it doesn't create as much hype surrounding the discussion as, let's say, the Raiden Shogun's burst. When Diona tanked all of Spiral Abyss 12 when she first got launched. She tanked all of it solo, like all of it. She popped her shield once. The dude tapped her shield. They had to increase I don't know what the hell went on with that Diona. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe it was a bug. I don't know. But she was tanking everything. And we were like, wow, that's cool. And then went right back to Mona and Tartaglia. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wow, where's the 1 million? We went right back there, right? But at the end of the day, for anybody, this character is going to be at least an A tier for your account. He's going to be extremely viable for your account because of the value that his shield is going to bring to your account, and that needs to be said, rather than how much damage he's going to be putting out. It goes back to my original saying, why would you try to take a healer and make it a DPS? It's fun, and it's interesting to see it and do the research, and I have fun doing it. I did a DPS barber stream a little while ago, right? Like, it's fun, it is enjoyable in its own right? But when we get down to when it's time to go to work, what the fuck are you doing DPS with a healer for? What the fuck are you doing DPS with a shield character for? You know what I'm saying? Unless your shield is just godlike, then at that point, yeah, do what you do. You know what I mean? But if your shield's not godlike, don't do DPS with a shield character. Leave the DPS to a DPS character. At least that's what I would do. Unless you find a magic way to balance it, then by all means, do that. You know what I mean? But don't sleep on the shield, though. The shield is extremely valuable. It's extremely valuable. I wouldn't be surprised if I do the next year and it says who's my most played character on my account. I would not be surprised it's Zhongli. This dude is in every single team I have. Even my meme team had him right up until I got Toma. Once I got Toma, I'm like, okay, well, I'll put Toma in for the power resonance and call it a day. Outside of that, Zhongli all day. Why? Let me tell you. This is why his shield's the best, really. It's because he actually nullifies all forms of damage that come in. Says it right there. Jade Shield possesses 150% damage absorption against all elemental and physical damage. That's why his shield is strong. He doesn't just protect against Geo. He protects against fucking everything. That's why his shield is strong. You know what I'm saying? And the value that his shield brings is why he's always put at the top tier, even though he's not the highest DPS in the game. He's nowhere near the highest DPS. He's nowhere near the highest DPS in the game. Realistically speaking, he's nowhere near the highest DPS in the game. But the value the shield brings to people's accounts keeps him in S tier. It's so S tier, you can't deny the value of that shit. You can't. You just simply can't. That's why he's in S tier, right? So when we look at these tier lists and we're like, okay, well, and this is why I'm having this discussion, because I was listening to the roundtable and they're talking about Bennett, they're talking about Kazuha, they're talking about Venti, and I remember having a Venti Kazuha discussion with somebody, and then I remember having a discussion about Ayaka and how I felt like she was nerfed, but you know, come to find out, she was actually better off in her position. And I'll get into that in a little bit if anybody wants to know how that went. And then I got in a discussion about like Mona, and then I got in this discussion about Zhongli and how he's trash, but I like him. I got in talks about Tartaglia and how I didn't like his cooldown, so on and so forth, right? But after having all these talks, what I've noticed is a lot of it keeps boiling down to DPS for one reason or another. It boils down to, and it's funny because sometimes it boils down to the snapshot number, right? The screenshot, the thumbnail, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's good for what it is, but that's not the whole of the account. It's about the viability of the character as a whole, right? For example, Ningguang. Why do I play Ningguang, right? I play Ningguang because it's a neutral element. It breaks through every shield outside of Dendro, right? Dendro's the only thing that can block Geo for whatever reason. I don't have to worry about reactions. It's a pre-buffed element, meaning that it already has reaction kind of built into it. So if I was to get like a reverse melt with Ayaka, Geo already hits for that. If I was to get a regular vaporize with Barbara, Geo hits for that already, or it hits for a reverse vape. My bad. If I hit a reverse melt or a reverse bait, Geo already hits for the 1.5 multiplier according to how Geo scales, right? So, but it's not hitting for 2.0, but it's already hitting really hard. This is why your Geo characters hit hella hard, and they would be even more busted if they had reactionary damage, right? But that's not the role of Geo. The role of Geo is to survive. You survive, but you still have viable DPS. That's it. It's less mental gymnastics dealing with the Geo character. I can focus on just building for damage instead of building for reactions, and that's why I play Geo, right? And that is the value that Ningguang brings to the table. If you want to put out a fuckload of numbers without having to do calculus, you can do that with Ningguang, and that's why I play Ningguang. You know what I mean? So the viability of each character like sits really high on the totem pole. And I also made a statement a while ago where I was like, okay, I really believe that every character actually has a role. Like, for example, let's just go through it. We talked about Ningguang, we talked about Ayaka, we talked about Barber, we talked about Zhongli. Where's Albedo fit into the picture? Well, Albedo is a special kind of case. Even his normals actually aren't necessarily weak. Like, his normals actually hit pretty hard. I'm getting 2,000. Like, if I put a build, like a for real build on him, he hits for like a physical goblet, for example. He hits for like 2,000 on his normals, and I think it's like 4,000 on his skill, which isn't a lot, but it's kind of a lot though at the same time. And then when you focus purely on his skill, he can hit upwards of 12,000 per tick if you fully invest in him. And I'm not talking about C6, I'm talking about C0. At C0, you know, of course, your talents worked out and your artifacts worked out, but if you put some energy into them per tick, which is like, I think it's like every 2 seconds, you're getting 12,000 per tick, and it's Geo. And when it's Geo, if you're not playing a Geo character alongside him, you're going to be producing crystals constantly. And those crystals, because he just kind of comes with elemental, I don't think he comes with elemental mastery. Yeah, he doesn't, but he gives elemental mastery on one of his constellations or something. There it goes. Using whatever that is, increases the elemental mastery of nearby party members by 125, right? Now, Geo is it's a transformative element, meaning it's always the trigger. But what does this mean if you have Electro, right? If you produce an Electro trigger, the Electro becomes a trigger. So in that case, if you run like the Shogun and you produce an Electro trigger, her elemental mastery is going to take precedence. Now, I actually had this situation happen, and I did it on stream. With just crystals from him, I tanked one of those super abyss dudes. I just sat there and face tanked it. And I just popped this thing, produced a crystal, and I face tanked. And I popped a crystal, produced the thing, and I face tanked it. And I just didn't feel like restarting. And then I went back and bodied it, but you know, I just went in with whatever, and Albedo is what got me through that part. Because the amount of crystals he can generate. That's the point of Geo. But here's the thing, how viable is he? He's extremely viable to your account, particularly if you get the tenacity set. I don't have it, but I'm pretty sure I know value when I see it. First off, the thing about his AoE, I'm going to do this with every character, so it's going to be a really long stream, so bear with me, guys. The thing about Albedo is his AoE is really big. It's like really big. It's Ganyu size. Like it's really, really big. Let me see if I can get like that's not a small area, believe it or not. That's like that's like Ganyu size. That's really big. And anything you hit in here is going to produce a crystal. If you do this, anything you hit will produce a crystal. So now you have shields and you get an additional damage. And the reason why I have this weapon on him is because the skill damage works while he's not on the field. So if I pop this, not to mention it has a 4-second cooldown. If I pop this, that's still going to hit for whatever it's hitting for. And when you have something like tenacity, which I'm sure everybody knows about already, right? When an elemental skill hits an opponent, the attack of all nearby party members is increased by 20%. This is attack, not damage. Keep that in mind. And their shield strength is increased by 30%. Now, I don't have tenacity, but imagine running 4-piece on this and then bow light on somebody else. You're going to get a 65% shield increase. You don't need Zhongli at that point. You can just run Zen Yan or your guy, what's his name? Toma with Bolide, run Tenacity on this guy, and then you got a 65% shield increase. It's fucking ridiculous. And this effect can be triggered once every half a second. Right? Not only lasts for 3 seconds, but it only takes 2 seconds to trigger the effect when you have Albedo's little thing out. Right? So the value that he's going to give to your account is actually pretty damn high. It's really high. Considering if you're doing something like a damage over time kit, which is what this kit is, pop this, pop him. Now I got hella damage over time with Zhongli. Hella damage over time. Now imagine if it was somebody like an overloader character, like Hu Tao or something. If it was Hu Tao with this, it'd be even crazier. It'd be even crazier. Right? So you can't knock his viability. Now he is getting a rerun, and I'm not selling him on the rerun. I'm just saying we need to stop looking at characters like they're ass when we don't sit and think about it for a second. I've been told so many characters are ass, and it's like they're really not though. It's just you have to invest in the characters, and so far from what I've seen over a year of being exposed to this game, every character is extremely viable. They just need either the right build or they need the right investment. And that's it. That's really all it boils down to. Let's move on to Jean. Jean is like the 1 5-star no one wants on their account for some reason. And it wasn't until I started playing Jean that I realized that she's actually really, really viable. And I mean really viable. For example, if you run, I'm going to give you a build right now. If you run, let's say you want a healer, let's say you want a healer Jean, but you want the benefits of a VV set, you simply run 2 attack and a healing bonus circlet. That's it. And now she's going to heal just as good as she would if she had the 4-piece maiden set. But you get the benefits of a VV set also. Why is the VV set a thing on her? Why does everybody run VV on her? The reason why I don't, but the reason why they do is because this thing ticks over time. It ticks over time. It applies the VV over time. That is, she's fucking ridiculous. This skill right here is so fucking strong. It's at level 5 and hits for 387% damage. And it only has a 6-second cooldown. That is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like this Jean with this weapon, and you guys seen it on stream, with this weapon and this set with these substats, they're pretty good substats. Let's not get it all the way twisted now. But attack, animo, attack. And then I do got 23 crit damage, all right. But nothing on that one. She hits for 11,000 per skill cast. 11,000. Now, how does that compare to this character right here? Right? She hits for 490. She hits for like 20 at 490. But you got to remember, she's running this fucking thing. Jean is running a battle pass weapon. The numbers make sense. What I'm trying to say is imagine having this 490, but instead of being every 12 seconds, it's every 6 seconds. It's the equivalent of having a C6 Ningguang. Not even a C6. Which one is it? It's the equivalent of having a C2 Ningguang. But you have to think about the cooldown all the time. If you don't think about the cooldown or you hit your burst, if you hit your burst with Ningguang at C2, it's going to reset your cooldown. Unless you break the shield and then pop your burst. Or you use your burst to pop the shield. If you use your burst to pop the shield, then that resets your cooldown. But if you want to have your cooldown reset again, you have to wait 6 seconds. If you wait 6 seconds, you have the opportunity to reset your cooldown again. That's the Ningguang rotation. Outside of that, you have to do that. This, you don't have to, with Jean, you don't have to think about it. So is Jean viable? Yes. She's viable DPS and healer and VV applicator. She's extremely viable. Yet, when somebody pulls a gene, they're sad than a motherfucker. She has charge attacks that can hit for 20,000. She has a skill that can hit for 40,000 if you build for it. She can do VVs. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. She can use the VV set. She can heal. And as far as her heals aren't the greatest, but they're not the worst either if you build for healing. And her burst can fully heal any group. And it provides heal over time. Like for a real healing gene, she's actually a pretty good healer. It's just hers is spread out over time. And you got a 50% of it always occurring. That's the whole thing with Jean. But she's extremely viable. And she's way stronger than I thought. You know, believe it or not, if you can do this research yourself, she has one of the strongest base damages in the game. She has one of the highest base damage, attack and normal damage. She has one of the highest in the game. The only people stronger than her are Claymore users. That's how fucking strong Jean is. And she doesn't get the shine. You know what I'm saying? So the viability that Jean brings to your account, people sleeping on Jean because she's not D-Luke or some shit. And she's not Ganyu. And it's like, no, she's not. She's a healer. But as a healer, bro, she hits pretty fucking hard. She actually hits harder than a lot of 4-stars. As a healer, she hits really hard. Really, really hard. We talked about Ayaka. Let's talk about Kaching. People was talking so much shit about Kaching for the longest time. Here's the misconception about Kaching. Kaching, in my book, is A tier, if not S tier. And the reason why is because first, she generates a fuckload of particles. She has the option. She is super flexible. She has the option of going physical, attack, or electro on her goblet. If you run overload, you can run a pyro goblet on her. You know, you can run this character so many fucking ways. She's super flexible. She can get around places that even characters who can, like the only characters who can get where she can get are characters who can fly in the air. Like, she gets places that Zhongli can't get sometimes. Sometimes I can only use her because she can go around corners and angles and shit. You know what I mean? Zhongli can only go straight up. It sounds like it's not a big deal until you run into what I'm talking about. If you've ever ran into something you're trying to get up and you can't get up because you got to go out and then back in, she can do that. It's weird. Her normals hit very respectably hard. Her skill hits ridiculously hard. I don't know why it hits so hard, and it has a 7-second cooldown, bruh. It hits so hard for a 7-second cooldown. Keep in mind, this is at level 6. It's at level 6, and this is hitting stronger than Jean. And we already talked about Jean, how strong her shit is, right? This is 235, right? Plus another 236. So she's already pushing 500 right there. And that's at level 6. Imagine if I just ranked her up right now. Bam. She'd be, obviously, for all intents and purposes, she'd be stronger. Here's the big misconception, though. The misconception is that this is weak. But people aren't doing the math. This is normal 5-star damage. It's actually really normal 5-star damage. I think the only thing I can think of why it might be bad is the fact that she's going to probably end up being the person who's going to apply the electro, and then anything else is going to react with it. 3 bosses away from being done with Persona 5 Royale. Okay, I am going to be there, bro. If I have to be there while I'm streaming this, I will pull your shit up on my iPad and I will be there. I'm going to put a body in that stream. But yeah, so the thing is, it's 8 times 38. Now we'll just do 8 times 40 for example's sake. So that's 320 right there, plus 302. That's 622. Let's shave a little bit off the top. Let's just say 610, 615, 605. I don't give a fuck. 600. 600 at level 8 is pretty okay in my book. It's not as good as a Zhongli, but once again, she can react to elements. Not to mention, it only costs 40 and it has a 12-second cooldown, and she's not a Geo character. The only people that I know, at least that I have right now, who have energy costs at 40 with cooldowns that low, You can look at it later. I'm not. Oh, okay, no worries. No. I know you're not streaming right now. I was just saying, if you start streaming while I'm streaming, I'll put a body in your stream. You know what I mean? I'll pull up your stream and I'll be in there because I want to make sure that it's in my history and because I want to see that. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah. So she can do reactions, but no one has an energy cost that, particularly Electro. No one has an energy cost that low. That are Electro that I'm aware of. Let's pull up our Electros and let's go through this. So hers is 90. We know that. Hers is 80. We know that. Hers is, I think, 60. If not 80, I think hers is 60. Hers is 60. Okay. Beto is 80. Okay. Razor, I think, is 80. Right. So all Electro characters that I'm aware of all have really high energy pools. Why? Because they're Electro characters. That's the whole point of their resonance is energy recharge. That it's somewhere in their kit is energy recharge. I think with the exception of Lisa, she's like the only one who doesn't have ER in her kit somewhere, right? Maybe in a constellation, maybe I got to read the fine print on her a little bit more or something. Maybe I missed it, but she's the only one that, to my understanding, that doesn't have the ER built into her kit, but it's built into her resonance, right? That's why their pools are big. Hers is fucking 40, bro. Only Geo characters have fucking 40. Like, no one has pools, like, at 40. Like, the only Geo character that I know of who doesn't have a 40 pool, I think Noelle, maybe? And the travel, maybe Noelle, I think Noelle's a 62. But yeah, Geos are traditionally really fucking low. Like all the Geos are low. They're not 80, like at all. Pyro, they usually kind of middle of the pack, 80, 90, 60, not 90, but 60, 80, so on and so forth. Like they're usually pretty high. So the fact that Kaching's is so low, bro, you're gonna have burst opportunity after burst opportunity after burst opportunity after burst opportunity after burst opportunity, on and on and on. It never stops. It never stops. Right? It never stops. You know how they say you got to build the Shogun for ER because her pool's too big? You don't have to do that with Kaching. You just have a burst all the time. You just have it. It's just there. She is easily an A tier. She could easily be an S tier. She could easily be an S tier. It's like we can't find somebody to fit her. It's hard to fit somebody with her. That's the thing. Having a sub DPS for her is really rough. Overload is hard because enemies get knocked away, and then you have. Sorry, I was going on a rant. I apologize, guys, but let me simmer down and kind of come back to earth. You know what I mean? But finding a sub DPS. One thing I can say is finding a sub DPS for Kaching is difficult unless you have somebody like Venti or Kazuha, somebody to keep the enemies in check because she does fling bodies all over the place and she juggles enemies like a lot. Like, so to be fair, that part is kind of cumbersome. And in some cases, it is easy to push the enemy outside of your burst and sometimes miss the final hit on it. But even still, you can interrupt your own burst and scoot around to the other side of the enemy and hit them before the last hit of the burst. You can even start to recharge yourself before the burst finishes. Like Kaching is really good. Like Kaching is disrespected. She's gaining her respect back by way of the channel called Kaching Mains and the fact that the dude knows everything about Genshin ever numerically. So because people are looking to him for answers, I think that's kind of because it's called Kaching Mains. I think that's the only reason people are giving Kaching a second look. Outside of that, people aren't looking at Kaching. They're like, no, she sucks, bro. But she is viable. If you pull a Kaching, I'm telling you, she is extreme. She's really strong. It's just her numbers aren't flashy. That's why. Her numbers just aren't flashy, but she can body shit. Mona is more than just a fucking burst. But if you do happen to pull a Mona, I think that she's actually really viable for an account as well. The easiest route to get into Mona is by way of investing in her burst. That is going to be your easiest entry into Mona. And if you have no clue how to build Mona or how her mechanics work, and you just are super confused about her burst, but you keep seeing numbers flying all over the place for one reason or another, and you like it, but you really don't feel like sitting down and doing the math. And this is no shot to anybody. I'm telling you right now, it's not a shot. I'm actually agreeing with a lot of niggas on this. Dude, just run the emblem set on her. You don't have to think about it anymore. And she's the easiest character to build, in my personal opinion. Besides, the Shogun is actually way more complicated to build than Mona. Mona is probably the easiest character in the game to build next to Barbara. Like, she's super, next to, like, even Ningguang has different builds. But Mona is super fucking easy. If you get a crit weapon, you do the opposite side for your circlet, and just make sure you run a 4-piece emblem set and get a Hydro Goblet. And do whatever the fuck you want with the timepiece. It literally does not matter. It literally doesn't matter. You can run energy recharge, it works. You can run mastery, it works. You can run attack, it works. It doesn't matter. For obvious reasons, you wouldn't run HP or defense, but you could run any fucking thing on your timepiece and it'll work. It will magically work. Energy recharge, the DPS is too low. Yeah, but you got a fuckload of bursts coming out now. You got way more burst than the last nigga. She could kill one boss by herself and get her shit back. So, or at least damn near get her burst back, messing with an energy recharge timepiece. You know what I mean? So, build her however, but she's super easy. And by way of the way that her burst works, it's really the omen that in my personal opinion, I feel gives her most of the shine. The big number, the 708 is fine, but the 708 is like, okay, well, that's just another Zhongli, unless you happen to vaporize it. If you know how to vaporize Mona's burst properly, then okay, it's cool. But even still, you got to deal with ICDs and some other shit. You know what I mean? And it could be problematic unless you know how to vaporize her burst. You know what I mean? But it's basically another Zhongli burst. What I feel is more bread and butter is that 56%, if not 58 or 60 if you crown it. Right? So the omen, the damage bonus, that is what's more valuable. Because imagine, okay, so 56%, this is bonus damage, okay? If you hit because it counts as bonus damage, if you hit for 100,000, you hit for 156,000. That's what that means. That is insane, especially when you're putting up numbers with Ayaka or Ganyu, or you're doing melt comps, or you're doing this, or you're doing that. All that gets multiplied by 156%. The resulting number. That's how powerful the omen is. You know what I'm saying? So, for all intents and purposes, great character. She's a good hydro applicator. She is a catalyst user, so she has no option but to apply hydro. You can simply dab something with your attack one time and then go hit it with fire for a reverse vape if that's if you just need to get your D-Luke ult off real quick. You can just throw her skill, wait for it to apply, and then just hit D-Luke's ultimate. Now you got Vaporize, you can do that. You can hit her burst, and then you could vaporize that to get a reverse vape with D-Luke. That wouldn't be the way I would recommend doing it, but you could. But anyway, beyond that, I believe that she's a really good character. Plus, she can move on the water. Like, overall, Mona is a great character. She's actually somebody that I hear a lot of people don't like until they start getting into, like, showcase numbers. Like, once people start getting into, oh, I can hit so hard territory, that's when all of a sudden people really want Mona. But Mona, outside of the flashy numbers, like, she is a really good character, and her charge attack is actually really strong. Slow for startup, but a really good character. Really good normals, really good skill, really good burst, just really good mechanics overall. Some people don't like her dash, but I like her dash personally. It's a little quirky, but I like her dash because it applies hydro without necessarily having to do anything. You just dash next to something and it applies hydro. So viability wise, I'd put Mona in. I would put Mona, be honest with you, I'll put her in like a B to A tier. She'd be in like a low A, high B tier. And that's only because there's not too many situations where you need Mona, where you must have a Mona. It's very rare cases where you must have Mona. Like, I have to kill Maku Kinki really fast. I have to kill this boss really, really fast. I need hella extra DPS. I need to remove a fire shield. or something like that. Like it's at those moments where Mona becomes a lot more viable. Outside of that, you know what I mean? You like if you got a C1 Bennett, like you could just run C1 Bennett, and Pyro has way more applications than Hydro at the moment. So viability wise, I would have to say that she's more of a high B, low A. Great character, but viability wise, she's really only useful in like high spiral abyss boss fight type scenarios. Outside of that, then she is kind of a hit and miss kind of character. But overall, really easy to build for. We talked about Ningguang, Diona. Diona, thankfully, is making some more headroom. She's making some more noise out here with the emergence of DPS Dionas. I've only seen a couple, and they seem pretty promising. They don't seem weak at all, like really good. But of course, we all know her staple is her shield. Her shield is actually really, really strong, really good against the Maku Kenki. Way stronger than I even thought. But yeah, she's really good against the Mago Kenki. Maybe it's that extra 200. It's the extra 100% against Cryo. I think that helps her against the Mago Kenki. Whereas Zhongli only accepts 150%. She does a 250% absorption bonus, right, against Cryo. So, but yeah, she is a really good shield character. And the fact that she's a 4-star and she can shield her comrades at, what is it, Constellation 2? Yeah, she can shield her comrades at Constellation 2. I think is a huge benefit. Bow character, I don't really like bow characters. I was using her a little bit ago, just shooting some stuff with her bow, and I was like missing shots because they were too far away and they were moving and blah 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 blah. But outside of that, her heals are really good. She applies cryo really well. Like really, 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 really good. Like the fact that it lasts for 12 seconds and the cooldown is only 20 seconds is actually really promising, in my personal opinion. I would say that maybe an energy recharge here would be a little more beneficial, which we might be looking at or not. I thought I had an energy recharge bow light, but I guess not. But anyway, I think energy recharge would serve her really good. Oh, I had energy recharge, but I gave it to Bennett. That's what it was. Anyways, you know what I'm saying. Sacrificial bow works really good on her. She is relatively easy to build, depending on what you want to build her for. I think her DPS build might be a little bit more cumbersome, but if you are running the sacrificial bow, cryo might be the way to go. She isn't weak at all. I can already tell she's not weak. It's just you are going to have to invest in her DPS in order for her to DPS. Her constellations are really cool. I do like that regenerates 15 energy after the effects of her burst. That's definitely comes in handy. The fact that you can give your team shields, I think is really nice. The damage absorption is like, that's cool, but the fact that you can shield your team, I think is really good. This one, we're still waiting to see what this is, but what is it? Diona's charge time for aim shots is reduced by 60%. That's pretty good, but that's a DPS Diona. This one is going to be really good because it gives your teammates 200% elemental mastery, which is going to be fantastic. But Diona as a character is not somebody to sleep on either. She's a really good shield character. Really good. She's actually my second shield and has been all the way up until Toma. And I'm pretty sure she's going to continue to be my other shield. But we're going to see what Toma's like here in the next, maybe a few weeks, maybe a month. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. Xiangling, I ain't even got to talk about her. We already know she's viable. Noelle is extremely slept on. I think in early game, she is a very, 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 very good character. And I think doesn't get as much shine as she should get. A lot of people say don't work on her, but she's Geo, for one, which means she breaks fucking everything. She's a Claymore user, which means, well, she breaks everything. She's one of the few characters who can kill her own boss, which is ridiculous. Her burst is godlike. Like, she's really easy to build. She can be complicated depending on what you're going for, but her shield is actually really, really strong early game. Late game, it becomes a little bit less reliable. But early game, she is going to be the cornerstone of your account as far as shields are concerned until you can get another shield character. And even still, she's going to be used. Like, Noelle is a really, really good character and surprisingly strong. Surprisingly strong. She's actually one of my stronger units. I haven't built for her in a minute, but when I put a build on her just to play with her sometimes, Noelle is she's actually a lot more promising than I think, and I think people shit on her too much. What's going on, Saint? How you doing, brother? But yeah, I think with the right investment, Noelle can show great levels of promise, and yeah, people just sleep on her too much, man. I think she's extremely viable. Not someone I would turn a blind eye to and just say, "Oh, you run Noelle instead of Toma, you're dumb." Like, no, she's just as good. She definitely puts out more damage than him at base. You know what I mean? She puts out the highest damage out of all the shield characters so far. The only contender I think in that department would be Xin Yan as far as 4-star shield characters. We still are waiting for the verdict on him. It's looking a little bleak for him. Solo, it's looking very bleak. I don't think he's going to be a standalone, but she can DPS by herself. Diona can DPS by herself, and Noelle, we already know that Noelle can DPS by herself. We got to just wait for the results on Toma. But yeah, I think we should get away from saying that Noelle is a bad character. She's not bad. It's just that she takes a high level of investment to get her to the place where she's viable across the board. Like, you're not going to be getting Xiangling numbers. And to be fair, Xiangling's only viable when you have elemental reactions. Outside of elemental reactions, she's just another 4-star okay character. It's not until you get Xing Cho and fucking Chong Yun and all that. It's not until all that shit's going on. That's when you start seeing Xiangling really put up some numbers. But she's about as viable as Noelle is. They're basically like the same DPS output. It's just you can do Vaporize with hers. So in that regard, she is way better in that regard, right? Usability and viability wise, I'd say Noelle is a hefty C. I know I'm talking real highly on her, but she is a strong like C, only because of the level of the investment that it takes to get her to the point where she's clapping shit is so high, and it takes really specific roles. You got to really balance your defense with your crit ratios, and you got to really play her not a super specific way, but you have to play a certain way in order for her to be that good. So she's got to sit in like C, like middle of the pack, if not a low C. But I'm not going to say that she's bad. She just takes a much higher investment than other characters. You know what I'm saying? After a day with Toma, the hype died down, and now I can see the facts. Toma lacks the energy recharge. It's painfully obvious. His auto attacks is a bit clunky, and overall synergy with my team is bad. Yeah, man, I'm going to get to him in a little bit due to how long it takes for his cooldown. Yeah, I know, yeah. So I put up something in the Discord that was talking about his artifacts and whatnot. And I was like, yeah, he's probably going to need energy recharge. Like, and that's the problem. The problem is he needs an energy recharge stat somewhere in his build, and that's going to cause issues with what you're looking for to get out of the character. That's going to cause a lot of issues. The only way to balance him properly, I believe, is you have to get an actual god roll. Not the god roll we like to throw out all the time. Oh, it's got crit rate, crit damage, god roll. Like, nah, he needs actual god rolls, and that's an issue, right? But, still got to wait. Maybe we might be looking at something wrong. We were looking at something wrong with Xiangling. We were looking at something wrong with Xing Cho. We were looking at something wrong with Sucrose. We were looking at all type of shit. Like, he was shit on so much when he first came out. Lisa was shit on when she first came out. I'm going to give it time. I got to give it time, man. You know what I mean? But I know on the surface and plug and play-ness of Toma, he's not it as far as plug and play. Early game, mid game, you want to main TPS with him, fun, all that, great character. But when it comes to Spiral Abyss levels of shit and trying to clear a boss hella fast, like, nah, his shield is great, though. I think his shield is good, though. I'm running Pyro and Energy Recharge on him, and it's still not enough. Yeah, you can't build. That's what I was thinking. You are confirming exactly what I said about Toma a while ago, where I was like, okay, I think the case with Toma. Matter of fact, let's jump to him real quick, and let's just knock this out real quick. I think the case with Toma, he's going to He's going to need 200% to 240% energy recharge. I think the issue with Toma overall is that you have to decide. You have to pick a side. You can't. He's not going to be all over. He's not going to be balanced. I think the only way you can even kind of sort of balance him is with the staff of Homa. That's it. Outside of that, you have to pick a side. You're either DPS or you're a shield. That's it. That's it. You have to pick one. And once you pick one, he's going to be good at one and great at the other, right? I don't know what his DPS is going to look like, but I do know that his shields are going to be fantastic, bro. But you have to pick a side. You can't run a crit circlet. You got to run an HP circlet. You can't run an attack timepiece. You got to run an HP timepiece. You can't run. You could run an energy recharge timepiece, but at that point you got to run an HP goblet. Like you can't have your cake and eat it too with this character. He's not that guy. Like he reminds me kind of he reminds me of Gene in a way. Like if you got a DPS Gene, your heals are gonna be shit. But if you got hella heals, then you might have pretty good DPS, right? But it's not gonna be DPS Gene levels of DPS. But your heals will be fantastic. You know what I'm saying? So I think the same is going to be the case with him, where they give you at least a little bit of breathing room. They give you a little breathing room with this guy right here, just a little bit, just a little bit of just a little bit. It's just I give him a little DPS. By giving him an HP goblet, you're only giving him 100% extra damage. Because of that right there. Because of that right there, you're only giving him 100 extra damage on his ult. So you go from 2,000 to 2,100 because of that by running an HP circlet or some shit. Or a timepiece. Whereas if you run an attack timepiece, you're giving him 350. But if you run energy recharge, now you lose both. You see what I'm saying? So he's going to be really, really weird to try and balance out. You know what I'm saying? And I think for me, I'm probably just going to run this and hope for the best. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do to build him. I don't know what weapon I'm going to use. I might run Favonius on him. I honestly couldn't even tell you. I honestly can't tell you. I don't know what I'm going to do with this guy. I might give this to Zhongling for Elemental Mastery. Give this to... what's her name? Give this to Rosaria, I guess. I don't fucking know. And then give this to him. Or give this to Zhongling again. I have no idea, bro. But I think the conclusion is you just simply got to pick a side, bro. Right? So viability wise, he can be extremely viable if you build him as a shield character. So for me personally, I can't remember. I think I put him in like high B, low A or some shit like that because of the shield. Yeah, like at this point, I gotta circle back and agree with what you said yesterday about because you said that yesterday about the Favonius. I hate to say it, man. Favonius might just be the weapon for him. Like, I don't think there's another weapon. You could do the catch, but them particles, bro. Like, nah, them particles. He needs all the energy recharge. Like, it's pretty fucking bad for him right now. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, he's not looking good. The only thing that'll fix him, like, the only thing that'll make him, because he doesn't have to be S tier. He just needs to not be what he is now. He's too cool of a character to be this, to have these atrocious fucking situations going on with his kit. Like, he's a great character with these mountains of potential, but his setbacks are so... God, I feel like I'm talking like a white person, but they're so jarring. You know what I mean? That is like, oh my God, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, his normal suck ass. They look good, but they suck ass. His skill, the cooldown is way too fucking long. Give him at least Noel's cooldown and give him stipulations to increase the duration or something, if that's the case. Give him a constellation to increase the duration. I don't give a fuck. Just not that long of a fucking cooldown or something. Or something. Give him something to work with, rather than having to do a burst that's unobtainable. Why are you making it? Why are you making it? Why are you giving people a hill to climb up? He has no clear direction as to how to build them. You know what I mean? And I understand why they're doing this. I do understand why they're doing this. There's a weapon that came out that gives you additional damage or something like that based on the energy cost of your squad. There's that, right? I'm gonna read your comment in just a second. And then also the Raiden Shogun is out. So I guess everybody has the Shogun. So just run the Shogun and then use him as a shield. Boom, you're done. And you get overload. Perfect. You're good to go. Why not? Bread and butter. Works like a charm. Not everybody has the Shogun and not everybody's running this. Not everybody has an R5 catch. Not everybody's doing that shit. Not everybody's doing that. Not everybody has her 5-star weapon. Not everybody's doing that shit, bro. Not everybody even runs the Shogun. So him as an individual unit, like, I have to wait for the results to come. I'm going to read your comment in just a second. I just got to get this thought out, bro. You probably said it. Let me just read it. You probably said what I'm thinking. All he needs is at least to hit 15 to 20K, and I'll be happy with him. I'm assuming that's maybe. Maybe when I crown him, he will hit harder. I don't know, man. I don't know. I am not sure if you should crown him yet. I would get him to 9 and wait. That's what I would highly recommend. Get him to 9 and wait. And then just test him. Because that burst tick is looking promising, but the recharge on it is just something else. And what you have to sacrifice to get to his burst, he's running into the same issue that the Shogun had, but the opposite end. And I think the only resolution to his issue is this shit. Right here. I think it's the only way to solve his issue. Run that. You run energy recharge. You run pyro. And then you run crit rate. And then you run this to make sure you're getting your crit rate. And then you just do your fucking best to get all, and I mean all, crit damage energy recharge. Just crit damage energy recharge. More crit damage, more energy recharge. Just a fuckload of energy recharge as your substats. Crit rate, if you get it, great. If not, fuck it. Just that crit rate, that's what I think is going to be the build at the end of the day. It's got to be an emblem set, bro. There's no way. His C4 helps him big time, though. I'm gonna hope I get it before it's good. Yeah, I heard C4 is where it's supposed to be at as far as he's concerned. You know, and I'm actually glad I watched that podcast, because what the reason I started this podcast was because they were talking about Zhongli, and they were like, yeah, the theory crafting community doesn't think he's that great, and I agree, nigga. He's not the best thing since sliced bread. Like, he's just a really good fucking shield. Like, he's just a fantastic shield, bro. It's not like his burst is the best thing ever, or his skill is the best thing ever, his little pillar. Oh, his constellations are so blah, blah, blah. And all his normals are so godlike. And no, nigga, he's none of that. He is a fantastic shield. And he has all the drip. All the swag, bro. That's Zhongli. All the super duper swag. You can do DPS. I have a very balanced build. Very balanced. I built my Zhongli as a standalone solo Zhongli. Like, he is there to just be by himself. Everybody dies on the team, that nigga surviving. That fucker right there is gonna survive. That's how I built my Zhongli, right? All he is good for is shield. It's honestly, yeah, his shield is stupid broken, bro. But in the theory crafter community, I'm not even a theory crafter, but I don't even want to call myself a theory crafter, but I guess you can call me a theory crafter because I theory craft. I just don't stream about it and talk about it, and I don't give myself a self-proclaimed PhD in the shit. You know what I mean? Not saying that's what they do, but I'm not that guy. I just look for potential and devise, okay, this might be a great plan of attack based on the numbers that I'm looking at. And then I do some guesstimations. And if I have to, I'll go to my Excel spreadsheet, plug in some values. And if it comes out good, it's like, all right, we might have something here. But usually I can see it just looking at the surface. I could usually see it and go off a gut instinct. So I do it from that standpoint. And I'm gonna tell you, as a guy who loves to build, period, I just like building, bro. I don't give a fuck about being the strongest. I just like to build. Really, at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you, as a builder, he's not the best character ever. It's just shields are so viable to accounts that without this, how viable shields are, and this is what I was saying way in the beginning of the stream before you got here, right? And this is what put his tier at like A. This is why, because he was in A, I want to say I put him in an A tier, right? And the reason why I was saying that is because shields are this viable. They're so fucking viable that without anybody making borderline no fucking videos, there's like, it's like a ratio of like 1,000 to 1 DPS videos to shield videos. They're so not talked about. And this guy is still in S tier with subpar DPS. That is how viable shields are. And if you think I'm lying, stop using the shield character and tell me how you like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Tell me how much fun you're having without a shield. You know what I mean? That is how viable shields are. He is still in S tier and has been since he came out, bro. He has been out for hella long and has held his position in S tier and never dropped. Matter of fact, when they did who is most used in the Spiral Abyss, there were only 2 people in the S tier of the absolute most used characters. One was Kazuha. Who the fuck was the other one? Yours truly. That nigga. That's how powerful shields are. And that's why Toma, in my book, got in the A tier. Because, yes, we want him to do damage. But I really don't think that he's going to be able to pull it off the way that Zhongli or Xin Yan did, let alone Noelle. I don't think he's going to do it like that. And if anything, we're going to be looking at DPS numbers like a Diona, where it's going to be like fudged sucrose numbers. You know what I mean? Where it's like, look at the big sucrose number I just produced. The Mona Bennett sucrose cryo Regis Vine number. We're going to be looking at shit like that. You know what I mean? I came across one last night, and sure enough, it was the cryo Regis Vine, and its skill hit for 145,000. Dude, you could piss on that thing with pyro, and it'll do 100,000. That's not confirmation for me for it saying that his skill is strong. I need to see what his skill hits for with that build at base, and then I could tell you what the fuck you should be looking at. If I know what it looks like at base, when you hit a Hilichurl and you hit that motherfucker for 10,000, I know what that looks like in the long run. You could turn 10,000 into 1,000,000 easy. Not 1,000,000, but you could turn 10,000 into a big ass number. You could turn 10,000 to like 300,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, you tell me the base, I could tell you the result. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I seen his burst hit for 135,000. I still think my eyes were playing tricks on me. But somebody hit his burst and hit for 135,000. Yeah, it was in a Spiral Abyss, but they still did it. Right? So if his burst, one hit, hits for 135,000, but his skill hit for 120,000, I think he's got at least a little bit of a leg to stand on. At least a little bit. But when it comes to the viability of this character, I think he's going to be extremely viable to accounts. It's just not going to work it's just not going to work out the way that we want it to work out. We want it to work out like a Pyro Zhongli, and it's hella not going to work out like that. I really wanted him because I don't have Xing Cho, and I want Xing Cho. But this is the closest thing I got to a Xing Cho. Not to mention, there are literally no other passive DPS Pyro characters outside of Xiangling. There's no other Pyro characters who can DPS off the field outside of Xiangling. Like, we can pull up this little thing right here. And this is another reason why I was saying I think he's going to be extremely viable until more comes out. And that's if more come out, similar to what him and Xiangling can do. Main DPS, main DPS, main DPS. Main DPS for all intents and purposes. I don't want to count her, but I guess we can count the Baron Bunny as sub DPS, but not really, right? So not a main DPS. not a main main DPS, main DPS. If you're gonna DPS with him, he's a main DPS. He doesn't leave shit out there for you to DPS with outside of his burst buff and what you're doing. But he's not applying pyro with the shit, is what I'm saying, right? Main DPS, main DPS. Even when you leave, her burst goes the fuck away. Why? I have no idea. I have no idea. At least that's what Clee players have told me. They pop their burst, the little things hit the floor, they switch out, they all go away. Why? I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue. But he can apply pyro while not being on the field. She can apply pyro while not being on the field. She is super top tier because of that right there. Not to mention Gooba is really strong and her pyro NATO is really strong. But now we have at least another character. Not only another character, but a character with a fucking shield. So, oh my God. So let's see what happens. But for now, I have to say that he's extremely viable to somebody's account because not only is he pyro, he provides a very excellent shield. One of the best shields, if not the best shield of all the 4-star characters. Only second to Zhongli, right? So that's where he's viable, right? So before I say Toma sucks or before I say Toma's the best, I have to acknowledge it for what it is. The facts are the facts, bro. Like you said, you got to acknowledge the facts. His normals feel like ass cheeks. His burst ticks are just not hitting right. It costs way too much to hit his burst. Like, there's clearly an issue with this dude. You can't min max him. You really cannot min max him. You can't. You min max one, something else breaks. You come back and fix that, something else breaks. You come back and fix this, something else breaks. Literally a trifecta of just trying to fix itself over and over again. You fix his energy recharge, his damage breaks. You fix his damage, his shield breaks. You fix his shield, his energy recharge breaks. It either goes in that order or goes the other way around. And it's going to be that cycle over and over and over again until we find the healthy balance for him. You know, it might be by way of getting just simply a Favonius and then building all shields, or getting a Favonius and building all damage. Like, but you're really only going to have to, you can only really build one. Unless we get a 5-star Toma. If they do delusions for whatever reason and they allow 4-star, bro, I swear to God, if they ever, and I mean this shit, if they ever allow 4-star characters to go 5 stars, I am 5-starring so many 4-star characters, you have no idea. And you already know who the first one's going to be. You already know, dog. I'm going 5-star Ning Guang ASAP, nigga. 5-star her, 5-star her, 5-star Diona, 5-star Toma, 5-star Bennett. It's going down, boy. 5-star Sucrose, 5-star Lisa, nigga. It's going down. It's going to super go down. But I guess we got that with C6. So let me shut up. All right. But yeah, man. Let's go on ahead and continue down this list. Who we at? We were at her. We talked about Diona, talked about her, Sucrose. All right, hold on. Because this is going to be a lengthy one. So go ahead and get yourself some soda, take a pee, whatever you got to do. I'm going to make myself a coffee. We're going to come back and talk about Sucrose. Because I want you guys to think back to right around from the first day to like the third, fourth month of Genshin Impact. And think about how you felt about Sucrose. Just think about how you felt about Sucrose. And then go back. Check out really old videos. I was like AR 20, AR 30. One of them streams, I'm playing Lisa. I take her artifacts and I give it to Sucrose. What do I say? Just watch. Butcher and pork? Bruh. I'm going to tell you why I'm clapping. I've been on this kick where I've been watching Guga Eats or Guga Foods. I've been watching cooks so much lately. Like, I just been hungry. Nigga. Butchering pork, I just thought about steak. I know it's not, but it came to mind. I was just like, oh, meat, season it, salt, pepper, barbecue, the sizzle, butter glaze, hit me in a soft spot, drizzle, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, y'all go do what y'all do. I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes. Just get myself some coffee and we gonna turn up. when we talk about sucrose. All right, I'll be right back. All right, it's brewing right now. What's up, sucrose? OG sucrose. All right, let's talk about it. All right, so sucrose, is she viable? First off, is she viable to an account? Is she worth investing in? Is she worth the resources? So on and so forth. I'm gonna put it out there real quick, and I'm gonna just say yes, she is an extremely viable character. She is a utility like buff type like buffer, like she buffs things for you. You can also do like minor crowd control with her. Let's go ahead and pull out sucrose real quick. She is part of my meme build. You know, if you've enjoyed the likes of big shiny numbers like I have, you know, I like to see it. You know, I like to see it so I know what's happening. And if you've watched enough of them, you pretty much know what this does, let alone her burst, right? Let alone just tapping it, right? So sucrose plays an integral part in elemental mastery builds. And it's really, that's kind of where it kind of starts and stops in a manner of speaking. You can do a DPS sucrose, and I haven't given up on that. Don't get it twisted. I'm still going to do a just straight DPS sucrose because sucrose, believe it or not, has about the same amount of DPS as a Ningguang does. Believe it or not, she hits about that hard. Like she hits really hard. It just takes the same amount of investment. As you guys know, I have I got the triple crown Ningguang. I got the sets and the 5-star book. And I apologize. I'm just waiting on his offie. Yep, that is done. Deep apologies. I just got to grab this so I can get my turnip on. And then we could jump right back into it. Yeah. Here are these. Put that back. Stir that up. Let's go ahead and jump right in. Okay, so like I was saying, sucrose actually has the same amount of potential as what's her name does, Ningguang does. Provided you have a C6. You don't necessarily need a C6 sucrose, but it'd be nice if you got enough constellations to at least get both of her talents up, right? If you do have that type of sucrose, she actually is really, really, really scary. She's a really scary beast of a character, and I'm personally really curious to see what kind of DPS she can put out by herself, because judging by what Ningguang is doing, just from what Ningguang is doing, holy fuck, bro. Like, I've been a Ningguang main since I got Ningguang. I've been preaching this character forever. And I think it was all of maybe 3 or 4 of us on YouTube at the time who were saying, hey man, quit talking shit about Ningguang. Or better yet, keep talking shit about Ningguang because I don't want anybody to know about this character. But I'm going to use her and you guys don't have to use her, right? I'll hold her to myself and you guys can use what you use and I'm going to use Ningguang because I want to feel like I found something. You know what I mean? I don't care if anybody uses it. Just, hipster vibes. Nigga, I was doing this before you. You act like you brand new to this. You know what I mean? It's day one type shit. You know what I mean? But now, if you look, all of a sudden Ningguang is everywhere, right? Now, I have a very, 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 I'm getting very similar vibes from Sucrose, right? Very similar vibes. And a while ago, before the whole emblem mishap, right? I was playing Sucrose a lot in this domain when I was farming for the VV set. And I think I was also farming for a better gene artifacts or whatever too, and like some for Chi Chi and so on and so forth. But I was looking for a better, like a VV set and Elemental Mastery specifically. So I'm running my Ningguang set on this Sucrose with 6, 9, and 9, right? Now there's a lot of room to grow. If you guys know, I still got 4 talents I can slap on both of these. Particularly this guy. This guy is pretty damn strong. And you can cast it twice. Right? Now, putting all that together, Sucrose is actually really, really, really fucking strong. I almost want to give like a little demo. We might do that. Let me go ahead and, I kind of want to do that because at some point I'm going to do that. For anybody wondering, I'm going to do the whole, Shimenawa VV. You're gonna see it. I'm gonna do the Shimenawa VV, and we're gonna see what happens. Because this character is fucking spooky. And let me explain another thing to you. I have this guy right here that needs a home. So yeah, could be better, but could be worse. I have worse. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so Sucrose, without that goblet, was actually hitting pretty hard. And then I put that goblet on her, and that's when it got scary. And I was like, okay, this might be a thing. Now, back to the viability question. Is she viable? Should you build for her? The reason why I'm bringing all this up and the reason why I'm talking about it so much is because I feel I'm really trying to keep control of my feelings surrounding this because I'm so emotionally invested in my predictions. Right, because they keep coming true, and I keep getting. Sometimes when I get pushed back, it annoys the shit out of me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie to you, but I understand the pushback, and I have to respect the difference of opinion or the difference of vision. I have to respect that. I can't. I'm not the end all be all, and I have to recognize that, nigga, you don't know everything. I don't. I just truly don't. I don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? But I really firmly stand on this belief that I believe that Sucrose is a sleeping giant on everybody's account, and we only play her with the elemental mastery because we know what that can do, right? But we don't know what she can do just as Sucrose, right? I haven't seen a solo Sucrose Dvalin run. I personally haven't seen it, and I would like to see that. I want to have it though. I want to have it because I like Sucrose. She's a good DPSer. She actually hits really fucking hard. She hits like 15,000 per skill. Like, boop, 15,000. Boop, 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 15,000. Hit a couple more times. Reduce the cooldown. Boop, 15,000. Boop, boop, boop. Sacrificial. Boop. Well, probably not sacrificial, but with the other one, 15,000. Boop. And it keeps happening. And you hit her burst. And then if they just happen to be carrying torches, oh, sucks to be you. 15,000 again. Oh, we got fire. And it's just some extra shit. So with Sucrose, should you build the character? Absolutely. Do you have to go balls to the wall with her build for her to be usable? No, actually, no. You can leave her at, believe it or not, you can leave her at like 60. Really, it depends on what you have and what you're going to slot her into. As far as where she sits on my tier list, in my personal opinion, she's definitely like an A plus. It's just I can't put her in an S rank because of course, there's going to be a lot of S's and A's and B's and C's. Like, I don't think anybody in this game is a F, or I don't even think Amber's a F. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna get into that in a second. But the only reason I feel like she's not going into like a S tier type of scenario is because I don't know what she looks like solo. I don't know what her elemental mastery trickery looks like with just a DPS build rather than an EM build. I don't know what she can do at that point, right? If you walk in with like a Skyward Atlas like R5, and you got the Animo, and you got the crit, and you got the attack, and you got the this, and you got the that, and you got the damage substats, and like no elemental mastery, what does that look like with Beto and Fischl? Is it comparable? Like, what does it look like? I don't know what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see what that looks like. Is it still viable? Because if it is, then it's like, well, why don't we just do that? Because you're doing the same actions you were doing before. It's just instead of seeing a bunch of purple numbers, you're seeing a bunch of green numbers. Still a bunch of purple numbers, but that green number is so big it's making up for all the missing purple numbers. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but you know, she could drop a tier because at that point she'll be locked into one play style, which is what I'm afraid is going to happen with Toma, where it's locked into shields. I'm really afraid that's going to happen with Toma, but if she's not viable the way I think she could be, then yeah, she might be down in like a B rank. But it still doesn't mean you should sleep on the character. Like, you should still have something invested, like at least level 70. At least level 70. If you got a sacrificial fragments, keep it, rank it, and just sit on it. And just this alone should at least make up for one missing artifact. You know what I'm saying? So just rank it, sit on it, and just wait. And if you ever need a Sucrose, especially if you're a Beto official Xingqiu owner and you just happen to have those three, or you have Xiangling instead of Xingqiu, and you actually have those characters built, and you're like, how can I make this better? Add Sucrose. Just add a little sugar to the mix. You'd be surprised what the fuck happens. Like, she just sits there and throws wind at the Mago Kinky, and he just 11,000s just everywhere. Just zip, 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 11,000, 11,000, more thousands, and more thousands. Zip, 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 more thousands. Zip, zip, animal stasis. Just thousands everywhere. It's like every so often you see a little green thing pop up, but it's hella other shit going on. That's Sucrose, right? She's like the middle of the party. You know what I mean? So definitely a really good character. Definitely not a character, I personally believe, I don't think she just sits in just this one box. I think one of her biggest setbacks, though, to be clear, is that she has the worst time breaking shields. Like, unless there's a conflicting element to that shield, she's going to have a really hard time, a really hard time with shields. Like, really, really, really hard time. Like, she cannot break shields. Well, no animal character can really just break shields. I think the only one who comes close to breaking shields like that would be like maybe Kazuha and like maybe Jean. Venti only because there's something else getting thrown into the mix, but Venti even has like a little bit of a hard time with shields, but she cannot break shields. You need to have something else in the mix in order for that shield to break. But if you know how to play Sucrose well, then, you know, I have seen Sucrose do major things on accounts. So, you know, definitely not one to just say, oh, she's only useful for elemental mastery. I don't believe that. I am going to be testing that not super soon, but at some point. It depends on if people start to do it. If they start doing it, then it's like, all right, fine. I'll just go ahead and do it so I can at least give my take. But you're hearing it here now that I do firmly believe that she actually can be good as a DPS character also. I just don't want somebody getting an idea and trying to make money off that shit when I'm just trying to help the community. Because for all we know, there might be a DPS Sucrose out there making a lot of noise on the low, and we don't know. That's what happened with Ningguang. There's a bunch of us little Ningguang players on the low clapping shit in domains, just wrecking shit. And like, what is with these fucking Ningguangs? And then, you know, you could really just search YouTube. I'm sure there's DPS Sucroses out there, but, you know, I really feel like she's a sleeper the same way Ningguang was a sleeper. It's just there's more of us who were playing Ningguang because Ningguang's DPS was more in the forefront. And Sucrose kind of got put into this VV pocket really early in the game. So we never really got to explore on a consciousness level. Like it's not in the common consciousness of the Genshin community that she is a DPS character. She's a elemental mastery character. She buffs DPS. She doesn't do DPS, she buffs DPS. We talked about Albedo. Let's go ahead and get to some of these other ones. Lisa. Oh, shit. All right. I drink my coffee on that. All right. So let's talk about Lisa. All right. What the fuck did I say when I first started playing this shit? Lisa's a motherfucker, man. Excuse my language, but I'm like, hey, this chick right here, niggas is sleeping on her. I know D. Luke is tight, but something about her, man. Because I mained her before I was playing. Yeah, I even played her before I got Ningguang all the way up, but I was really on Lisa for like a minute. 2 reasons. I really like electricity. I've always liked that element. I always thought the element was really cool. Fire's cool, but fire's more of like the brash asshole kind of. This is no jab at any Hu Tao players, okay? Saying I'm not talking about you. Hifumi, I ain't talking about you. It's not the case. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying if I was playing something like Demon Slayer, I would play the electric dude. You know what I mean? Over the fire guy with the hair on the side, whatever's that. I would play the electric dude because I know how them fucking characters work. They're always the most busted characters, and no one picks them because they're not fire, because fire's cooler. But electricity is just kind of like better, though. It's always been better. In this game, it's not, but traditionally speaking, electricity is usually like a better element in some way, shape, or form. It's always got a fucked up mechanic to it. It's always something that just breaks the game when you deal with electricity. So I always liked electricity. But here's the thing that I found shortly after. I didn't know anything about constellations, but I read this. When I read that right there, I was like, okay. So what you're saying is that every 5 seconds, let's just say I got a sacrificial book, just for the sake of the fucking example. Let's say I just want to. Sacrificial book, bam, got it, it's cool. I got crit rate, God stats everywhere. I got Lisa. I pull out whoever, Bennett, whatever. I pull out Bennett, bam, hit his burst. Stand in a little circle, I hit her burst. Right? This thing right here is going off. It's like, oh shit, that's a lot of ticks. But when I pull her out and hit her burst, that happens too. I'm like, oh, are they for real? There ain't no way. So I started looking for ways to grind constellations from that point on. That's when I figured out it's via wishes. I didn't know. Nigga. 731 on a skill. On a skill. Just for pulling her out, holding the button for 3 seconds and letting go. 731 instantly. That is actually her burst. That right there is so crazy. Like, people are not exploring that. There's only a handful of people who really know about that. Like, no one knows about that. And then when she does it, she hits these burst numbers and people are like, oh, well, that's supposed to happen. Like, that's not supposed to happen. Skills don't hit that hard, let alone electricity skills. That's hitting like Shogun numbers, bro. Like, no, that's not how that works. She's hitting like 50, 60, 70, 80,000 with that shit. Like, that's not how that works. No, man, no. Mona Bennett, 100-some thousand? No, that's not what's supposed to happen. But it happens. Lisa is a sleeping giant, like beyond sleeping giant. The only issue is that it's hidden behind her motherfucking constellations. That is Lisa's issue. And because of that, she's extremely unobtainable. Now, if we treat it like everyone has access to her constellations, or we can easily get her constellations, she is, in my book, S tier fucking easy. Not just that, she has this weird thing with her burst. Where is it? She has this thing where, is that it? Yeah, it reduces their defense. It's not electro defense. This is across the board defense. You just lost 15% of your defense. Now that's huge. You know what people brag about with these characters? They brag about, where's that shit at? It's a constellation they fucking brag about. That shit, 15% pyro damage. Oh, it's C6 is busted. How is that busted? That's pyro damage. That's a it's they receive 15% pyro damage bonus. That's that okay. If that's the case, this just being in her kit is like 12% pyro damage. You just got an increase of 12 pyro bonus damage from that right there. From hitting her burst, you just got 12 bonus pyro damage. For argument's sake, olive branchiness will say 10%. I'm going to say 11% to be safe. Let's just say it's 10%. So would you take pyro damage for 15 or would you take everything for 10? This makes her fit every team that you have. You can pop her out, hit that, and you instantly reduce defense to anybody on your team. Like everybody hits 15% harder. Just everybody gets, just it works for everything. Everything. Doesn't matter. Overload, everything. Overloads hit because their defense is lowered by 15%. The pyro doesn't hit harder. Their defense is lowered by 15%. Whatever hits them, anything, it doesn't matter, is lowered by 15%. Then you cut, now at that point, you do cut it close when it comes to elemental resistance. But that's resistance though. Like if you reduce an enemy's defense down to 0% and then you take it beyond that, like let's say you do negative 30%, it's actually negative 15%. Like that's great. But dude, getting them down that low is already fucking ridiculous. So when you have somebody like the Shogun who's reducing, I mean, we already know about this, reducing their defense or at least ignoring 60% of the defense, you effectively you cut their defense by three quarters. Just by having Lisa on the squad. That is ridiculous. I think Lisa needs more shine, but that's under the pretense. That's under the idea that everybody can access her constellations, though. You don't need a constellation for the 15%, but she becomes much more usable via her constellations, particularly this one. This one makes her burst actually like way more usable. It actually does like, okay, that's doing damage. That actually took a nice chunk off of that health bar right there. That's actually killing Hilichurls now. They're not just getting ticked 3, 4, 5 times and then dying. It's actually hitting them and they're dying now. That's what that's doing. Because it's doubling, if not quadrupling, the amount of times you're hitting the enemy. It's not just one lightning. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, it's constant. It's pop, 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 pop. It's just hitting shit. You know what I mean? Then you have this thing. This thing is you get it in no way, shape, or form should you ever be at stack 1. You almost double the damage of her skill just by fucking with that constellation. You go from 480, which is not double. I know it's pretty far from double. I know, but Jesus Christ, bro, that's a huge increase. What's that? 250? It's like 250%. You just get 250% extra damage just because you got Constellation 6. You don't have to stack it anymore. And for anybody who played Lisa early in the game, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. You would have to group the enemies up, then you have to charge attack them. Dash, cancel, charge attack. Dash, cancel, charge attack. And hope you got enough stamina by the time everybody has 3 stacks. Then you hit your stack 3, and then you're good. And it's like, dude, was it really worth it, though? It got to the point where I was like, you know what? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to just tap her skills 16 times? I feel like that would make more sense. But now you're only hitting one enemy at a time. Or you can get Constellation 6, and you can just hit the big thing and hit everything around you, all 15 enemies or however many, 5 enemies, whatever, for 731% at level 7. Let alone at level 8, it's like 780. Like, so it's pretty ridiculous. Like, so Lisa, should you build Lisa? I'm going to say it like this. I think you should only build Lisa if you have multiple constellations, particularly Constellation 4. If you have Constellation 4, by all means, you can start building your Lisa. Go for it. It's perfectly fine. You have my blessings. I agree with your decision. If you do not have Constellation 4, at that point, you might actually be wasting your resources outside of building her specifically just to get her burst to reduce their defense. At that point, she's a really great character. But beyond that, sorry, Lisa. They just need to make her more accessible. If they put her on a banner every now and again, then hell yeah, you should build your Lisa easily. The reason why you build Sucrose is because she ends up on banners. The reason why you build Young Ling is because she ends up on banners. The reason why you build her is because you get her for free, and you basically get her for free, and you're almost guaranteed at least one constellation with her. And then her, obviously, like you don't even need constellations for her to work. You don't need constellations for her to work. You don't need constellations for her to work, but you need constellations for her to work, and that's where her issue lies. If they switched around maybe a passive for a constellation, she would be much more viable. If they move Constellation 6 to Constellation 4, or they move Constellation 6 to Constellation 2 because you can't get the bitch anymore, then maybe that might be a little bit more viable. Unless they just want us to spend our resources on the thing to get her out the store, if that's what they want us to. Because right now she's available, right? You just got to wish, not a billion times, okay? I'm using really big numbers. I'm speaking exaggeratory, but you know, you could get her from here right now, but that's literally one constellation. That's it. Outside of that, you gotta do that 5 times, and she's not in there all the time. So unless you grabbed her every single time, or you're a whale, or you just happen to get her pulled every time you were pulling on a standard banner, then I don't know. I don't know. But viability wise, she's gonna be down in D, unfortunately. Unless you have Constellation. Once you hit C4, she's about CB. Once you have Constellation 6, at that point, yeah, she's rocking like A. She's like an easy A. But it's really hard getting to that A. Like, it's really hard on Lisa to get to that A at this point in time. Can she hit hard? Absolutely. Single target damage? She's great. She's actually really good across the board. She's just nowhere near close to usable or as usable as she would be. You know what I mean? If you had all the constellations. At least Constellation 4. That's what makes her rough. Traveler, I'm not even going to talk about the Traveler. I think the Traveler is the most talked about character in Genshin Impact silently. When it comes to new game conversation, like, man, who do you have? Oh, I got the Traveler. As soon as you hear somebody say, I got the Traveler, what's the first thing you think about? Oh, they must be new. There's veterans who still play the Traveler. Now, I can't say veterans because it's only been out a year, but you know what I'm saying? There's like experienced accounts who play the Traveler. You know what I'm saying? So is the Traveler viable or not? Well, I'll tell you this much. When I had got Zhongli, and I didn't know what to do in that Spiral Abyss at the time, I grabbed the Traveler, and the Traveler had some type of use as a Geo Traveler. As you guys can see, I don't have the Traveler ranked up at all, and even still has some utility. The Traveler helps you get around the open world, and I think here's the biggest thing. I think here's the biggest piece of the argument when it comes to the Traveler. The thing is, the Traveler is kind of its own little situation, and this is because the Traveler has constellations that you have to grind out, right? So you're guaranteed a C6 Traveler at some point. And the thing about the Traveler is a lot of the power of the Traveler is kind of hidden behind the constellations. But it's not until you get all the constellations and actually invest in the Traveler, that's when you're going to actually see the power of the Traveler. I don't have it on my account, but I've Googled this because someone has asked me about it, and I'm here to tell you that what I saw was a fucking insanely strong Traveler that was killing shit with a alt cast as a Geo Traveler. It was like the Geo Traveler actually hit so hard that it was like actually killing stuff. And I'm like, dude, the Traveler can do that? That's insane. I did not know the Traveler was that strong. Then people start coming out with these ideas like, ooh, I wonder what the Ice Traveler is going to be like. Ooh, I wonder what the Fire Traveler is going to be like. I wonder what this Traveler is going to be. The Dendro Traveler, the Water Traveler, and so on and so forth. And I'm like, man, like, I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see. But after using the Geo Traveler for a little bit, like I had put, what was it? I put Albedo's artifacts on him one day and did the Spiral Abyss. And the Traveler actually wasn't that bad, considering his talents are complete trash. was it 2, 5, and 5? Like he was considering how terribly built this guy is. Obviously, no investments. He actually, I was like, you know what? This guy is not weak. Actually, he's kind of not weak. Like I don't know. I can't say the Traveler is weak. I think it's because we all have access to him. We take him for granted. I know for me personally, the reason why I don't play the Traveler. Let me say this first. The Traveler is probably the most viable thing on your account right now as a free to play player. There's nothing on your account better than the Traveler. I'm gonna just go out and say that shit. Right? There's nothing better on your account. The only way you can get something better is if you have like Sucrose who can pass off some shit, and then you pull Bennett. And then now you got Bennett and Sucrose, and okay, that's great, but you still should probably have the Traveler on that team at some point. Especially now that we got the Electro Traveler. Wait until we get the Fire Traveler. The whole tune is going to change, because now we can do melt comps with the Traveler. Holy shit. Now we can do vape comps and melt comps? Holy shit. Everybody gonna lose their mind when we get the Fire Traveler, right? But the Traveler is the most viable thing on your account, and I believe that. You know what I mean? I want to see how they're going to nerf Pyro main Traveler. I don't know, man. I don't know. Here's the thing about the Traveler, though, that a lot of people, that I finally understand, but it took me a while to understand, is the Traveler is complete ass right up until you hit like C6. Right up until you get all the constellations, the Traveler's kind of booty cheeks. He's kind of ass cheeks. But once you get all the constellations, it's at that point he becomes this viable, like, oh shit, it's a 5-star. In my eyes, the Traveler is kind of like he's kind of like a Constellation 1 5-star character at C6. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like they're giving you a Constellation 1 character. It's just not the character that we want, because he's always got some weird gimmicky shit that he's doing. I do like the Animal Traveler. The Animal Traveler's skill is really strong. Surprisingly strong, like way stronger than I thought. But the Geo Traveler, that skill hits hella hard, actually. His skill hits pretty much as hard as Ning Wang's, if I'm not mistaken. And he can put 2 of them out at a time. Like he goes pop, pop. It's just that Ning Wang at Constellation 6, she can recast hers, right? But then he's got that weird shield thing, and his burst hits hella hard. As a Geo Traveler and an Animal Traveler, I mean, it's Animo, so you could just run VV on him, which is why I got this on him right now. But yeah, you got the Animal Traveler who can run the VV set, and then his skill is fucking ridiculous, let alone that skill just with the VV set is something else. Like, now you got the Electro Traveler, and the Electro Traveler has been argued that it's the best battery in the game. I don't know, because I don't play the Traveler, but I've heard that term thrown around a couple of times now at this point. And actually, there's somebody that I kind of look to for reasonable hot takes on characters, and he was like, yeah, Traveler's the best battery. I beg to differ. I think the best battery is the Shogun, but I have the Shogun built, and I don't have the Traveler built, so I can't personally say, right? But I know the Shogun is a battery. Like, nigga, she's a battery, dog. Like, she fills your team up in one burst rotation. Like, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. You know what I'm saying? That to me is like, she fills your whole team up in 7 seconds. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's less than 7 seconds. Like those 300% energy recharge Shoguns, they fill up their team in less than 7 seconds. So I don't know if this is the best battery in the game. I don't know, but he might be. But or she, or whoever you're playing, right? But at the end of the day, the Traveler is still a very viable character on your account. Not only do you have access to multiple elements, it's got extremely unique like characteristics on it. Like I was looking into the Electro Traveler a little bit ago, and it's got some really funky quirk with the skill, and it applies like this emblem or sigil or some weird shit. And it's that weird emblem sigil thing that I couldn't really wrap my head around, but it had something to do with energy recharge on burst or something. Like, it was really funky. It was a really funky situation. But some people kind of swear by the Traveler, and I'm not going to say the Traveler's bad. If I'm going to rank the Traveler personally, the actual viability of the Traveler on your account, let's say a new player comes to me, brand new account. Is the Traveler any good? Hell yeah. Rank that motherfucker up the entire time you playing the game. Because if you don't have any other 5 stars on your account, that's going to be your 5 star. He is a 5-star character. I think it's because we start with the character, it feels like a 4-star character. Because even in my, like, when I look at looking at the Traveler, he looks, feels, and animates like a 4-star character. Even some of his attacks and skills and bursts look like 4-star bursts. They look like 4-star, like, animations, and it looks like some shit a 4-star could do. Like, he doesn't feel like a 5-star character. There's nothing 5-star feeling about the character. But if you invest in the character, you get 5-star results. That's what I'm trying to say. Right? So viability wise, gotta be at least in the A tier. Gotta be at least in the A tier. For viability, how viable is a Traveler? It's gotta be in the A tier. Now, if you have every other character on the account, then at that point, really no character is viable because you have all the characters. You have a hodgepodge of random shit you can slap together. It really doesn't matter who you get. You can put Ganyu with anybody, her with anybody, him with anybody, the Traveler with anybody. He'd have the same viability as anybody else if you have all the characters. But if you don't have all the characters, but you got the Traveler, right? Let's say you got Zhongli and the Traveler. You're not going to need another team for a long time. The only place you're really going to have trouble like that in is Leeway. And that's because there's geo resistance in Leeway. But outside of that, you do this, and you do this, and then you just go to town with whoever has the higher DPS. And you're done. Just don't make ball sacks like everybody else does, and you should be fine. You know what I'm saying? I guess people get a kick out of, I guess horny people get a kick out of doing that too, so I guess that's the thing. But yeah, so viability wise, very, very good character. Very, very, very good character. I can't in good conscience say that the Traveler is a bad character. It's just not the playstyle that I like. I don't like the playstyle. But the Traveler does put up the numbers. The Traveler does have the mechanics to get the job done. It does make traveling around a lot easier. No pun intended. It is a good character. I just don't like the look, design, the sound. I don't like anything about the Traveler. The Traveler is just I don't know. The Traveler is kind of dumb to me. Maybe it's that haircut. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's that ponytail or something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the plain colors. Something. I don't know. It's the animations. He has this weird bounce that he does when he swings. That little hop right there. And then the hop on the fourth swing. Something about him just seems, I don't know. I don't like the Traveler, but I'm not going to say just because I don't like the Traveler that it's not a good character. It is a great character. And in my book, he's an A tier. Probably depends on the element. That probably deserves its own video because he can switch elements. I'm sure they have their own tiers, but overall, viable to your account, you're going to need the Traveler at some point. And at some point, you're going to reintroduce the Traveler into your squad in Spiral Abyss for one reason or another. Unless you have National or Morgana or Kazuha Bennett type shit going on your account, right? At some point, this character has entered your team again for one reason or another, right? So that's the Traveler. That's what I honestly believe about the Traveler. And I feel like the more candid speech around these characters should be spoken. I want to hear more candid speech, which is why I'm talking the way I'm talking. And now I can't see all the characters at the top because I got this thing up top. We talked about Bennett. I think I talked about Bennett a little bit. Bennett is one of those characters that are more... Give me one sec, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. So Bennett is one of those characters that... and I was telling somebody this last night. Bennett's one of those characters that you kind of need to have on your account. MTAS said this in one of his latest videos, and I do agree with him. Now, I talked all that smack about the Traveler and viability and all that, and I meant everything I said, and I still stand by that. And at the same time, Bennett is one of those characters that you just kind of have to have on your account for one reason or another. If you're not going to have any other character on your account, of all the characters, including Xingqiu, of all characters that can hit your account, at bare minimum, bare constellation 0, bare minimum, at least try to get a Bennett on your account. This is probably the most viable character in the game, and it hurts me to say that, because I like Bennett, but I don't like what Bennett did to the mind of the community. I don't like what he did to the mentality of the community, right? But Bennett is such a viable character. I can't put it into words how needed this nigga is when he's needed. When he's like Venti, right? When you need Venti, Venti delivers. There's no arguing. No one comes close to what Venti could do. Period. People try, but no. When it's like this would be so much easier with a Venti, and then you do it with a Venti, it is night and day. Anybody on the account. Same thing with Bennett. They cut it really close with Kujo Sarah, and you needed C6 to get what he gives you at C0, let alone Constellation 1. Constellation 1, he's up there with Kujo Sarah, who you need to get to C6 before she can even do what he could do at C0. Fuck that. This dude, and he's Pyro. Dude, Bennett is a monster on an account, bro. He is so viable. He heals, and he doesn't heal for a small amount. He heals huge numbers, thousands per tick. Bow. 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 Big ass numbers. Full health. Bow. Bow. The heals are ridiculous. The energy recharge is not an issue for him. Like, he is not an issue. He's super easy to build. Probably the easiest to build in the game. I'm talking about Burst Bennett right now. Burst Bennett is like, you must have a Burst Bennett on your account. I fought for almost a year, bro. It wasn't up until I did the whole meta thing. Bennett was the start of my meta. I didn't start Bennett until I didn't really even start taking Bennett serious until I start really thinking about Mona. And then I pulled Mona and I went full force. So it's like, nope, Rancor, this, that, and the third, got in an argument with a nigga, just all type of shit. Just fuck it, nigga. Bro, when I did my first Bennett, Mona, Sucrose vape, I was like, oh, I get it. Then I ran the Spiral Abyss with him and Mona, and I was like, oh, okay. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. I fought for so long because I don't like skewed numbers. It was pride that got the best of me. I don't like my numbers to be skewed. I like raw damage and then scale the numbers from there. But all I kept seeing, I'm telling you my story, so I'm trying to explain to you how viable this nigga is. Because I really fought against Bennett. I really did not believe Bennett at all. I was like, I'm not playing Bennett. Because everyone thinks they the shit because they got Bennett on their team. But if you got Bennett on your team and you saying you the shit, in my eyes, you ain't the shit. You like a dude saying, I just started a business and I'm successful. Why ain't you successful? But they got a $2 million like loan from their parents or something. Donald Trump type shit, right? Meanwhile, you got niggas who got to work all day, every day and can't even get a loan from a bank with good credit. They can't get a loan, but this nigga just ask his friend for $1 million and just get it without having to pay it back. And he talking about, why can't I do it? Nigga, fuck what you talking about. That's why I was fighting against Bennett so hard. Because it's like, nah, I'm going to do the damage without Bennett. And I, for all intents and purposes, got really close. And in some cases, I did it. But once I got Bennett and I actually invested, I was like, I understand. He changed me. That's how viable he is. And for anyone who knows me, I am kind of stubborn. I can be very stubborn because I have, it's not trust issues. It's just I have trust issues in the authenticity of some people's beliefs. Because sometimes, because here's the thing, what happens is, especially on YouTube, media really, it's really media everywhere. I was a battle rapper at one point, so I know what hype does, right? I was a DJ. I know what hype does. You can hype a motherfucker into snorting coke. I know what it does. And what happens is people get on a hype train and they start believing bullshit. Like New World is the best game ever. I'm not saying dude is bullshitting. I'm just saying that it's not the best game ever, but I'm not going to say that because there's a hype going on. And I don't want to shit on somebody's happiness. But the fact is the fact, that's not going to be the dopest game ever because I know how this shit works. Now the game is busted and broken and shit, and it's the best game ever, but you can't play it. You know what I'm saying? I knew that shit was going to happen because that's what happens. It's Amazon. It's not, they're not, I know how this shit works. And when it comes to Bennett, it was a hype train. And I was like, I'm not following the hype train. I'm not biting into the hype. I want to get the facts, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, bro, I feel so bad about Damon Kim, bro. I feel so bad, bro. He left. Oh man, I feel so bad. Feel so bad. Somebody needs to gift him an account to come back to Genshin. Right? Because I just want, I'm gonna talk about Damon Kim for 2 seconds. I'm coming right back to Bennett, bro. Damon Kim is such a legit nigga that if he came back to Genshin, it would be open arms, bro. At least from me. And I know he loves his family more than he loves anything on the planet. And I think for that alone, I would be cool starting a fucking GoFundMe account for Damon Kim just to get him all C6s back that he can possibly get. Somebody gets an old account, gives it to him, gives him like 20 grand from the Genshin community. Everybody pitch in $5 or $1 even. Everybody just gives $1, nigga, $20,000. Blow that shit on that Genshin account. Get all your C6s and R5s and all the shit, bro, from the standard banner. Welcome back, my nigga. Glad to have you back. And then the Genshin community can start putting money in his pockets again. He just got to change his narrative. You know what I mean? And I understand where he's coming from, where he didn't want to promote no bullshit. Yeah, I don't think he'll touch Genshin again, but, you know, I'm thinking about him and his family's well-being at this point. I don't know what he's going to do, but from what I'm getting from the vibe, because he feels like a real nigga. So from the vibe I get from him is that his pockets got touched at some point, meaning that he was hurting in a bank account, right? And something happened and his pockets got touched. And he had to do what he had to do. And then also you had his morals were conflicting with what he was doing. So he left, right? And, XYZ, now he's out of here, out of the Genshin community. But Genshin will feed him though. And I think a lot of people care about him. He don't even gotta be, he could do what MTash did. He ain't gotta just go free to play, bro. People got to remember that the majority of the player base is not whales. There's only like 10% of niggas who actually be whaling like that. Like the majority of people spend like $15 or less on the game. Like no one it's only a few people who spend like $200, $300, $400 a month on the game. Like nobody spends like nobody actually spends like that on the game. You know what I mean? This is why free to play is such a big deal. This is why Ching Mains is taken so serious. This is why Tenha and all them niggas is like the long-standing gurus of the game and so sought after, and everything they preach is. This is why all that shit happens. This is why, like, oh, I did this, but I'm free to play. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is like, you know what I mean? Oh, Tectone. Oh, that's Tectone's Tectone, bro. I can't. No, Tectone. I think people don't know what they're getting into when they're watching Tectone. You can't take everything Tectone says at face value. You take it for what it is, but you can't take that shit like it's a law. You know what I mean? Like he's Tectone. He's being himself. He's sharing his opinion on things, and that's it. You know what I mean? And he goes hard in the paint when he says it. He says it with his chest. He's a nigga. He's like a nigga, but a white dude. That he says it with his chest. That's why I did those podcasts about him, where I was like, he seemed like the dude. He seemed like, and then he shared his background, and I was like, oh, that's where that vibe came from. He was raised around niggas. That's why. I was like, okay, he's just a nigga. That's why. Like, okay, it makes sense. He wants to say it with his chest. He believes in some shit. He got to speak on it. That's how niggas. That's some nigga shit. Niggas do that. You know what I'm saying? Like they like niggas. We don't really like to hold our tongue like that. You know what I'm saying? We don't like to because we've had to and we just don't like that shit. Plus, it's like backstabbers could backstab you if you hold your tongue for too long. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you might as well just say that shit and deal with the consequences after the fact. Fuck it. Just say it. Just say it. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Just say the shit. That's it. Just say it. Get it out, and that's it. You know what I mean? So Tectone, it's hard for me to blame Tectone, especially when other people are individuals. You know what I'm saying? Like let's say Tectone got at me on some shit. I wouldn't give a fuck. I personally, but that's because I'm a nigga and I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Now, Damone Kim, I don't think Damone Kim gives a fuck either. He gave a fuck when people would bug him about it. And, you know, but outside of that, I don't think it really bothered him that much. You know what I mean? It was just like, all right, well, this ain't nothing compared to what I've been through in life. So I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. And I think that's where Damone Kim might have been coming from on that one. But Tectone, yeah, Tectone is just, he's just he's just very verbose about what he says. He's just very outspoken. That's all it is. Because believe it or not, most of the shit I hear him say, a lot of people are saying and a lot of people are thinking. Just nobody has the balls to say it. He is right in that fashion. And I only know that because I say a bunch of ratchet shit on my channel and people be saying the same shit to me sometimes. They be, you know what? I thought I was tripping. Like, nah, you wasn't tripping. Or they'll say some shit that I was thinking about. Like, you know what? I knew I wasn't tripping. Especially when I get on my hot button issues like, you know, LGBT or politics or religion or some shit. He's not afraid to say it. You know, but most content creators, they're afraid to say it because their channel's at risk. They could lose the viability of their channel. Talking about viability, they lose reputation points basically, and in losing reputation points, you lose marketing, and losing marketing, you lose money, aka customers. You know, or you lose subscribers, aka customers, and in losing customers, you lose money. And that's probably a healthy source of income. Not to mention, if they've been doing it for a while, it's probably a part of their income stack at that point. It's probably a part of their budget. And if their YouTube channel is included in their budget, well, they got a problem. So now they have to go according to a certain narrative, or they got to word things a certain way. Tectone is a nigga, so he don't give a fuck how it sounds. Fuck your feelings. I'm saying it how I'm gonna say it. If you don't understand what I'm saying, that's your problem. And that's usually how niggas operate usually. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying I understand what he's trying to say. You know what I'm saying? But then that's me though. That's not everybody else. So should he word it different? Because he did go hard on leaks, like you said. He did go hard in the paint on them. I think for what he is and who he is and how he says what he says, he attracted the energy that he put out. He put out troll energy, and he got trolled back, right? So, but he's Tectone, and as long as he's happy and nobody's getting hurt, by all means, it's cool. But I don't want to speak too much further on Tectone because the word drama keeps surrounding his name for one reason or another. And I don't want to get involved in that conversation. I have my own theories about that, but that is another podcast in itself. And plus, it's not my business, so I don't even know if I even ever do a podcast on it. It'd be more I'm answering a question about what I think about it type of situation, and that's it. But I really don't think I want to touch that shit because his shit is always going left, right, up, down, BA select start type shit. He's always. And my controller died, so I gotta go in. Mm. All right. All right, so let's try this again. Let me go ahead and plug this in, and it's gonna die. All right, we are back. Let me get my cup. We are back, and then we'll wrap up Bennett. All right, cool. So let's wrap up Bennett real quick. So, um, yeah, man, if you don't have Bennett, get Bennett. That's all I'm gonna say. Get him for the burst. Like if you're not getting him for anything else, get him for the burst. You may not ever fucking use that guy. You may be just like me. Never use him. But when you need him, he comes through. Period. That dude comes through. Like, yeah, just get Bennett. Try to get him the Constellation one if you can. And just leave it at that. Yan Fei. Yan Fei, I don't think I really got to speak on you. Oh, by the way, Bennett is like S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S tier. That's Bennett. That's how viable he is to your account. Like in my eyes, you don't have a complete account until you get Bennett at least C0. Your account is effectively complete once you get C1 Bennett. Once you get Constellation 1 Bennett, you don't actually have to pull for shit else on your account. You can, but you don't actually have to, right? But that's my actual opinion about Bennett. And that's coming from a nigga who don't play Bennett like that. I don't play Bennett like that. That's how viable he is. And I've seen, I did a stream. There was a main DPS. Bennett came in and whacked shit. And the dude, oh my God, bro. The way he buffed my Ningguang was on another. I've never hit a number this big on her skill. My skill hit for 51,000 and I didn't even have a Geo Goblet. I was blown the fuck away. I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it. I got it. I got it. I got it. That's Bennett. Get him. Stop fighting it. I hated him. I still don't like the idea. Best character. Must have this character. All right, Yan Fei. Well, I don't know about best character. Well, nigga, take that as you wish. Anyway, Yan Fei. Yan Fei's viability is, we already know she's really viable. I don't think I need to speak on her too much. But, yeah, I don't think there's really much to say about Yan Fei. She's basically a Pyro Ningguang, long story short. It's just she relies on her charge attacks a lot more than Ningguang does. Ningguang really relies on her burst. Her burst is priority. Her shield to burst is Ningguang's priority, and then charge attacks. Whereas hers is burst to charge attacks, and then you cast her skill whenever you can. But the priority is to get into her burst and then start doing charge attacks. That's Yan Fei. It's a slightly different Ningguang, right? But they're very similar in that respect, but the fact that she's Pyro makes her a lot more elastic as far as teams are concerned. Whereas Ningguang works best with Geo teams, for the Geo Resonance. She can get her damage buff from multiple sources, whether it be water, ice. She can get her damage buff from Electro, with overloaded comps. She can get, not a damage buff, but you know what I mean? She can get additional damage from Electro. She can get the resonance from Pyro, and she can get the resonance from Geo. Just as Geo can get the Pyro resonance, but it's not typical you run 2 Pyro with 2 Geo. But in her case, you can run 1 Pyro with 2 Geo. Like you want Albedo, the Shogun, and Zhongli. Or let's say you got the Traveler and Noel, and you're in leeway, whatever. Yan Fei can work in that situation. If you happen to pick up a shield or you happen to pop Noel's shield, well, she does benefit from that, right? But she is a very good character. She doesn't necessarily rely on hyper-specific catalyst weapons either, similar to Ningguang. You can run Sacrificial on her. Is it going to work all the time? I guess it depends on your refinement, but you can. You can run the Witzith on her. You can run that, whatever that Dodoko tails, whatever that red one is. You can run that. That seems to be the best one, at least from what people are saying. You can run any of the 5 stars on her, minus the HP ones. You can run the Solar Pearl on her. Like she's a very elastic, very flexible character. She's very easy to build. Just build for Pyro and crit. Call it a day. Not much more than that, unless you want to get into Elemental Mastery for reactions. And if you are doing that, at that point, I'd recommend Fischl or Shogun or Beto, or any combination of those 3. But overall, this character, just based on her DPS output, whether C0 or C6, I'm gonna put her in like an A plus rank. I have to put her up that high. The only reason she's not in the top tier is because she doesn't have an AOE that can cover everything in a circle. Her AOE is just this little area in front of her, but the amount of damage you do in that AOE kind of makes up for it. And the fact that that number is so high is what's putting her in that A plus rank. Plus, she can only hit pyro. And as we all know, physical being one of the worst damages, if not the worst damage type in the game, second to Geo, right? As far as dealing damage. Yeah, man. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yanfei is she is kind of a league of her own. She's like a 5 star. She's like a 4.5 star. That's Yanfei. Chi-Chi. All right. Now, people cried about Chi-Chi forever. Okay. Now, I talked about this earlier in the stream where I was talking about, okay, well, why are people keep trying to build healers for DPS? And you can, but not everybody's toe-to-toe. And not everybody has a job where they make $20,000 a month or whatever the fuck this dude does. I don't know if he strips or what the fuck he's doing, but whatever he's doing, he can afford to do all that shit. So let him do that and you do you. And when it comes to Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi actually is a very creative character in my book also. Viability wise, it really depends. I think Chi-Chi shines in co-op more than anything else. I don't think Chi-Chi is really a single player type of healer. Like Chi-Chi is really like at her best in co-op, I've noticed. Like I'll put it this way. When I'm in domains and there's a Gene there, or I want to play my Gene, right? Gene plays, everyone's alive, it's cool, but you get bottlenecked sometimes. You get, oh my God, I need my cooldown. Oh my God, I'm afraid. Oh shit, I might blah 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 blah. Like things can happen, right? Whereas with Chi-Chi, you don't really got to worry about that too much. You're kind of just always healing all the time. And it's not by a small margin. It's like 7, 8, 900, 1,500 heals. Like they're big. They're really big and they're fast. They're big as fuck and fast as hell. And because she's a 5-star is, I think in early Genshin, why the character scales with attack, whereas Barbara scales with HP, right? So traditionally with 4 stars, you have to pick a lane and build for that. And the 5 stars is where you kind of got the best of both worlds. At least from what I got out of early Genshin, is you can kind of build them in this middle ground, and they're extremely viable in all their palette, I guess I would call it. Right. So you can build a healer Chi-Chi and still put up respectable damage, depending on the weapon you use, depending on your crit ratio, so on and so forth. But I think overall, Chi-Chi is a character that I think people do kind of whine about a little too much. And this stream really is to kind of build up characters that are shit on a little bit more than they should be, and kind of bring down characters that are like get their nipples tickled, for lack of a better term, more than they should. Like, oh, Kazuha's the best thing since like he's great. Come on now, get off his nuts. He's great. He is great. He's fantastic. But get off his nuts, please. Like every character's good. He's not Jesus, nigga. Like, come on. And then Chi-Chi is not like molded bread. Like Chi-Chi's actually a really good character. Chi-Chi's actually gonna be one of my stronger healers. I can already tell, because with Chi-Chi, unlike Jean, puts out, from what it looks like, more damage over time. Though it seems to be more damage over time, and instead of running like an animal goblet to capitalize on that, or her burst, here's what's nice about Jean and Chi-Chi is you can actually, depending on the build, you can actually move over, depending on the build. Once again, like let's say you run a because I have a physical goblet. Let's say you run a physical goblet on your gene, right? And you're like, cool, my gene is done. You can copy paste this over to Chi-Chi and it works. And that I think is what's really good about both of these characters, particularly for the Spiral Abyss. Now, like I said, I think Chi-Chi's better in co-op, but if you don't have a built Barbara, but you, for whatever reason, are pulling a bunch of characters and you got a Chi-Chi and a Gene, then you do have a really good Chi-Chi on your side who can do at least some kind of DPS while you're healing. And if you've ever seen me use Barbara, there are times where I have to hit my heal and I gotta, sorry about that, I gotta hit my heal and I gotta sit there and hit attack a few times with a charge attack to get my characters back up. Well, Chi-Chi's the same. It's just that Chi-Chi is a melee versus a catalyst, right? She applies hydro, but you're doing the same thing at the end of the day. And because Chi-Chi is Chi-Chi, you're going to have to get close up to the enemy anyway. So instead of applying hydro, you're applying cryo. So it's not really that different. If anything, it's a 5-star Barbara without the, well, not really a 5-star Barbara, but you know what I'm getting at. Like, you got to attack them. They get cryo applied to them by the time you're done attacking them. And then you switch back to your other characters and you do whatever you got to do. You know what I mean? Plus, the builds are very plug and play across the board between this character and Bennett, to be fair. Between her, Bennett, and Jean, they're very plug and play. And believe it or not, actually, who else was it? There was another character who's like that. I think it was Sayu. I think you do the same thing with Sayu. Sayu you might want to build a little bit different because it's Animo, but we'll get to Sayu in a little bit. But as far as Chi-Chi, if we're talking about healer, DPS, all around the board, Chi-Chi, I want to say Chi-Chi is probably like from what I get from Chi-Chi so far, God, Chi-Chi, it really fucking depends with Chi-Chi. Like, if you're healing Ajdaha co-op, Chi-Chi's S tier. If you're healing Ajdaha single player, Chi-Chi's like C tier. It's like that. Like, that's kind of where Chi-Chi sits. Like, Chi-Chi's good, but Chi-Chi is very, like, hit and miss. Right? So I'll do it like this. Co-op, Chi-Chi's S tier, period. If not SS plus. Like, Chi-Chi is like the best co-op. I don't use Chi-Chi for co-op because I don't have my Chi-Chi leveled up. But if I did, I would definitely be using Chi-Chi a lot more. Animo, you can't crack shields, but there's at least, what? You can crack 3 different shields with Chi-Chi. I mean, technically, right? You can crack fire, or at least do something to fire. You could do something to water. You could freeze the water guys, particularly. And electro, it's a done deal for electro shields, right? So Chi-Chi does have a lot of viability in contrast to Jean. And Jean is actually really good. But you take that and you make it Chi-Chi. The big difference between Chi-Chi and Jean, and this is something I want people to understand, because I don't want people to say Jean's ass, Chi-Chi's better, or Chi-Chi's ass, Jean's better, or both are ass, or both are the best, or none of that. Just, you got to look at them very objectively, right? The difference between the two is that Jean heals a small amount over time, but heals a fuckload, like, in a huge burst. Whereas Chi-Chi heals a fuckload over time and basically doesn't heal at all during her burst. Right? So that's kind of the difference, right? If you go in according to those lines, then yeah, that's kind of where they sit. Now, the reason I have this on Chi-Chi, it should be pretty self-explanatory, but just in case somebody's wondering, there's a 15-second cooldown and there's a 30-second cooldown, 50-second duration. Well, with the sacrificial sword, you get, I think it's 26 seconds, 22 seconds. Oh yeah, I got another. Anyway, so it's 22 seconds, right? So if I hit the enemy with the skill and it resets my cooldown, right? As soon as it goes away, 15 seconds has passed. Well, if I hit it again, now it's going to be up for another 15 seconds. I have 8 seconds to hit the enemy with the skill in hopes that I re-proc another sacrificial cast, meaning that theoretically I can have a 100% uptime on Chi-Chi's skill with the sacrificial sword. That's why I run the sacrificial sword. That is my healing weapon of choice personally. I would love to have R5, but Xingqiu exists, so I'm saving this really for Xingqiu. Unless I never get Xingqiu, then Chi Chi's going to use this. I would like to get another one, but we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. But chips are chips, nuts are nuts, whatever the fuck. Anyway, Chi Chi, I would say, because the two are different, like A tier, S tier, B tier, C tier, all that extra shit, I'd say probably like B plus, low A, A minus, somewhere in that pocket. Because Chi Chi can do she can do respectable DPS. You know what I mean? And it doesn't take a really large margin of like it doesn't take a huge build to get it done. And you're really just building like a bloodstained pale flame build because Chi-Chi's not a cryo damage dealer. She's a physical damage dealer. You can do cryo. You can. You really can. You can do cryo. You can hit a burst. A burst will do some damage. You can do the melt comp and all the shit. Like I know. You can do all the things, but the majority of your damage to my understanding, at least from the way it's looking, is going to be coming from your physical DPS. You're going to, by the time you hit your burst to hit for 40,000, you probably put out about 80,000 worth of DPS and physical damage. So you might as well just spec into physical damage. You know what I mean? Let alone your skill probably only put out like 10,000 damage. So at the end of the day, you're doing 50,000, but you put out 80,000 with your physical damage. Just build for physical damage. Just buff that by 50%. And instead of doing 80, do 120 over time. Right. So at least that's my thinking. I don't know if that would be fair to say, but that's where my mind is going as far as Chi-Chi's concerned. And because Chi-Chi can do that and physical damage doesn't really have any resistances outside of enemies' ability to directly resist physical damage, right? I feel like Chi-Chi does kind of have her own pocket. The only thing is, if physical damage was effective against shields, like just physical damage, not claymores. I'm talking about just physical damage. If physical damage was viable against shields in some way, then Chi-Chi would easily be in an S tier, but she's not because of that, so I have to pull her back a little bit. Her heals is what's keeping her in a high tier. So I got it, but I have to say like an A minus. I'll say B plus because there are better DPS in the game if you're going for a DPS Chi-Chi. But Chi-Chi is, in my personal opinion, the strongest healer in the game. Not the best, but the strongest healer in the game. Easily the strongest. Like, she can burst heal a team faster than Barber can, but Barber has a burst that can literally 100% heal anything in the game. You can have all HP substat, main stat, weapons, everything, 6-star, everything on 3 Hu Taos. Well, it doesn't matter how many Hu Taos there are really, but on a Hu Tao, 50,000 HP, Barber can heal that shit, no problem. She can just pop, burst, bam, and full health like that. That's Barber. Chi-Chi would take a little bit to get there, but Chi-Chi can do it. But the fact is, Chi-Chi can do it. It's going to be over time. Chi-Chi will keep your team alive, though. Chi-Chi will definitely keep your team alive. If you die and there's a Chi-Chi on your team, particularly if that Chi-Chi has a sacrificial sword, then I don't know. It's not easy, but it's not hard either. And if you play Chi-Chi right, there should be absolutely no reason why anybody dies on your account outside the fact that maybe you don't have a shield and you're going down or getting knocked down or something or whatever, or you prematurely hit your skill or something. Like, it has to be something like that, especially if you're spamming bursts, right? So, but Chi-Chi in my book, at least for now, has to stay at like a B plus range because like she's just not great single player. Better than Kokomi, but just not the best single player. Single player, yeah, I don't know. Unless you run a pure heal Chi-Chi, which no one does for some reason, then I don't know. Pure heal Chi-Chi, I could put it if Chi-Chi has a healer, pure heal build, A plus S tier. Single player, I could say that. Because it only takes a couple swipes to fully heal your team. It's boop, 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 boop. And then your whole team is healed full. Easy. Bop, 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 bop. Everybody's healed. Not a problem. But no one builds their Chi-Chi like that because, you know, the narrative is DPS. So everybody builds a DPS Chi-Chi and then, things happen in domains. So based on the narrative that's being pushed, the viability of Chi-Chi on your account is probably going to be like a B+. If I'm going to viability on your account, Chi-Chi's about a B+. All right. My heart of hearts says A plus S tier. That's my heart of hearts. A plus S tier. I know everything's A plus S tier right now. But I think that's because so many people have been putting these characters in such a low tier. It's like, nah, like you can't low tier these characters just because you're building a character against what they're built for. What's going on, Hifumi? I appreciate you stopping by, saying what's up. I hope all is well with you. I hope Germany's treating you good, brother. You know what I mean? I haven't heard no news out there. I just know you stay abroad, and I hope it's treating you well. Fischl, I think, goes without saying. Fischl is... Jesus Christ, man. Fischl is... If I had to do... I don't want to do a tier list, but it is a viability tier talk. It's not a tier list. It's just a tier talk, but I'm using tiers as an explanation, I guess. Dude, God, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Fischl's too good, man. She really is. C0 even. Like Fischl's just too good. Power Cup, 12 CR, 14 CD. Hey, okay, all right. So I can use EM Sands and have the same amount of crit rate. See what the EM Sands is doing versus your HP artifact. Something tells me that maybe HP still might beat it out, but it depends because I know EM Sands is 187, and with that much ER in addition, it should be more. Yeah, you said you do way more. Okay, all right, yeah. So with the EM Sands, yeah. So reactionary EM. So the conclusion is reactionary EM Sands, provided you have a good Pyro Goblet, right? And then the build is still the build, 4-piece. Was it Lava Walker? No, Crimson. 4-piece Crimson. And then, yeah, you're good. But you have, as long as you got the substats to back it up, though, you got to have the substats. But EM for reactions over HP. But if you're not doing reactions, HP over anything else. I mean, obviously, because EM doesn't do shit unless you're reacting, right? But yeah. So we're going to keep that in the vault. Just don't do an attack stance on Hu Tao. Long story short, don't do it. You'll be kicking yourself. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. No attack stats ever. Don't do that shit. Ever. You playing with a G, right? What's a G? If it's still alive, I'm gonna be there. I'm playing with a G. Yeah, right? Ooh, attack? Ooh. Like, ooh, what's that? Ooh. Yeah, don't put attack on Hu Tao. Yeah, me and Hifumi, Hifumi has been doing all the sciences on Hu Tao, bro. Like, all the sciences. Like, one of these days, oh my God, you said you got a G? Yeah, man. You need to stop in and let me know how that goes down. We're gonna make sure there's some good vibes being thrown in the air. If it's a G, I'm thinking of a G, $1,000. You need to call Shadow. You need to summon Shadow and Snowy, and we throw the good vibes and make it happen. Make something happen. If you spending it on I'm gonna say don't spend it on Genshin. I'm gonna say put that shit towards like a business or something, or invest that shit or something. But if you want to put it towards Genshin, you know what I mean? You riding, we riding with you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. We rocking with you, brother. You know what I'm saying? That's how that's going to go. But yeah, man. So Fischl, yeah, man. Fischl, yeah, dog. I really don't want to put this character in an S tier. I'm going to have to lower some of these tiers because too many are getting into S tier. So let me redo this. So Traveler has to go down to B tier. The Shogun, a friend. Oh, okay. I was finna say, nigga, what? But yeah, no, it's all good, brother. I'm just kicking it, bro. It's just a podcast. That's all we doing. Actually, I didn't even talk about the Shogun yet. I'm gonna get to her probably last, cause her ass is so all over the place. Barbara, I'm keeping in A tier. Zhongli, I'm keeping in S tier. Abedo, I'm dropping to C tier. Take it easy, Hifumi. Barbara, Jean, I'm gonna drop to B tier. Ayaka, I'm keeping in A tier. Kaching, I'm keeping in A tier. Mona, I'm dropping to B tier. Ningguang, I'm dropping to B tier. Diona, I'm dropping to C tier. Xiangling, I'm putting in probably B plus. Noelle, I'm putting C minus. Sucrose, I'm putting in A tier. It depends on her constellation. Constellation 0, she's D. Constellation 6, she's B. Bennett, S tier. Yanfei, A plus tier. Chi Chi is B minus. I gotta lower hers to B minus. Fischl is S tier. Now we're good. So yeah, Fischl has to be S tier. Fischl is S tier. I'm sorry. I hate Fischl. I really do. I don't hate Fischl. I fucking don't. I hate Fischl. I don't like this character, man. I really can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. But I'm not gonna sit here and deny I'm not gonna deny the facts though. The facts is the fact. The facts is the facts though. First, okay, let's go through it. First off, first off, shut up. First off, one of the few characters that actually uses the stringless. Okay, benefits from the sacrificial bow for whatever reason. Actually pairs really good with a Favonius warbow. So she's very flexible. Okay, and 4-star weapons work on her. Surprisingly, you don't need 5-star weapons. You can actually use 4-star weapons on this character and put numbers up, bro. Her artifact sets are super easy to just work with. You can do 4-piece, 2-piece, Elemental Mastery, Thunder and Fury. You can do Pyro sets. You can do fucking Energy Recharge sets. You can do all types of shit. You can do whatever on her. You can do Wanderer's Trope. The only thing you can't do is Gladiator. You could do Tenacity on her. You could do so much with this character. Super easy to build with. I already know how easy she is to build. It just totally depends on if you want to min-max her place, her role in your team comp. She's a range character. But the meat and potatoes of this character is fucking Oz, bro. It's Oz, Knight Rider, this guy, the little bird, that dude. That dude, he's cheap. He's just cheap, dude. Her burst is cool. All right, that's fine, fun and dandy. Haha, yay. But nah, man. Oz is different. Oz at C0 is different. At C0, he's different. But God forbid you get C6. Jesus Christ. Oz is a machine gun, dog. He is a machine gun at C6. He's dude, it's different. That nigga's different, bro. That dude is different. And these aren't weak hits. These aren't like 100, 200, 1,000. No, this is like 6,000, 7,000. Like, this is like at least 4,000. It's like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. And don't have Elemental Mastery. Don't have like a Sucrose with Elemental Mastery. Let alone a Beto. And then a Rosaria. Nigga, Rosaria allows you to switch out a crit weapon for a crit damage weapon. So now you could put a crit damage bow on your Fischl just for the fuck of it. Just because. Just because. Just because. But she's super easy to build for. Her constellations are everywhere. She's constantly on banners. There's quests that give her to you. They had events that were giving her away. Like she's just everywhere. Just Fischl. Everybody has Fischl. Like, and she's in the store. She's on the standard banner. She's on featured banners. You're going to have a constellation, at least a constellation on your Fischl. If you play this game for more than 4, 5, 6 months, you have constellation 1 at least Fischl. At least. I have this many constellations because they gave us like 3 Fischls. Like they were giving Fischl away at one point. Like I got Fischl like twice and I missed one. I missed a Fischl. And that's why I don't have C6 because I missed a Fischl giveaway. Like they were just giving Fischl away. Dude, she is such a good character. And the way she scales is even kind of ridiculous. Like that looks like it's not a lot, okay? That little 9%, it's 9 times like 20. He shoots like 20 fucking times. Just by upgrading this, you got a 180% boost in your damage. Like, it's ridiculous. Her scaling is ridiculous. Her constellations are ridiculous. Just everything about this character is great. And I can't stand this character because I cannot stand bows. I cannot use bows. The only bow character I can stomach using is Aloy. Not because she's PlayStation. It's because she has the ball I can throw at people's foreheads. I can throw the ball, and I feel like I can actually be in range when I'm hitting an enemy. I don't have to be far away to hit the enemy. And I feel like I'm actually doing something when I shoot the bow. Obviously without that weapon. Obviously with like that weapon. I knew there was a reason I kept that. But yeah, we're gonna keep this for her. But yeah, you know what I mean? But Fischl, it's easily in she's S tier all day. Like I've seen this character do way too much damage with the shittiest artifacts that I can't. It would be so disrespectful. I would be lying to y'all if I said that this character was not S tier. I would be lying to you if I said she wasn't S tier. Now, Beto, on the other hand, would be like A tier. Now, people would easily beg to differ because you know the Constellation 1 does the electro damage and shield absorbs, and then you know the Constellation 2 jumps to 2 extra characters, and if you scale her right, you can get that to 11,000 and blah. And you know the Constellation 4 gives her the electro for a second, and then now you got basically Razor and his ult kind of sorta, and then you know C6 has the resistance, and the bitch shut the fuck up. You still gotta know how to perfect parry with the character though. If you can't perfect parry, you might as well just use her for her burst and call it a day. She doesn't generate energy particles for her ass, right? There's not any, unless you're like really paying for weapons. There's like no claymores that you can use outside of like this one. The sacrificial greatsword halftime don't work on her, and you don't need it on her because her cooldown is already low anyway. Why she has an HP scaling in her kit, why, I honestly don't know, but I guess that would make sense why people use the bell on her or something. She doesn't work with this weapon. She doesn't work with the bell half the time. She doesn't work with this weapon. She can, but she doesn't though because it's got that stupid passive. But I am going to be using this on my Beto. If not that, then the Rain Slasher. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But Beto is good, but I have to put her in A rank because I got to start reserving that S rank for characters like this. Beto is just Beto. She's a shield with the electric jumpy thing. That's Beto. And she has the big swoosh. She's the big swoosh. Look at me, sexy high heel bitch. Look at me, pirate. Imagine me with tattoos. I'm your favorite crush that you've always had a crush on. Badass. Look at me. Ha ha ha. You know how girls like bad boys, guys, I guess, who like bad girls are like, oh, the Beto, she's the best, she's the this, she's the that. Nope, she's good. She's not great. She's not a female Jesus. Get over her. It's not that crazy, okay? She is A tier, though. She is A tier. Okay, you know who else is in A tier? Your favorite snapshot character. Your favorite screenshot character is in A tier. So the same way she's in A tier, getting screenshots all day is the same way she's in A tier. Because she's getting you the screenshot results in Spiral Abyss. And that's where she sits. Outside of the Spiral Abyss, she is just another 4-star. That's my opinion. I apologize if I triggered anybody. But really all she has going for her is the big swoosh, which Lisa can do more damage on SE6. Beto SE6 can't do the big swoosh like Lisa can. But she has the big swoosh. She does the little shield thing. But at that point now we're battling who has the better shield and all that extra shit. And when it comes to that, I'd beg to differ. Noel probably does more DPS over time than Beto. Somebody's going to be shitting on my channel for saying that, but when you see a Noel consistently hit 13,000 back to 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 back while having a shield up, I'm pretty sure that she can't hit 13,000 back to back to back to back to back. You know what she does? She does 8,000, 8,000. She does 8, 8, 8. Matter of fact, let me put it this way. She does -5, -5, -5, -5, -5, plus 10, -5, -5, -5, -5, -5, plus 10, -5, minus. That's what she does. So, no, she's A tier. You know, and it's funny, too, because she puts out more damage, but she's a lower tier. So, I'm trying to show respect to Beto. You know what I mean? Lost at 50-50, got Chi-Chi. I already built 61 pity. I only got 20, 25 pulls for a guarantee, but I don't have... Hold on, I'm trying to find what the follow-up was. But I don't have Primos. Oh, hey, you just missed it. I just covered Chi-Chi, by the way. So, Chi-Chi on my tier list was a B-. S tier, A tier, B-, A tier, SS plus, whatever. Depends on her constellation. She could be D or B. A tier, so on and so forth. Chi-Chi got to B-. As a healer, if you build a full heal Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi can be actually a S tier. Chi-Chi is S tier if you... So you actually got it. So you lost the 50-50, but got an S tier character. A potential... It just depends on how you build her. If you build Chi-Chi for DPS, you're gonna have a C tier character. If you build Chi-Chi purely for heals, you're going to have an S tier character. Easy. Because it only takes, what, 3, 4... You guys see... Nigga, if you don't get out my face with that sad face... But I feel your pain, though. I know, I do know where you're coming from, though. I understand where you're coming from, Lil B, because guess what? I have C2 gene, so I know the vibes. It hits you in the chest like I just wanted the I just wanted another. I just wanted constellation on Ayaka. But you gave me gene. The pain. Like I totally understand, but I don't think it's purely at a loss because you're set up for success, and I don't know what this constellation does. Let me see. When the Herald of Frost hits an opponent marked by the fortune-preserving talisman, Chi-Chi regenerates 2 energy. Is that it? You lost 3 times? Who do you have? Well, let me ask you this, because I've lost quite a few times. Well, no, I've lost. Okay, well, I'm not going to talk about that. But anyway, who do you have as far as 5 stars? You have Diluc. I'm assuming you got everybody. If you lost all 3, because you had to be pulling on a standard banner also, right? So you either have all 5 of the standard banner cast, or you got some, or one of your characters got a deadly combination going on. Like you got C2 Kaching or something, or like C2 Mona. Like if you got a C2 Mona, bro. And I'm getting a phone call. Give me one moment, but I'll wait for your reply. I got to answer this call. I'll be right back, guys, okay? One sec. Or not, I am back. But yeah, so I hope you do. Well, keep in mind this. Keep this in mind, little B, if you're still here. You do have 19 days, and you should easily get another pull in 19 days. And if it makes you feel any better, if I want it, well, I'm on like 60 something pulls myself right now, and I have a guaranteed pull. I'm actually waiting for Yay, but I've been in this situation countless times where the banner hits, you go for the pull, and either you win it or you don't, right? But I've been in situations where like I could actually pull another 5-star if I wanted to, I just didn't, right? Like my Ayaka situation. For example, I came back, I had like no Primo Gems. I actually streamed it. It's like a long time ago, right? I came back, I built it up, I pulled Ayaka early in the banner, and I was basically out of Primo Gems. And by the time it was the end of the banner, I built up enough to pull another Primo. I built up enough to pull another 5-star, and then I pulled a Gene, which guaranteed the Shogun for me. That's where the Shogun came from, right? So you will get, as long as you log in every day, do your constellations, I guarantee you without a shadow of a doubt. And keep this in mind, I was burning 50 to 150 Primo Gems per day to on resin, right? So if you just don't do that also, I guarantee you without a shadow of a doubt, you will get Hu Tao, if that's what you're going for. Okay, sounds good. So yeah, so you will be good, Lil B. All right, so I have to step away for a moment. Family just got here. I got to check in on them, and I'll be right back. One sec.
想切磋的话，我随时奉陪。
All right, I am back. All right, so this has been a long, super long stream, but I'm gonna wrap this up. Amber, where does she sit? Jesus Christ, where do I start? All right, so Amber. Oh my God. All right, so Amber. All right, so on the outside, yes, I will say yes. The character is like F. It's in Frank. You know, you have to purchase Welkin. Yeah, grab Welkin. Welkin is 27. Welkin is almost 2 10 pulls. That's all Welkin is. It's not a lot, but it is a lot. It is a lot. But if you get Welkin, I guarantee that you will get. I guarantee you'll get Hu Tao. I'll put it this way. I stopped playing the game before Hu Tao came out the first time, which is why I don't have Hu Tao. And so many people play Hu Tao that the only reason I pull a character is either I like the way they look. Why is she talking? The only reason I play a character is because I either like the way they look or I see some kind of like underdog potential in the character where it's like, oh, this character might be bad, so I'm gonna pull him and see if I can make him better. He was an accident. I already knew she was gonna be. Well, I didn't know she was gonna be great the first time. I didn't even know about her, right? But I know she's great now, so it's like, okay, well, there's nothing to explore in her kit. Ayaka was new, and I wanted Ayaka because her archetype and the Shogun it's the Shogun. Come on now, right? And then Toma, there's an argument with Toma, so I really wanted him so I could sort him out. I like to research, right? But when it comes to Hu Tao, I stopped between Hu Tao all the way up until Ayaka. That whole time I didn't play the game, right? So I pulled him and had enough to pull another 5-star. I pulled, oh, and you're free to play? No, that's what I'm saying. I pulled him, I pulled Zhongli, I pulled Albedo, and I pulled the Shogun. Right now, I'm a low spender. I do spend $15 a month. I want to disclose that. So I do have 20 pulls on you effectively because I'm getting 2,700 plus 650, something like that. Right. So I got like 20 pulls. I'm almost 20 pulls ahead of you, but that's 20 pulls. Right. I'm telling you right now, from the time I started playing this game all the way up to now, I've always been like 20 to 30 to 40 pulls ahead on 2 5-star pulls. It depends on how you start your banner. And because we still have 19 days left, believe it or not, we still have 2 events that we can go through. And keep in mind, I don't actually do the web events, and I still pull a 5-star every banner, whether it's a guarantee or it's not. You know what I mean? And the way I set my account up to pull is if I don't get the character in the beginning of the banner, then that gives me enough time to make up to get the character the second time. Because it only takes an average of 70 pulls to pull a character. Every character on my account, I pulled less than 80 pulls. Now, I don't know if you have that kind of luck or if your luck is better or worse, but typically speaking, it doesn't take that long as you're pulling singles after 50. If you're pulling singles after 50, I'll pull the last one I pulled, I got in 12 pulls. It's all RNG at that point, but what I'm saying is I am thoroughly confident that you're going to get Hu Tao, if that's what you're going for. Because you said you lost the 50-50 and got Chi-Chi, so I'm assuming you want Hu Tao. I guarantee you'll get Hu Tao. Scrounge up $5, get the Blessing of the Moon, Blessing of the Welkin, or whatever. You'll get an extra 10 pull and some change. You'll get like 15 extra pulls. That's what that's going to get you. But if you don't get it and you just do the event and you just grind out your primo gems, make sure you do all the primo gem things, right? If you have, achievements you need to knock out your achievements. There's primo gems everywhere. There's like if you do your chess, like just in chess, there's probably like 2,000 and some change primo gems floating around, between Inazuma and Li Wei and. Like you can go, I know it's only 1 to 2 primo gems, but it's something, right? And if you need it, it's there. You just got to go get it. You know what I'm saying? So between achievements, your commissions, the events are huge and all that. And then just don't do resin refreshes. You should get Hu Tao. Because with me doing resin refreshes, I'm able to pull 2 5-stars on every banner. If I spend it on every banner, like I can do 2 resin refreshes every day and still pull a 5-star. So effectively, I'm losing 40 primo gems a day because I get 90 and spend 150. So actually, I'm losing 60 a day. So losing 60 a day, kind of, sort of, like from what I should be keeping. You know what I mean? I get, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm getting, you know what I mean? Like, I'm spending hella primo gems, but I'm still getting 5-star characters. So, just don't do resin refreshes, and there's your blessing. There's your welcome moon right there. If you do resin refreshes, it's all in how you it's really just resource management. But I have faith in you. All right, back to this viability situation. Viable. You know what? When it comes to viability, I almost want to move her down a tier, like B tier or something. Because you don't need Beto. And the time you need Beto is super specific. It's like super specific. It's like you need X character, Y character in this specific part of the game. And that's when you don't even need Beto for that. It's nice if you have her, but you don't need her. Like, Fischl has way more needs in the game than Beto does. Like, Beto's a nice to have character, but she's not like viable. She's not gonna make your account viable because you have Beto. It's nice that you have her, but she's not gonna make your account viable, in my opinion. I just can't put. I can't put her. I could in good faith. In good faith, I can't put her in S tier. I can't. I would want to, but I really can't. I really can't. But she is a great character. I'll say it like this. There are S tier Betos out there, but they're S tier by way of their investment, and only because they're God tier in what Beto is used for. And what Beto is used for, she's like godly, but that's it. And what the hell am I talking about? I'm talking about Sucrose Taser Team in the Spiral Abyss. That's it. Sucrose, Fischl, Xingqiu, Beto, Spiral Abyss, fuckload of Elemental Mastery, Triple Crown, Rain Slasher, level 90, or the crit weapon, the Battle Pass weapon, fucking the whole shit to Beto, and then Beto is like God tier. But anything before that, nah, she's like B tier. She's just a character who looks cool with an eye patch, who looks like if this was not a PG game, she'd probably be the one saying cuss words all the time, like "shut up, bitch, fetch me my beer, motherfucker." Like she's I'm a bad bitch, Nicki Minaj. Like she, you know what I mean? Like yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, gangster. Like because she gives off that aura, I think people expect more from Beto, but she's not. Her viability is not Fischl. She's just. I have a big swooshy thing, and it does the big number, the big shiny number, and I was like, "Ooh, the parry, big shiny number, haha, see, 30,000. She's so strong." Like, no, nigga. Like, I don't need to parry or nothing. I just need to just go bink, and I hit for 21 on a Geo character. Like, that's it. Bam, 21. And if you're hitting for 30, usually that's after a reaction or after a Bennett buff, or there's usually more to it than just, I hit for 30. Like, there's usually a little bit more to the story than that. It's like a Spiral Abyss 60% crit buff or some crazy shit going on. It's usually something like that. And then you see the big, oh my God, that was so strong. It's usually that. So from an account perspective, Beto is a B. And I only want to share that because I know there's a lot of people who really believe in their character. And I believe in the character too. I just don't want to say, hey, you have Beto, so now magically it's like you got Kazuha on your account. No, that's not the case. You have Beto. You have Beto. It's not like you got Fischl on your account. Fischl hits niggas from across the room. She doesn't. She can, but she doesn't. I hope that's clear. Amber is hyper dependent on the way you play her. Amber is, you know what Amber is? And for people who know what I'm talking about, you're going to know exactly what I mean when I say this. Amber is as all over the place as the Shogun is when it comes to where she fits in a tier. She is all over the place. She's either absolute trash or she is one of the best characters in the game. But it is so dependent on your constellations that she's almost in the same boat that Lisa's in, where without the constellations, she's basically terrible. Because you need to have Constellation 4, I want to say. You got to have that where the cooldown is decreased by 20%, and then that gives you more damage over time, obviously, right? But I thought there was one, where is it? It's C2. C2, which deals to 200% additional damage. That one moves her up one tier, which brings her from like E or F, like faulty, fraud tier, right? She goes from that to like D or C tier or somewhere in that pocket, right? with the bunny triggered because of that 200%. When you see the damage that that does, you have to go look for people to demonstrate it, because I'm not going to do it, because I'm never going to use Amber outside of she's the homie. She feels like the cousin that comes over every once in a while. And she watches, I don't know, Full House with you or something, or whatever show anybody. She watches King Orochi, whatever fucking anime y'all people, whatever anybody watches. I watch Demon Slayer. I just finished the season and I gotta go watch movies now. So I'm not saying it like that. I'm just trying to pick a name out the middle of the air because I don't know what people watch nowadays. But whatever you're watching, Amber comes over. She's like, "What are we watching today?" You're like, "Kingen." She's like, "Cool, let's watch that." And then you guys eat popcorn and talk shit. And she throws the bunny and hits you in the head and pillow fight and all kind of other shit. She's just a homie. That's Amber. But in combat, she's ass. She is terrible. She's not somebody you take into combat. You just enjoy her bubbly personality. Say hi to her every once in a while, and that's Amber. She's a character. That's Amber, right? But with Bunny triggered, oh my God! Now you're looking at your what do they call it? Damage per screenshot or damage per thumbnail or something like that. That's when you start getting into that territory, because she can actually do that. You know what I'm saying? With that. Because you need that additional 200%. But the thing is about it, and this is also what pulls her back a little bit, is the fact that you actually have to shoot the foot of the bunny, which is fucking stupid. Why you can't just shoot the bunny, I don't know. But you shoot the foot of the bunny and it blows up, and the damage that comes out of that thing is astronomical. It really is. And when they say it deals 200% additional damage, what that means is that number right there that says 142 is now 342. At talent level 3. That is pretty significant once you start to scale this up pretty high, particularly with melt comps. Because melt comps, where the fire hits second, is bonkers because it's a 2.0 multiplier, whereas with vaporize, if you hit fire second, then it's only a 1.5 multiplier. So melt is amazing for her. You pop Kea, you pop a bunny out, you shoot the foot, watch shit go boom. That's her. Now, she has this other thing, if I'm not mistaken, it is this right here, where she gets the attack boost of 15%, but then I think it was another one. So it is C3. So it's between C3 and C6. She has this thing with her burst that I'm still trying to understand, right? There's something with her burst that does a weird melt thing where, you know how the arrows fall and they only hit for like 2,000 on a built Amber, and it's like, wow, that's a lot. And it's like 2,000 over and over and over, and you're like, that's a lot of 2,000s. And then you look at the health bar and it's like, that's not a lot of damage, right? But then you do it with melt and it goes for some reason. It goes, I don't know how this works. I got to look into it, so don't quote me on this. I'm a big, I don't want to say a fan, but I'm going to say a student of I Win to Lose. If you don't know who this guy is, he's going to be featured in a thing with Tony Toe involving a Spiral Abyss speed running or something. He's one of those guys, right? But he's more like the science teacher of that community, I guess. And he does this thing with Amber, and this is why it's hard for me to place her, because he's showing me Amber in a different light. This nigga's Amber is hitting like 12,000 per arrow. And it's not like she's like triple crowned or got some super busted build or anything crazy on her. It's the way he's got her build balanced in correlation to the comp and the rotation that he's doing. By the time he's done, the arrows are hitting for anywhere between 12,000 per hit to like 23,000 per hit. It's weird. And it's not one arrow. It's like 20 ticks of this shit. So you're looking at like 400,000 on an Amber burst, which is kind of weird, right? So I don't know where to place her. I don't really know where to place Amber. On the surface, yeah, worst character ever. At Constellation 2, sure, she can go up a tier. But once you start really playing Amber, like I really play Amber. I really play this character. Amber is actually a really viable character. Really, really viable. She can sit comfortably in like a C. She could even hover around A tier if you know what you're doing on some I win to lose type of shit. Like she is putting up Yan Fei numbers. And we know where Yan Fei is sitting. Yan Fei is like A plus, almost S tier. Like as far as viability, like Amber is some shit though. Like from what I've seen, and this isn't like magic number trickery. This is just some. Hey, by the way, did you know Amber can do this? It has to do with the way ICDs work, and you do this and this and this, and then voila. And it's like, what the fuck did I just see? That's what's happening, right? So are you going to get those exact numbers? Hell no, because that nigga's a whale. So not just a whale, a giga whale. You know what I'm saying? So C6, R5, everything. He recently just got another. He has 2 R5 staff performers. Whale. Like a whale. He's a whale. Like, Shamu shit. That's I win to lose. But he understands the mechanics and he has the DPS let me explain something real quick as I'm wrapping up this Amber thing, okay? The reason these whales are able to find this, I have a whale account equivalent in Warframe, right? The reason why that happens is because we have so much DPS that we can sacrifice DPS to explore other options. So we're not afraid to take the hit here to explore this option to see how viable this is, right? So like, let's say in Warframe, for example, I want to test a sidearm weapon and I want to test it in Steel Path Mott solo and see how it performs. Well, I have a build that I'm basically invincible and there's no way anybody can kill me. And I understand how the mechanics work. And if this doesn't work and I just need to clear the room just so I can get back to testing, I can pull out a Brahma. I can, I can bring what do they call it? Vulpaphyla. I could bring a Vulpaphyla and that could just proc whatever the fuck on everything. And I hit it with a Brahma with 100 munitions and everything, it dies in one hit. Like one hit, maybe 1 to 2 slash procs and everything's dead. So now I can go back to testing my gun. Of course, if there's a Vulpaphyla, it might skew the results. But not to mention we have something called a simulacrum, which is where we can test our builds, right? Now, we don't have that in this game. But what I'm saying is that's how these whales are finding all this really random shit, is they can sacrifice the DPS to make room to, okay, well, what's Amber like? Because who the fuck is bringing Amber into the Spiral Abyss? You got to make the DPS from somewhere. And when you are literally walking into a room, you hit Bennett's ult, and then you swing once, and the room and the screen goes black. And then on the next floor, you hit Mona, and then you hit, what's her name's ult? What's her name? Eula? You hit Eula's ult, and then you switch characters, and the screen goes black. Like, when you have that type of account, I don't think Amber's really going to matter. So he played Amber, and now we're here. You know what I mean? So I think Amber has a lot of potential. I haven't done enough research to put her higher because I don't know how easy it is to do that rotation. The viability says that she's really viable to the account. Not to mention, here's the reason why I really want to place her high on the account, because if everybody remembers, anybody who has a 5-star character on their account outside the Traveler, you have an account that you have played on for some time at this point, because it takes a while before you get your first 5-star character, right? You can get 5 stars off the banner, but your first 5-star feature character, it takes a little bit. You know what I mean? You might lose 50-50, you might get 50-50, but it takes a while to get 90 wishes, right? So you've been playing for 21 days, every day, you know about commissions, you know about rotations, blah, 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 blah. Guess who's on your team? Amber. Guess what you're doing? Shooting bows at everything, breaking everything. Guess what you're doing also? You're throwing out the Baron Bunny because there's puzzles that requires 2 people to stand on, and Baron Bunny counts as a person. So there you go, right? And then you got the Traveler. So then you're a Geo Traveler, you pop one here, you pop Baron Bunny there, you stand on this one, now you just occupied the space of 3 people. 4 people, not a problem. Geo Traveler on 2, Baron Bunny on 1, you stand on another one, now you're done, right? So that happens. So viability to your account as a whole, Amber is, in my opinion, kind of irreplaceable. And I'm kind of glad that she's free. But as far as the rest of the content in the game, I really kind of do have to put her kind of low. Like, she has to be like D- at least. Like, not F tier, overall on the account, like once you get past a certain point in the game, you kind of don't really need to play Amber, and you don't really need to invest in Amber past like AR like 40. Like at AR 40, you kind of don't really need to invest in her. Can you invest in her? Absolutely. Should you invest in her? That's up to you. You can 50-50 that because she does hit hard. She takes more of an investment than Fischl would for her to hit as hard as Fischl does. You know what I mean? But keep in mind, she is a pseudo tank, meaning that Baron Bunny is your tank. She's in every sense of the word, she is a 4-star Ganyu in every sense of the word. She puts a thing down that tanks enemies. It does a element worth of damage to the enemy. She does a thing in the air and shit falls and hits the enemy over a little short amount of time. The difference is Ganyu is a 5-star and she's cryo. So Ganyu does a dodge thing and gets the hell out of dodge, and that attracts enemies. Her AoE size is hella bigger, and the duration is hella longer, and the damage is hella higher. Plus, because she's cryo, she's probably going to be the applicator, and the pyro person is going to be the trigger. So your melt comp is going to be 2.0 melt comps. Whereas in her case, you might have a 2.0 melt comp, but because it's so much fire happening to the enemy, I don't really know how that's going to work out. Like, it's got to be weird. I'll do a little bit more research on it, but for now, I'm going to put her in like, for now, I'm going to show her a little bit of love and give her a C rank, C minus. I'll give her a C minus because I've seen Amber do some shit, but I don't want anybody to just go out in the world thinking that Amber ain't nothing. Like, I've been in these public domains and Amber can do some shit. Don't think she can't, okay? Don't be fooled by the narrative. Amber ain't garbage. She's not anywhere near the best, but she's not a throwaway character. You can throw her away, but you could throw her away the same way you would throw away Beto. You know what I mean? It's just that Beto has more of an important role being the Spiral Abyss, 9 through 12. Whereas Amber, it's still kind of up in the air how that's going to work unless you're a whale and ICD calculus things and all that type of shit, right? So we're going to do a C minus question mark on her, but she's not as, I just want to get across that she's not as bad as people think. Aloy, here's the story with Aloy, and I want you guys to mark my word on this shit. You could timestamp whatever the fuck Mr. Ashy Hand says. What's his name? Life for Real? That nigga, whatever he says, bring it back, put it in my face, make me eat my words, the whole shit. I promise you right now, this character right here, Aloy, is going to be so fucking busted by the time she gets to C6. If they release Constellations. If they release Constellations, I have a really strong gut feeling by design that they're going to do something regarding her cooldowns. They put her out, no Constellations, to get feedback. Over the course of feedback, they're going to introduce these Constellations as patch updates. So what's wrong with her? This is wrong with her. Okay, what's wrong with her? This is wrong with her. What's wrong with her? This is wrong with her. What's wrong with this? This is wrong with her. Okay, that's fantastic. Now that we know what's wrong with her, we'll take the weakest one of the bunch and we'll give that as a constellation. We'll take the second weakest, or second strongest at this point, and then the strongest one, bam, now you got C6. I think that's what's going to happen. Oh, her cooldown sucks. Okay, we're going to put that C4. Oh, man, well, it takes too long to get to cryo, or she has to, I can't get all the enemies to run into 4 of them. Can it be cool if they run into like 3 or 2 or something? Cool, C1. You know what I mean? Oh, my God, her burst is, I wish her burst it's converted me to cryo or something. Okay, that's C2, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's going to be the case with Aloy. And then, of course, you have your skill and your burst and so on and so forth. So I don't think we're going to see Aloy really shine until she's at C6, similar to how the Traveler did. Because the Traveler is kind of shitty, for lack of a better term. It's a really crappy character right up until you get all the constellations. Once you get all the constellations, then it's like, oh, shit, Traveler's kind of a thing. Like, yeah, Traveler's a thing. Don't believe me? Just you search YouTube yourself. Traveler's really a thing. So that's my take on Aloy. Really fun character. Where does she sit in the totem pole right now? She's kind of trash unless you have all the things to compensate for what she's capable of. And even still, her burst is still kind of lackluster from what I can tell out of the character. Really, really fun. Just the effectiveness of her is just like, you feel like you should be hitting harder, but you're not. And that's my only like beef with Aloy. Outside of that, you know, if I had to put her in like a tier, like right now, she would be like C tier. She'd be hovering somewhere in that pocket. And the only thing keeping her in C tier, in all honesty, is the fact that I have faith in her constellations. If her constellations aren't as good as I think they're going to be, then she might actually go down a tier. If she never gets constellations, then she's just going to have to chill in C tier. If her constellations are what I think they're going to be, I have a strong feeling she'll be like A minus, B plus, somewhere in that pocket. This nigga right here is like A plus S tier easy. And the reason why I say that is because I know how this guy performs. This dude is a overperformer, and my God, it is really hot in this room, so I'm going to step out. Yeah, it is super hot. Yeah. Let me see if I got a charger. Where is my iPad? I don't know where my iPad is. All right, that's okay. I'll just go to the garage. All right, so let's talk about Tartaglia for a second. So Tartaglia, and I'm not going to be looking at the screen, but I can see the stream. The thing about Tartaglia that makes him, in my opinion, S tier is two things. And then I'll talk about why I'm not putting him in a firm S tier, why I said A plus, right? So the thing is, he is a nuke character and he can vaporize. The fact that he's water means that he can do vaporize. He can do 2.0 vaporizes. The fact that he can do a 2.0 vaporize is like that's why you keep seeing Tartaglia hit these 1 millions and 2 millions and 3 millions and 8 millions and 90 millions and billions and trillions and oh, we got a bigger number. Like that's why. Not to mention, he doesn't rely on his constellations so much to get a lot of power out of them. If anything, his constellations, you'll only be looking at like a, 15 to 20% increase in DPS or something like that, to my understanding. Could be higher. But, you know, I don't think it's really that big of a difference between what the damage he's going to be doing outside of the damage he's going to be doing at C0, right? I think the only time he really becomes an S tier, if not S plus, is when he goes C6. And that's if you can get him to C6. If you happen to get him like C2, C3 the first time around, you know, hopefully you got him to C6 this time around. I mean, at this point, we should have had two opportunities to get him C6, right? But at C6 is when he becomes like a top tier character. And the reason why is because not only is he water, he's one of the best water applicators, easy by a long shot. But at C6, you don't have to worry about a cooldown anymore. And if you don't understand what that means on this character, then you have to be sleeping under a rock. Like, the whole argument about Tartaglia is the cooldown of his skill. And the cooldown of his skill is what keeps him from really expressing how amazing of a character he actually is. Storyline's another story. I hate his ass in the story. As a unit, though, the dude he's a murderer. The dude hits so hard. He uses the rust. He could take advantage of the stringless. Like his skill uses two different two different calculations. You can scale it two different ways is what I'm trying to say. You can scale it via normal or charge damage, or you can scale it via skill damage. Like, bro, pick a fucking stat. Like, you can't have both, but he can. I mean, other characters can, sure, but he can. Not only that, he can do hydro damage. So it's like, dude, are you for real? So if you get a character that can increase the skill damage of your crew, somebody who can increase the normal damage of your crew, somebody who can increase the hydro damage of your crew, like Barbara, she can give extra hydro damage to your party, right? Like, this guy, just on the surface, can put out some amazing numbers. His AoE size is pretty fucking big. His animations look really cool. His combos are really easy. His meta combos are really easy. You know, 1-2 charge attack, 1-2 charge attack, 1-2-3 charge attack, 1-2-3 charge attack, 1 charge attack, 1 charge attack. Like, he's really easy to play. And the fact that he only hits Hydro when he's in his skill makes him perfect for like Xiangling or even this guy Toma Or, Raiden Shogun for, electrostatic. Like he's Fischl. Like Fischl's really good. Beto's really good. Like he fits so many different like teams. It's kind of ridiculous. And he makes up so much damage in his skill that it's almost like you don't even have to acknowledge the bow. You don't have to care about the bow. The bow doesn't matter, which is why a lot of people run rust on him. The only thing about the rust is that the rust doesn't benefit his burst. But that doesn't really matter because the bulk of his damage, unless you're building a nuke Tartaglia, the bulk of his damage is going to be coming from his skill. Which brings us to the A+, which brings us to why I was thinking A+. The thing about it is you have to mentally monitor his cooldown. And unless you actually actively play the character routinely, it's going to be hard to fill out when you should stop his cooldown or when his cooldown is going to be done, or when you should stop his skill or switch him out for that matter, or when his cooldown is actually going to be finished. It's really hard to fill out when that is because his cooldown is a variable number. So depending on how many combo attacks you do, basically, because that's probably how, I'm assuming that's how people would gauge how long it's going to last. Let's say you do N2C 2 times and you switch them out, you'll probably get like, a 10, 15 second cooldown or something, right? Being able to fill out that 10, 15 second cooldown is something that you just got to get adjusted to. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to turn it off. You're going to just switch characters, I would assume. Unless you want to turn it off just to get a peek at the cooldown and then switch off, right? It's totally up to your playstyle. But the fact that it's a variable makes him almost like a lightweight burst Shogun. You know how that you pop the Shogun's burst and then you do that for 7 seconds and then you put her away? It's kind of like that. The difference between him and a Shogun, though, is that the Shogun can do damage even though she's not on the field. Not to mention she can apply Electro while she's not on the field, right? So that's where they kind of have a clear differentiation. Let's say, for all example's sake, the Shogun was a Hydro character. She would actually, in my opinion, be a better character. Like, she would actually be, I would have to bump him down a tier because she's Hydro, but she's not. She's Electro. And because she's Electro, she's transformative, which means she can't do crit-based reactions. So I can't really, she's a different conversation. But it's similar to that, where you kind of fill out the cooldown. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't get the cooldown down packed, then you might have a little bit of a time trying to work around his cooldown, and that's going to really fuck with your rotation and fuck with your buttons, and you might switch to him too early, and now you just wasted a second or two, and then now you got to switch back, and it's like, okay, well, now I wasted 2-3 seconds or whatever the case is, and it's like it could be kind of cumbersome. It kind of throws you off sometimes, you know what I mean? Or you might have triggered Thrilling Tales prematurely, and okay, well, now I gotta stay on this guy, and well, now you're there, so it is what it is, type of scenario. You know what I'm saying? So,
Can I borrow your Ethan pick table one last time, and I'll never ask you?
I am streaming, but yes, right after, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I have one. I'm gonna look for mine. Can I?
Huh?
1 second.
Give me 1 sec, guys. Give me 1 sec. Sorry. All right, for sure. All right, so welcome back, Hifumi. How you doing, brother? There's a spider in my bedroom. I watch. Hell nah. As dude said, there's a spider in my bedroom. I watched it grow up.
Oh, that's some mama stuff. There was a spider under that table that she was like, "Oh, that's my friend." And I was like,
Yeah, like really? Like, is your name? What's his name? His name is
if you ain't
Steve.
gonna name him, you're not committed.
Yeah, what's his name? Steve. His name is Steve Fox. It's like Tekken, because he throws bows at flies or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, so Tartaglia, I feel like, I think if you're inexperienced or you're not really comfortable doing trying to pay attention to his cooldowns, I'll close it when I go in. At that point, I feel like Tartaglia would be bumped down to maybe like a B+ to A, somewhere in that pocket, simply because of his cooldown. But if you take time and learn the character, if you accidentally pulled him and or whatever the case is, and you, oh my God, why is he being reran again? Blah 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 blah. Well, as a guy who actually doesn't like Tartaglia, I'm here to tell you that you're actually sitting on a S tier character if you learn how to play the character. I don't want to learn how to play him, but that's my decision. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys. If you want to play him, or if you need water, or if you don't know where he sits on the totem pole as far as viability on an account, he actually is one of the more viable characters on your account, sitting in a very comfortable S tier if you learn how to play him. If you don't learn how to play him, he is going to be a B tier until then. And the reason he's even in B tier is that fucking nuke is god awfully strong, and the skill does way too much damage to put him anything lower than B. I keep wanting to put him lower, and I can't comfortably put him lower. I can't. I really can't. I want to, because I don't like him, but I can't. In good, honest faith, I cannot. And I know how viable the character is, and I am going to show respect to people who play the character, and I'm going to speak facts. This nigga is nothing to fuck with. He is a problem. Tartaglia is a really, really extremely viable character on an account. Spiral Abyss, bosses, doesn't matter. If you have them and you don't know who to use or you don't know who to work on, you are literally sitting on gold right now. You might as well build him. He is like right there with the rest of the top tiers. So I got Zhao. Okay, well, he's right there. I got Hu Tao. Okay, well, he's pretty far from Hu Tao, but, you know, once you go down from God tier, right under God tier, you got, he's right there. It's him and the rest of them. You know what I mean? There's only like a couple of God tiers up there. It's not a lot of them. You know what I mean? By the way, Shadow Wolf ain't a furry, right? No offense. No, he ain't a furry. Nah. Yeah, Shadow's not a furry. I mean, he may say furry things or do furry things or come across furry like sometimes or some shit like that. He's not a furry though. He doesn't do the dress up, weird, funky, this, that, and third. If anything, he's more like my spirit animal is a wolf, but he's not like, nigga, I'm a wolf. I believe I'm a wolf. My name is Shadow Wolf. I am a wolf of the wolf night. All that extra shit. Like, nah, that's just, he just be fucking. When he does that, he's just messing around with people. He don't believe he's a wolf and all that shit. He likes wolves like I like wolves. He might like him a little bit more because he named himself Shadow Wolf, but I literally have wolves on all my wallpapers. So I like wolves. You know what I mean? But that's all. He ain't a furry dog. That's a funny question. I was like, hey man, you out here telling people you a furry? Are you a furry dog? But yeah, no, he never said that to me. And we talked about furries before, and he's never really said, oh yeah, I'm a furry. Like, I fuck with furry. I'm a furry. My name is Shadow Wolf, and I'm a wolf, and he never did that shit. You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, he's just a regular guy. He just likes wolves. Regular dude. He just really likes wolves. But yeah, so that's hella funny. I identify as a signal. That's why my name is CS. I'm C Signals. All right. Well, Cypher Signals, for those who don't know. Producer. All right, so on to Rosaria. Rosaria, she is okay. Facts, though. You feel me? You never know. Facts. I mean, but you could just ask, you know what I mean? You could just ask. If people give you a hard time, in my Discord, a lot of times, if they give you a hard time, they're just joking, bro. It's just playful attitude, if anything. Like, it's not your business. Why are you asking? It's just, they don't mean like that. Just joke back with them. Like, oh, I didn't know, you know, I mean, the Shadow Wolf, and you out here acting like John Talbane from Darkstalkers and shit, so I ain't know. I was just wondering, dog, you know what I mean? I ain't know if you want some dog food or something. You know what I mean? I don't know how y'all get down. I mean, I'm a raccoon myself, you know what I'm saying? But then again, I do speak English and cuss out people, so, you know, don't be surprised if I put all a rocket and got a giant tree behind me ready to flip you off, so, you know what I'm saying? That was a terrible joke. Anyway, Rosaria. Rosaria, how viable to your account is Rosaria? Rosaria, in my opinion, is she's like she kind of depends too. And this kind of goes this if you notice there's a theme kind of going with each character that I bring up where it there is a dependency on the investment that you put in the character, right? Now characters that go into S tier, if you notice, they don't really require any like hyper investment. Like he doesn't, she doesn't, Chi doesn't. If you're making a healer, she doesn't. He literally doesn't. You actually don't need to put shit on him. Noblesse actually does nothing for him. For anybody who doesn't know, I just recently learned this from Hifumi and some other folks in the DWP family. You know what I mean? I consider you guys DWP, whether you guys consider yourselves that or not. I'm not going to go around telling the world that's a DWP guy, but I mean, I consider y'all part of the squad. You know what I mean? And they told me how his burst works, and you guys know that Noblesse does nothing for him. Maybe 20% attack on him. That's great, but who the hell is DPSing with Bennett outside of a main Bennett? And what main Bennett is really running a 4-piece Noblesse like that? They're running like Bloodstain, Pale Flame, Crimson. They're not running Noblesse. And who's running 2-piece Noblesse on them? You know what I'm saying? You don't run 2-piece Noblesse. I didn't know this until recently, but Bennett, you don't need anything on him. The burst version, at least. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's kind of the thing. Whereas Rosaria, you don't really need much on her to be viable outside of a 4-piece Blizzard Strayer. Once you have this, you're pretty much good to go. At that point, it's just like any other generalized character where you just balance your crit ratio. You give her the goblet that you want according to your playstyle. Call it a day. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of it. Pretty easy to build. Yeah, Rosaria is pretty dope. She, in my opinion, is she's like an alternate universe Chongyun to me. And I'll get into that later. But as far as the viability rating I have to give her, I don't know. She would probably be, like, realistically, she'd probably be like a B tier, A tier, somewhere in that pocket. Like, probably B tier. I mean, she can do permafreeze, so probably, like, I say it like this. Like, her and him together, you're probably looking at, like, at least an A tier. Like, at least A tier. At least. And that's not even considering if you build her for her burst. Like, if you build her for her burst specifically, like, she's a problem. By the way, now that I use EM, I need to get an EM Sands now. Oh, God. All right, well, you just hold on to all of them builds, man. Just keep doing it, man. You building your Hu Tao the same way I got my Zhongli built, bro. I got so many builds for Zhongli. Like, I got builds. I got a physical build, a geo build, a Bolite build. Like, the only thing I don't have on him is tenacity, which I don't even want because his pillar don't be hitting people half the time. So it's like I don't really care about that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Like, yeah, keep building it, bro. Like, I got a whole HP build that I haven't even built yet for him. Like, a whole HP set. HP, Petra, everywhere. I got all type of shit for Zhongli. And I got HP artifacts all over the place. Right, so you just keep grinding it out. Because people say for science like it's a joke, but I think it's fun. I think it's personally fun. But back to Rosaria, I think she can sit comfortably. She can sit very comfortably in B+. But I've heard stories about her that makes me want to put her in an A ranking. Because of her kit, right? So her kit allows you to transfer some of your crit rate, which that actually is a lot. So that little 12% crit rate is kind of something to deal with. And then this right here is, I don't think people should be sleeping on that. Because that's 152. If I'm not mistaken, it's 152 times 8. Which is a lot of damage. We'll just say that. And that's at talent level 3. So if we get her to talent level 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, it's only telling how much damage that thing is going to do on its own. And if it's scaling that much at level 3, I don't know how it scales later on down the road. Right? So, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's unlikely that she hits for 20,000 per tick by itself. And if it does, dude, that is a problem. she is a problem in her burst. Her burst is a problem. You're going to be sleeping on a lot of the rest of her kit. So as a main DPS, she's probably more like B tier. But as a support DPS or support in general, I would say she's probably like A tier personally. You know, but if you happen to accidentally pull Rosaria, first off, if you're accidentally pulling Rosaria, you're probably like me where you have a C2. 80 per tick. Well, I mean, that's probably 80. That's probably like, that's got to be reactions. There's no way they're doing 80 by itself. That's reactions, or Sucrose is in there somewhere hiding. That's cap. There's not, it's not that it's cap. It's like if they're saying 80 and it's just her, that's cap. There's like a Spiral Abyss crit buff somewhere. It's something else is going on. There's some other shit going on there. It's not just like out in the open world, you pop it and then it ticks and hits 80. Like, nah. Yeah, see, yeah, it's got to be with Zhongli. Like, nah. I'm talking about at base, like at base 20k, like I can believe that. 80k, I could believe that too, with reactions and yeah, with Bennett and all that. Like, yeah, that, yeah. I mean, if I know the base, I know she can hit high numbers. You only need like 30k to hit 100,000. You only need, if you can get to 30 to 40k, you can hit 100,000 with whatever it is you're trying to hit for. You know what I'm saying? I hit 100,000. I'm starting to hit 100,000 kind of on a regular with Zhongli. Like, it's starting to happen with Zhongli. I'm just hitting my burst and then it hits for 100,000 every so often. It's happened in streams. I just never pointed out when it happens, but it's happening. So if I'm doing that with Geo and the Geo resonance, I can only imagine what, and this is, mind you, this is with a crit rate weapon, right? And because she's cryo, you don't have to invest in crit as heavily. You know, you can put something like, I don't know, that on, I guess, or if there's an attack one or something, you could put something with just more base attack like that or something like that. If Zhongli was Pyro, I wouldn't pull more characters. I honestly wouldn't. If he was Pyro, I don't think I'd pull, I wouldn't care about any other characters. I would get him and Ayaka and okay, I would care about other characters, but the only other characters I care about is Kazuha and Venti. That's like the only people I actually care about. Yay, she's a Pokemon. She's like catching a shiny Clefairy. But Venti and Kazuha is like Mew and Mewtwo. Like, I kind of need them, though. But with Rosaria, between her crit being transferable, right? And then she has this thing, which is you cast her burst. It increases crit rate of all nearby party members except for her by 15%. So it's another 15%, and that's for 15 seconds. And then the crit rate bonus gained in this way cannot affect... Okay, I thought it was even more. I was going to say, what the fuck? But yeah, she has a crit rate kit, and that's kind of a thing with Cryo. And if anybody is a little mistaken by that, the whole thing with Cryo, you can tell what a element's purpose is simply by looking at the resonance. You can almost predict what the point of a character is supposed to be as far as the element is concerned, right? Yeah, if his ult was Pyro, it would look hella real, bro. But if we look at the resonance, right? Cryo, and this is why I'm saying whenever we get the Pyro, who is it? Whenever we get the Pyro Archon, it's probably going to scale with attack and boost attack, and it's going to be this attack thing. Because all the Archons so far really lean heavily on their resonance, right? You got shields and resistance, right? And all that. And then with the electricity Archon, we got energy recharge. And then we got the wind Archon, which is movement speed and stamina consumption and cooldown and all that. And Venti does that type of shit, right? So when it comes to Cryo, though, Cryo characters are always about crit rate for some reason. It's always a crit rate thing. Even the artifact set everything is around crit rate, right? So whenever we get a Cryo Archon, it's probably going to be a crit rate thing where you don't need crit nothing on the character except crit damage. Like, you might as well just get crit damage weapons and that's it. You know what I mean? The Nube Wave, I do not know what that is. I have no idea what that is. By the way, the water person is probably going to be a healer. It has to be better than Kokomi. Just putting it out there. But yeah, so as far as Rosaria is concerned, though, I would have to say, from what I've seen, what I've known, what I've played with her so far, the little bit I've played with her, you know, she's at friendship level 2. Don't get me wrong, I do grind that in the teapot, but I played Rosaria a couple times. I even took her to the Spiral Abyss a few times. Like, Rosaria is actually not that bad. She's a really good character, and I can see a lot of value in her kit. I see a lot of potential in the character. And the same way I was saying, hey, man, Lisa might be a problem, I think Rosaria is a problem. It just, you know, I don't think she takes as hefty as an investment as somebody else as well. You know, so that's why she's sitting in the B to A tier, B plus, somewhere around there. You know, I'm going to keep her in B plus because I don't want to keep putting B's, A's, and S's in here. But, you know, I want to put her in like a B tier. Sayu, I have to say, is a variable. Now, Sayu can be like E tier, trash, terrible. But if depending on who you pair with Sayu can jump all the way up to B to A tier. Like, Sayu, I have to say, is C tier only because of the dependency of your team. The dependency of your team, like, is super specific. Like, if you run Sayu with Zen Yan, you're not going to have a good time. If you run Sayu with Chong Yun, you're not going to have a good time. If you run Sayu with Amber, you're not going to have a good time. But if you run Sayu with Toma, you're going to have a good time. If you run Sayu with Rosaria or Kea, you're going to have a good time. If you run Sayu with those two and Fischl or Beto, you're going to have a good time. Runner with Xiangling, going to have a good time. The reason why is because Sayu, at least from what it seems to be, the bulk of the DPS, she's like, Sayu is like Sucrose, just weaker on the, maybe could be stronger, but Sayu seems like a weaker Sucrose, but stronger in the Animo category, because the ticks are way more often. Like, the ticks are way more often. I don't know if they're necessarily stronger, but they happen more. And it's way more continuous. And it's a skill. And on top of that, if you pair her with the Sacrificial Greatsword, it's with a 40% chance, it's almost guaranteed to end its own cooldown for whatever reason. Why? I don't know why. It just ends its own cooldown super reliably. I don't know why. I can't answer it. It feels like 100% chance. I don't know why, but it does. So Sayu, for all intents and purposes, is like AoE Sucrose that you can move around for a long period of time that does way more ticks than Sucrose. But she's super dependent on who's on your squad and how they're built also. But my God, the amount of chaos that Sayu just concocts on the field is so damaging to everything around you. It keeps her right in the middle of the pack. Like, Sayu as a single, like, just Sayu by herself is trash. Personal opinion. Trash. You need something else in there for Sayu to do something. And if it's just Sayu, she's not going to kill a slime by herself. It's just not going to happen. Like, it's just not going to happen like that. She's not killing a slime. She's not killing a Geo Vishap that fast. It's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Sacrificial. Hey, watch this damn combo. Swag. I'm telling you, bro, I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. I am sitting here trying to tell you. When Sayu first came out, I was like, I can't explain it. I don't know. It is what it is, dog. It just is a thing. I don't know why. She just ends her cooldown. I don't know. I don't know. So I'll just do the roly-poly thing, and I'm gonna stop the roly-poly thing, and she probably won't have a cooldown. Why? Like I said, I couldn't tell you. All right, we do the thing, and then I do that, and it didn't do it. That's fantastic. The one time I do it on stream. God, I love Murphy's Law. Unless I got the wrong one. Do I have two of them? Nope, it's just a 1. Okay, well, let's try it again. There it goes. I'm gonna come over here and try it again. I guess I gotta wait 30 seconds or something. So we'll just scare this guy off, I guess. I don't know if it's been 30 seconds. Probably not, probably so. I don't know. Let's do this, I guess. Let's go get some water, I guess. Or not. There it goes again. So I don't know. I'll do it again. I'll keep doing it. I don't know. I just know Sayu with the sacrificial sword is you can just keep doing it. That's all I know. It doesn't go for 30 seconds, but it works. You know what I'm saying? It's working. So it's been working for me. I don't know. But either way, like Sayu's pretty good. And from what it seems like and feels like, at least, is that you can run the VV set on Sayu for, I mean, we all know you can run VV on any animal character, but because it's pure, you reference that by the, hey, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, bro, like, you can run the set on Sayu and still put up some really, really good numbers. Really good numbers. You know what I'm saying? But it's because of the damage that Sayu does is so dependent on the team that you have, is why I can't put Sayu higher. Sayu's a really cool character who happens to be able to heal. I don't really know if I see Sayu as a healer. Maybe not. I don't know. Sayu just doesn't strike me as the healer. I don't know. Maybe Sayu is. I don't know. Sayu just, it's an 80 energy cost. I mean, Animo is a good battery element. You are getting a lot of particles. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I guess that's. Oh, wow. Okay, so increases the damage dealt by blah 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 attacks maximum blah, blah. Increases the HP restored by 3. A maximum of 6,000 additional HP can be restored in this. What the fuck is that 3 though? Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it. Even with the healing, I can't comfortably put Sayu any higher than C. Sayu's not D. Sayu's not bad. It's just that Sayu is super dependent on the team that she's on. Super dependent. If you're not on a elementally diverse team, or you're able to pick up a variety of elements as you're rolling around, then I don't know if I can, I don't know how viable Sayu would be at that point. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of elements that you're going to pick up along the way. Somebody's always shooting an element, doing an element, something like that. But that dependency versus the viability of, opposing characters, like what this character is going to give you versus what Sayu is going to give you is different. Because with Sayu has to be the one doing the damage. Sucrose doesn't necessarily have to do the damage. She can, but she doesn't have to do the damage. And that's why Sucrose is in an A tier. You know what I'm saying? Plus the damage buff that Sucrose gives you is, it's almost comparable to Bennett. In some cases, you can compare it to Bennett. Like, she gives that much value as a buff. It's very arguable how strong she can buff your squad. Whereas Sayu can't really do that. Sayu can, but not like Sucrose, not like Venti, and not like, definitely not like Kazuha. Like, she just can't. I guess you can, but it's just not the same. It's just really not. You know what I'm saying? So it's really hard for me to really want to really put this character in that kind of a tier. I mean, of course, you got the range slasher, you know, so you got your sacrificial weapon and then you got the range slasher. But I like the sacrificial weapon for the cooldown. And I think the catalyst one is a little more feasible because, well, catalyst user, animo, elemental mastery, okay, cooldown. I mean, okay, it's kind of all there. I mean, I get, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I can't comfortably put Sayu any higher, really. Sayu can do a lot, but it's the dependency is what's keeping Sayu, is what's holding Sayu back. For me, at least. But if you happen to pull Sayu, it's not necessarily bad. You know what I'm saying? Need to get better EM sands for real. You better get that EM sands, dog. All right, so we talked about him. We covered him, I think, 2 or 3 times. Xinyan. All right, let's talk about Xinyan. All right, so Xinyan is in her own world. Do you need Xinyan? I'm really not going to like to say this because I really like Xinyan as a character. I like her design. I like her animations. I like everything about this character except her kit. I finally hit 60 crit rate, but that's with the HP sands. Ain't that a good thing, though? Your HP sands is more balanced, right? It's not as reliant on a reaction. Unless you're going for a reaction. If the reaction is the point, then yeah, I mean it is what it is. Until you get a better sands. But I mean, if it's elemental, you know what's funny? I feel like elemental mastery is, so far, it's such a Murphy's Law type of artifact. Like, it's either you're gonna get it and you don't want it, or you're never gonna get it but you want it. It's one of those type of artifacts. Whereas attack seems to be something that you get more often outside of, I don't know what's going on nowadays, but yeah. Well, yeah, but I played with Xingqiu the whole time anyways. Oh, yeah, you might as well build EM and that. Yeah, at that point, yeah, just, yeah. And, well, keep it as a backup. Keep it as a backup. You never know. You might as well just keep it as a backup. You might need Xingqiu on a different team at some point or whatever the case might be, but I know what you mean, though. Like, I always played Ningguang with Zhongli, but in the Spiral Abyss, I have to split them up. But that's my account. But if she's always with Zhongli, I don't think it matters. You know what I mean? Hu Tao's advice and Ganyu, bro. Hold on, let me fix this chat. There we go. Hu Tao's advice and Ganyu, bro. 800451. You want me to join you or something like that? I can join you. But yeah, so yeah, she has to be like a D, bro. Like, I know she's a great character and she's really strong, and I know. Okay, code, I know. I'm fully aware. But they disrespected her kit a little too much. I think, you know, I'm gonna go along with what's his name on this one? What's his name? Jinx on this one, and say that MiHoYo did kind of troll us by giving us Xinyan and at the same time giving us Toma on a banner. Like, because that was the only thing that Xinyan was really good for, was being a pyro shield. So you can get your pyro resonance, but still have a shield. Like, that was her place. And that's just completely overshadowed by this guy. But to be fair, she does, from what it seems like so far, we still got to wait on the results. But from what it seems like so far, she actually can potentially do more damage than him. But we still got to wait for the results. We just don't know the full extent of... We haven't seen a proper main DPS build from him. Like a proper DPS build. The only builds we keep seeing are energy recharge builds and reactionary builds. We're not seeing... Okay, well, what the fuck does he do, though? Like, I get the melts and the vapes. Nigga, every character... Amber does that shit, bro. Like, come on, dog. Like, we just got done talking about Amber not, like a little while ago. Like, we know. Vaporize, melt, we know. Right? So, don't come in here with the Toma... I know. Melt, I got it, dude. But what does he do by himself, though? Can him, on his own 2 feet, hit for 10k per tick? That's the question. Because Xingqiu can. can he hit for 10K? That's the question. Not comparing him to Xing Cho. I'm just saying if he can do that, then we can build from there. But if he can't, then well, okay. Well, she can hit for 10K just swinging at niggas. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, you know, but I still kind of want to put her in a D tier because the one thing she's really good at, she's so not the best at. And like I hate to say, I think she might have the worst shield in the game. So I don't know, man. Like she's like, I don't know what she's supposed to be at this point. I don't know if she's supposed to be a physical damage dealer who just gives you power resonance. I don't know if that's what the whole thing is supposed to be, because the shield is not really cutting it. I know she's got the spin attack thing, and then you build for physical damage, or you can build with an attack goblet and blah, 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 because, you know, you want the fire to go off, and you could, you know, I get it, but she's so under so many things. Like, everything that she does, there's somebody better. So for physical damage, Razor exists, right? For pyro damage, Xiangling exists. For shields, Noelle exists, for God's sake. You know, like, everything that she brings to the table, somebody else exists for that. And the only thing that she did do was she offered pyro resonance with a shield. Now he exists. So it's like, where does that leave her? Right? So it's like, dude, like, I don't know, bro. Like, at least she does hit hard. So like I have to put her in D tier. I know every character can be a monster, but compared to the rest of the cast, I have to put her in a D tier. She is a great character, and she can hit hard. I know, but bro, like, nah. If you want to do physical damage, he exists. Eula exists too, but I mean, he does too. Chi-Chi exists. You can build Chi-Chi for physical damage. There you go. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. She just they really kind of took a really awesome character design and kind of botched it. Like, they really did. Like, the Claymore thing is cool, that's fine, but like, her kit just is not, it's just not it. Like, yeah, man, it wasn't it. It wasn't it. If they give her an overlapping cooldown on her shield, cool. Right? She's got a leg to stand on. Give her the shield mechanics that he has, and give him a better pyro thing on his burst. Boom. You got a difference between the characters. They gave him both of them and just left her with a shitty shield. And it's like, okay, well, rock music. All right, well, there we go. So D tier for her, unfortunately. Super unfortunately. Did this person want me to join? Is that what I was supposed to do? I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Anyway, I feel like suburban kids do shit like that. They come in, join my world, and then leave. Like, that's some suburban kid type shit. I don't know what it... I just don't know what they meant by that. If they want help, I'm willing to help them. It's just something, Ganyu, something, and then a number. And I'm like, okay. All right, so Chongyun, where does he place? Chongyun... Ooh, shit. All right. So I got to be careful with Chongyun because he's national team. All right. So... Chongyun has like two places, okay? Chongyun early game was like A tier, B tier. Now Chongyun is like, and I gotta be honest, Chongyun is like, for viability on your account, shit, bro, he's probably like a C tier. I'm really trying to think. He's got to be like a C tier. And the only reason I say that is because everybody's gonna have Xiangling, right? Now, remember I was saying that Sayu is dependent on characters? Well, Sayu is dependent on a multitude of characters. Just because you have Xiangling with Sayu doesn't mean it's all great and fine and dandy. But if you have Xiangling and you have Chongyun, oh, you are definitely fine and dandy. That's how that works, right? You're guaranteed her. And then you might get this guy, and if you happen to get him, it just makes your Xiangling so much better, right? So as far as that's concerned, I can put him in that I could give him a C rank just as far as that. And then on top of that, I just found out that his burst is only 40. It's only cost 40. It's got 12 seconds. I didn't know this shit. It only costs 40. And I guess it's supposed to scale to astronomical heights. I have no idea. I don't believe that, but maybe it does. I don't know. I guess I don't know if it's like 178 times 3. I doubt that because that's a 5-star rating. I don't know. I literally don't know. But from what I obviously have not built this guy, but from what I've seen from him, he's not necessarily like a bad character either. I did see this one Chongyun player, because I think it was you who was telling me about this, where he hit like 120 or something like that. So I did a little bit of research, and there is a guy out there. It is 3x. Okay, there is a guy out there who did hit for like 100 and something thousand with Chongyun, meaning that his base number had to at least be in the 30s. Like it had to at least be in the 30s, if not in the 20s on whatever the hell on whatever he did. It had to at least be in the 20s. And when you're hitting in the 20s on anything in your kit, at that point, you're a good character in my eyes. Because a triple crown Ning Guang is hitting in the 20s on her skill. 15 on her charge, 20 on her skill. And that's a triple crown C6. So, in my eyes, if he's hitting in the 20s on anything, particularly his skill, I don't know if it was his, maybe it was his skill damage. I don't know. Maybe it was that. Right? Maybe he crowned that and hit at 400 and something percent and did a melt comp and all the things, and now it hit for 100 and something thousand or whatever. Maybe that was the case, right? Because when you do the melt comp and all that with Mona, you hit for like 300,000, right? But Mona's hitting at like 700%. But if you do that and do a melt comp and you hit with 400%, it would make sense. 100,000 is like low, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I just feel like for what he brings to your team, it super depends on what you need on your account. And a piece of me wants to say D tier only because Rosaria exists. And the main piece of that puzzle is because Rosaria does damage while applying pyro. While applying cryo. Whereas he only hits you one time, and then your cryo application comes by way of doing physical damage or overriding something else on your character. And in most cases, it's not going to override, but it's not a Bennett override, but it is an override, right? So, but it has to override the damage that you're doing with said character. So it's not like it's going to override your skill or override your burst or anything like that. Right, let's say you got this guy and you want to play Tartaglia. And you're like, I'm going to do permafreeze or something. Well, that doesn't work with Chongyun. It works for Rosaria, but it doesn't work with Chongyun. You know what I mean? His ult override. Yeah, only his ult. Well, no, I know that. But what I'm saying is if you're in his circle and you're playing, I don't know, Kaching or something, then I don't think he converts Kaching. I guess we could test it real quick. Let's just test it and get out the way. So, to my understanding, he doesn't overwrite situations like that. So, if I get Kaching and I get Chongyun, whoops. Oh, yeah. So, when I get these two, right, if I do this, I should not be swinging. Oh, shit, he overrode it. Oh, well, that sucks. Huh. So he does override that. Alright, well, I guess he overrides everything. That actually kinda sucks, unless you're playing a pyro character. Yeah, no. I was saying, like, overriding the normals. So, shoot, I wonder what he does with D-Luke, bro. Like, that would be terrible with D-Luke. You're playing D-Luke and then you're trying to hit your skill, and now all of a sudden your Pyro Goblet doesn't work. And you're trying to do all the D-Luke things, but... Well, I guess it only overrides normals though, right? Because that is going to be a determining factor. It says their weapons will be infused with cryo. Okay, but that's not saying if I do an attack with a skill, is that skill converted to cryo even though they're holding a weapon, right? So if I do this, nope, still fire. Okay, so I guess D Luke is safe. So yeah, so I guess D Luke is safe. Okay, so it doesn't affect skills. So with that being said, I don't think it's too bad. I think it's just Chongyun. It depends on who you're playing with. And because Melt is so powerful, I can see where Chongyun could be extremely useful. Yeah, I think I can see that. If you're playing him and you hit cryo and then Melt, and then you're playing him some more, and then you're like, okay, Melt. Like I get it. Is it that useful? I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like people need to explore Chongyun a little bit more. Because this right here, it hits hard, it looks good, it's a great mechanic, but the only time I see this even remotely useful is on somebody like Zhongli, where you're fighting like a Ruin Guard or something, where I need elemental damage because it does more damage. So now I'm doing elemental damage. Like, at that point, it's like, okay, well, that's cool, but yeah, I think I don't know, man. You know what? Let me look at this. You know what? Let me pull up his sheet because I don't want to speak too quick on this guy because I've only seen like one good Chongyun. And that Chongyun, and he did impress the heck out of me. But I don't want to say, oh, yeah, A tier. And it's like, nah, that's so not the case. But at the same time, I don't want to say, oh, E tier. And be like, oh, man, that's totally misspoken. But I can look at his base numbers and I'll be able to tell you. So, Chongyun. There we go. Okay. So he scales with attack for some reason and defense. Oh yeah, he's got some defense thing. And then his normals get really strong. Okay, well he is a Claymore user. His skill scales kind of meh, and his burst scales pretty good. He goes up into the 700s, like 720-ish around level 9. So it's not bad. It's pretty okay. How many particles does he generate on his own? I don't know. You know what it is? It's really hard. What's the cooldown on his skill? Max duration. Nope. Duration is 10. Cooldown is 15. Said it's like 6. Yeah, I don't know, man. Viability to an account. Elemental. I'm looking at his constellations right now. Oh, let me pull them up on the screen so you guys can see. Okay, so the last attack. Okay, I know what that one is. His last attack does cryo. Elemental skill and elemental burst cast within a frost field created by his burst have their cooldown times decreased by 15%. Okay. So he reduces burst cooldown by 15%, so that's okay, I guess. But it's only 15%, which is a lot, but it's kind of like not though. Increases the level of Spear Blade Cloud Parting Star by 3. What's that? That's a skill, right? Yeah, that's his. No, that's his. Okay, so that's his burst. And then this is regenerates 1 energy every time he hits an opponent affected by cryo. Is it him though? And I'm sure everybody already explored all this, but I don't know any of this information. So if I pop that thing and I hit an enemy with Zhongli or something, then do I get the particle, or does he have to hit him? That's my question right now. Hello there. Huh. Ow. Wait, do I even have the constellation? I have the constellation, right? Chongyun regenerates it every time he hits an opponent affected by cryo. Am I tripping or something? Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Regenerates 1 energy. Got it. Okay, so if I do this. Okay, clearly that doesn't work for me. I don't know how useful that is. And then what's this? Okay, so his burst deals 15% more damage to opponents with lower percentage of their max HP remaining than Chongyun. I don't know how useful that's going to be. Oh, 1 additional blade? Oh, damn. Okay, so I guess C6 is useful. So, viability to your account. Yeah, it depends on your account way too much for him to be viable. And then on top of that, there's too many other options as far as cryo is concerned. So I can't, yeah, he's got to be like a D tier. He can jump to B tier, but that purely depends on who you pair him with. Like that dependency is, God dang, that almost feels even stronger. It feels like more of a strict dependency than Sayu. Nah, I can't put him in D tier though because he's strong as shit. Like he's way stronger than Sayu though. Like solo. I'll put him in a C. I'll put him C. I'll put Sayu C minus and I'll put him C. But he's not B. I can't put him. I cannot put him in B. I can't. As far as how the role he plays on any person's account, like the impact he's gonna make on their account, is probably gonna be a C grade impact. Like he's not gonna change the performance of their account that heavily. Yeah, I'm only going for Toma. Yeah, I'm I'm waiting for Ye. If Ye wasn't coming out, or, you know what I mean? If Ye wasn't coming out, or, you know, I never figured out Venti and Kazuha or any of that, I would have pulled Hu Tao, no problem. Because I don't know if Kazuha's getting a rerun. I don't know if... I know Kazuha's getting a rerun. I just don't know when. And then Venti should be getting a rerun sometime next year. And then Ye's coming out. And so as far as pulls, they're all kind of queued up right now. And then I'm still looking at Dainsleif because he looks pretty cool. You know what I mean? He's got Zhongli, but serious, like more serious about what's going on. He got that kind of vibe to him. Like, yeah, I know, stuff is cool, but, ain't no time to just be relaxing. Zhongli is like Dainsleif, just more relaxed. Dainsleif is like Zhongli, just more tense and serious about, you know what I mean? Yeah, so for Chong Yun, yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have to put, yeah, Chong Yun he's such a toss up. Where he's viable, he's super viable. Kind of similar to how, who was it? It's similar to how, who the fuck did I say this was? It's kind of like Chi-Chi and Co-op, right? Like Chi-Chi and Co-op, S tier easy. Pure healer Chi-Chi, S tier easy. DPS Chi-Chi, you go down a few. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going down a few. But for Chong Yun on the national team, he's fine. On a D-Luke squad, he's fine. On hell, even a Zenyan team, he's probably okay. But beyond that, like, nah, I don't think he's I don't think he's a killer pull unless somebody just likes the character. I think he's as killer of a pull as Ningguang kind of is for somebody who's just a fan of Ningguang. I think he's as killer of a pull as somebody who's a fan of, like, I don't know, like Amber or something. He's not as bad as Amber, but, like, he's one of those pulls where if you just like him, then you just like him. And if you invest in him, then you're going to yield the results of your investment like you would on any other character, right? But the investment to get him to that point is going to be very similar to the investment that you would need to put in on, like, let's say, Beto or a Zenyan or, like investing in him, it feels like you're going to be investing in Diona type of thing. You know what I mean? For a DPS Diona or like a DPS Barbara or like Noelle. Like he feels like you would have to give a Noelle level of investment for him to be viable. Because Noelle's investment is not just in the amount of time you spend grinding artifacts. You have to sit down and do math and all the other shit. You got to sit down and really decide how you're going to build the character to really maximize the damage out of your character. You're going to have to actually min-max your weapons and figure out which one is the best one for the way that you play the character and how you're going to deal with your energy recharge and blah, 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 blah. You got to sort all that out. And that's what I mean when I'm saying you got to invest in the character, the level of investment. I'm talking about the whole investment. How much time you're spending researching, finding mechanics, finding exploits, what team they work best in, so on and so forth. It takes that level of an investment. So at that point, he's sitting somewhere around where Noelle is. Like, he's right there in, like, C to D. He's right there. He's, like, C minus, D plus. He's got to be in that pocket somewhere. He could be in C because Melt exists. But, and because he's a 2.0 Melt, like, that makes it better. But it's like, yeah, the investment is too high, I feel, for him to be higher. Like, you can't plug and play Chong Yun, I don't believe. Because he's a Claymore user. Like, there's not too many Claymores that are really going to help you shine like that. Yeah, man. He's got to be, he's got to be low C. He's got to be like C minus, D plus. I like keep this in mind. I like Chong Yun, and I know the value of Chong Yun, but he is such a background player in what he's going to bring to the account unless you're willing to put in the investment, right? If you don't put the investment in, he is simply just a background character, right? And what he gives you on the back end is still, like, it's pretty good, but it's not like Ganyu. I mean, obviously, he's a 4-star character. But even still, it's not like Rosaria Like, I need to keep it real. Like, he's not doing Rosaria type things. You know what I'm saying? He's not transferring crit or nothing crazy like that. And even if he is, it's not, what is it? She transfers like 27 crit. He's not transferring 27 crit. He's reducing the cooldown by 15%. But, I mean, if you play your cards right, you probably don't really need it that bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that viable to your... It's not like... It's not viable. And viable, when I say viable, I mean how necessary is it on your account? And Chong Yun, I feel like you're not... I feel like he's a nice to have character, but you don't need him. Like, for example, like, you need Bennett. Right? I don't know where he's at. But, yeah, you need Bennett. You need Bennett. Like, you just have to have this character on your account. If you don't have Bennett, all right, well, you don't have Bennett, but you probably want Bennett. You know what I'm saying? You need Barbara on your account until you get Jean, or until you get Chi-Chi, or whoever. You need a Geo on your account. You need a Sucrose on your account. You need Official on your account. You see what I'm saying? Like, you need these characters on your account. For viability's sake, like how healthy of an account you have, like, you need these characters on your account. Whether they're built or not, that's not the point. The point is, do you need this character? And how viable is this character to your... How relevant is this character to the success of your account? Also considering the fun factor, right? I'm trying to consider fun factor in this as well. I hate Fischl, but I know she's fun. I just don't like bows. But that's just me. Plus, I'm just going to do me anyway. This isn't a should you or should you not use type of podcast. This is just my take on whether I believe a character is viable or not, and I just don't see a need for Chong Yun. Is he good? Yes. Is he needed? No. You don't need him. But if you put the investment in, you can get really good results out of this character. It's just going to take you a really large investment. And with that being said, I have to comfortably put him at a D tier. But I'll give him a thumbs up because I like the character and give him a C minus. But if I really got to speak from the heart on some real shit, I got to put him in D tier. Like, I'm only giving him credit because I like fans of Chong Yun. There's a fan of Chong Yun who's excited to get Chong Yun, and I want to rate this guy higher, but I honestly can't do that in public. I know he's a great character, and I know where he's good. But in the grand scheme, overarching situation, he's a D tier. And that's just that. But if you put the time in, he can be much better. That's where he sits. But he takes a lot of an investment. Ning Wong doesn't. That's why Ning Wong's a little bit higher. Zhen Yan she takes more of an investment. If we're going to talk like that, she takes more of an investment, right? Kea is a C tier. He's a healthy C plus. He could be A tier though. He could be B tier. I'm gonna put him in B tier actually, because the thing with Kea is one of those like sleeping monsters also. Most people that I talk to don't play Kea because he's flamboyant, which I understand why, because I don't play Kea because he's flamboyant. But to most gamers, and let alone hardcore players or even theory crafters, it'd be kind of weird that it's like, well, why don't you just play Kea because he's dope? I don't play Kea because he's way too flamboyant. Like, I don't mind that, but the whole ambiguousness of the situation, I don't know if I don't like that. I don't like that. You're not going to convince me that straight dudes are that way, right? It makes me weird. Like, nah, he's gay. Is it a gay LGBT thing? Sure. You call it what you want to call it. I don't like it. Some people like hot dogs. I don't like hot dogs. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Some people like ham sandwiches. I don't like ham sandwiches. I like pastrami sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, some people like vinegar chips. I don't. I like sour cream and onion. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, to each his own. That's all I'm saying. But the fact of the matter is, how viable is Kea to your account? And all that nonsense aside, all that preference aside, this is actually one of the better cryo characters in the game by a pretty large margin. Like, first off, his burst is only 60, which isn't bad. Okay, his cooldown is not. See, you like vinegar and salt chips, right? I don't like vinegar and salt chips. I'll eat it if it's there, but I don't. I wouldn't go buy a bag of it. You know what I mean? It's just to each his own. You know, to each his own. I don't like Kaya's flamboyancy. To some people, it doesn't bother them. It bothers me. I don't like that shit. I'll take Xing Cho because his utility is so good that it totally overshadows how. And he's way more flamboyant in my book than this dude. I mean, at least this guy has fucking pants on. Like, Jesus Christ. The other guy has booty shorts. He's got he got Daisy Dukes on. Y'all remember that song? If you as old as I am, you know what Daisy Dukes are. Look at that girl with the Daisy Dukes on. I want you to look at that girl with the Daisy Dukes on. That's Xing Cho. Xing Cho is a whole ass dude with Daisy Dukes. You know what I'm saying? So, but Kea, for all intents and purposes, Kea is actually one of the best. He is such a good character. He's such a good character. He really is. Like, all bullshit aside, Kea is a really good character. Really easy to build for, too. You don't have to build Blizzard Strayer on him. You can, but you don't have to. Because really, at the end of the day, he's a cryo applicator. Right? He's a cryo applicator. And he's really, really good at it. Specifically if you run melee builds like Xiangling or Xing Cho or Hu Tao or something like that. Like, he is so good at that. And the damage that you get from it is super respectable. This isn't the only account that I have. I have another account where I actually started playing with Kay a little bit just to see what he's about. But I can't do it. Between the poking the sword out and the huh and the ha and the huh and the hop backslash and the teleport ha. All that, it's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. He's cool. I'm good. I'll just get Ayaka. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got Ayaka. It's, you know, Kea players can play Kea, but he can use one of the few weapons that are really good, which is the Fester and Desire. And if you guys don't know about this weapon in his hands, he, with this weapon, can hit upwards of 20 to 40,000 per cast with the Fester and Desire. And this is because this skill right here scales really good. Why is that a thing? Because the Festering Desire in this dude's hands on a 6-second cooldown on a 4-star character is beyond reasonable. Not to mention, you can get reverse melts off of it. Why? I don't know. But sure, why not? That's Kea. This, whatever. It is the run-of-the-mill like every other character. This right here actually hits really hard, has relatively good range, and generates a lot of particles for what it does. For a 6-second cooldown generating that many particles, he's not at the top of the list, but he's kind of up there at the same time. That thing right there, yeah, 15-second cooldown, 8-second duration, not to be slept on at all. Pair him with Chongyun, well, not going to be a lot, but you shave it down from 15 seconds to, like, what is it, 1.3 seconds or something like that? Or 1.35 or 13.5 or it's something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's somewhere around there, 13.56, some shit. You can shave a second and a half off or something with Chongyun, right? So, but as a character, if you don't have any good cryo characters and you're like, man, you know what? Gee, Willikers, golly geez, oh, Jiminy Cricket, I need a cryo character, and I just can't seem to get Ayaka or Rosaria, and I just want to do the things in the Spiral Abyss too, and Morgana, and I want to do the nigga. You got Kea right there. He's right there. He's literally right there. Right? I'm telling you this as a guy who's played this for a year. I took a break, but I've been playing this, I think, for long enough to at least have some kind of say on it, especially after being for what I know, Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people can agree, are going to agree with me on this. Yeah, ask any theory crafter. Ask your favorite theory crafters. Whales, who cares? Ask whoever, bro. Like, Kaya is not bad. Kaya's like he's really comfortable in like a B tier, like A tier, somewhere in there. Like, he's really good, actually. Like, here's what you do. Go watch, I forgot who the fuck did it. Matter of fact, it's not even a specific YouTuber. Just do what we all do and just float around YouTube until you find a person who mains Kaya, and then just watch their Kaya and just watch the ballerina magnificence happen. The dude is doing so much damage that it's like, why you're going to ask yourself, you're going to do exactly what I did. Why is this guy doing so much damage? What am I seeing right now? Why is that? Why is the skill hitting for 20,000 right now? And he's just 20,000. What's that? Why? That's not a melt. That's just he just 20,000. Oh, that's what we doing now. Oh, we just pop 20,000. That's what we doing? Okay, I see where we at. That's Kaya. That's Kaya. Kaya is really good. And you could just get in people's face, bro. You pop, I'm telling you, permafreeze instantly. I'm telling you. You pop and every free-to-play character can do this. Every single free-to-play character can do. You hit her skill. You hit his ult. And now you just magically have permafreeze. It's just on your account. I can't permafreeze this one big thing that I have to kill. Can you freeze it? Yes. Can you beat it in, like, you know, what it's a ruin guard and I gotta kill it for something or something. I'm trying to do the thing in Leeway where you get the noblesse thing and I need to kill the thing. Do you got Barbara? Yep. Do you got Kaya? Yep. Have you worked on Kaya at all? Well, yeah. Okay. Hit Barbara's skill, hit Kaya's ult, and just spam attack and charge attack and his skill. You just do that over and over and over. And until you get a burst, you just switch to Barbara and just sprinkle a little water on the cheek and go right back to Kaya. Sprinkle a little water on the cheek, go right back to Kaya. And you just do that until you got a burst. And then when you get a burst, you do the Barbara skill thing, you do his burst thing, and you go right back at it. And you just ha. Every single free-to-play player literally has permafreeze on their account with that guy, and the guy is actually so strong that it actually takes main chaos to explain to the community how strong he actually is. Nobody can just look at his kit and just know he's strong. It takes people who triple crowned him to tell people how strong he is. Like, you should be able, at least for DW. I'm gonna talk to DWP real quick. What I'm expecting from you guys in the future is to be able to look at a character and without influence from anywhere on the internet, you can safely come to a very safe conclusion if a character is viable or not. That is my goal. Because the outside world is, well, not the outside world, I won't say it like that, but you know what I mean? On the internet, you find polarization. This is where we get things like Razor sucks now, and Razor's the best DPS ever, and Kaya is the worst cryo user ever, and Xinyan is the worst character ever, and Sayu is the best healer, and this worst thing keeps happening, and you're not getting the factual information to make an informed decision as to what you're going to do with a character, let alone you might not give that character the time of the day because Toma sucks. Why? Because the internet said so. Well, you don't know that though. No one really knows that because we haven't tested it properly yet. And if you're DWP, you should be able to look at his base stats and know what kind of numbers you kind of should be looking at. Like, okay, we have a base of 157 that's probably going to scale a little bit under Kaya. Why? Because it gives you a motherfucking shield. That is the best 4-star shield in the game. probably shouldn't be as strong as somebody who doesn't even provide defense, I would say. Maybe that's the trade-off. And then his burst is, in all sense of the word, a dumbed down version of Xing Cho, who is the best hydro damage dealer in the game, only second to like Tartaglia, if Mona, but Mona's only great if you're doing like burst comps with Sucrose and Bennett and all that extra shit, right? That's the only time Mona's like putting out bigger numbers. Like you have to do all the things, and now you're doing some numbers. Other than that, Tartaglia. Easy, right? He is a hyper dumbed down version of Xing Cho. Why? Because his shield is infinitesimally better than whatever that little sword thing that Xing Cho has. They said, okay, let's take Xing Cho, let's make his defense like 1,000,000 times better, and then give him not so great Xing Cho burst. That's Toma. But the internet says that he sucks. But lo and behold, he has the strongest shield out of all the 4 stars. Right? So that's why I want you guys to look at this in this perspective. So that when you see Kea, you're like, you know what? I'm going to look at this objectively rather than just saying, oh, Kea sucks. Because that's how everyone overlooked Lisa until Wales started using her for the Shogun comps. That's how we overlooked Sucrose when she first. That's how we overlooked Bennett. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was on Razor, and then we found out about Bennett, and then it's like, oh snap, Bennett's a thing. Like, yeah, Bennett is a thing. We overlooked Sayu. Then we knew about Sayu from the trial, but like, the dependency is why I ranked Sayu at like C, but even still, Sayu is actually really good. The viability to your account is too dependent on who you already have on your account. If you have all the characters, A tier. If you have only some of the characters, let alone built, like if it's a new account or something like that, and it's like your investments are kind of just all over the place, might not be the most viable thing on your account. It could be fun, and it's hilarious, and it's chaos everywhere. It's super fun. It's super fun, actually. But outside of that, it's like, you don't need Sayu on your account. You see what I'm saying? It's not like viable. Razor. And then we're going to get into the characters I don't have right after this. Razor. All right. You don't need Razor on your account. But if you want physical damage and you don't have Eula, this is like the only option that you have if you want the best physical damage on your account. To my understanding, I'm literally just repeating what I've heard and seen Razors do and say. Okay, I'm just going off of what I was told, seen, and what I know of the character. What I know of the character is he easily has the highest base damage in the game on his normals. And this is why he's known to be a physical damage dealer. That right there at 90, there's not one. I think the only character that beats that is Eula, maybe. And that's only because I don't know Eula's stats. But before Eula, I don't know if it's her. Maybe it's her. If it is, fantastic. With her out the question, that is the highest starting number. There is no, that sheet right there has the highest numbers out of every character in the game. Period. Higher than Jean. It's higher than every Claymore user. There's nobody stronger than him, right? Then you have this thing, which is pretty damn strong. The hold skill 295 at base. Level that up any higher, you could potentially get that to burst potential, burst numbers at 295 on a skill with a 10-second cooldown that does not take energy, which is pretty ridiculous. Now, of course, you would probably build for that, but who's building for that when you got these numbers that you're looking at, right? Then you got this guy. This guy is literally just icing on the cake. You go JoJo, you get attack speed, and then now we're just doing all the things. You're just hitting things and swinging, and there's a wolf behind you, and he's doing things, and now it's like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. We all know the JoJo trope, blah, 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 right? Razor is kind of ridiculous, and he gives himself energy on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Decreases the claw's cooldown by 18%. Using Lightning Fang resets the cooldown of the Claw Thunder. What the heck does that mean? Well, that means you can hit his skill for whatever God knows number he's hitting for that, pop his burst, and then hit his skill a second time. So now you got 2 in a row. Bow! Boom! Bow! You just combo on top of combo on top of combo. And that's as a backup DPS, like, Razor. That's not even main DPS Razor. Main DPS Razor is a different story. You pop his burst with Xiangling, which you get on your account. Barbara, which you get on your account. Kea, which you get on your account. Just with all the things that you are given guaranteed on your account without even having to level them, is just icing on the cake for this guy. If you build for that guy and pop that thing right there. Razor actually is not needed on the account, but if you have Razor and you like Claymores, I'm going to explain my account here in a minute because I know somebody's wondering because you're contradicting yourself. No, you're a hypocrite. No, I'll explain. Anyway, when it comes to Razor, if you have Razor, you like Razor, and you don't mind Claymores, then this is a character I highly recommend you invest in. Highly recommend. There's only like 3 4-star characters to my understanding. He's like number 4 on the DPS checklist, like tier list. As far as the 4-star characters, he's like number 4. And he's only number 4 after like, I think it's like all before, because we don't have a crit damage. I guess we now have a crit damage Claymore or something like that. But like, nah. If you have Razor and you like Razor, I don't see any problem at all. And with all that being said about this guy, I'm going to put him in like a B. I got to put him in like a B tier. Only because he's not putting up the numbers that everyone makes it sound like he's putting up. But his numbers are high though. I can confirm that. I've played with Razors and he is insanely strong. He's hitting in the 1100s or thousands. He swings and you see the number 11,000. He's hitting D-Luke numbers. He's actually, his physical damage is stronger than D-Luke. That's how strong he is. Like, he is that strong. You know what I'm saying? But that's about all he has. He has that, and he can hit a skill every now and again. But because of how weighted he is in his physical damage, the mass majority of your damage is probably going to come from your physical damage, which is going to make you lean towards Pale Flamed or Bloodstained or something like that, right? Now you're leaving out all this electro damage that's not going to go anywhere, which is why I'm calling it icing on the cake. Now, if we flip this the other way and say that he is more like a Kaching, you know how people say, oh, I'm going to use Tartaglia as a sub DPS. If you used Razor as a sub DPS, he actually might put up similar numbers to what Tartaglia does. Probably not in the millions because it's a transformative reaction and it's not the Shogun for all intents and purposes. You know what I mean? But you're going to get some really respectable numbers. Let's say you crown his skill and you crown his burst. You hit his skill, you hit his burst, you hit his skill again. That's a lot of fucking damage. And then you put him away. That's a ton of damage. Super ton of damage. It only takes you, what, a couple seconds to do that? Bam! Burst. Bam! Put him away. You do the same thing with Tartaglia. You pull him out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, burst, put him up. Pull him back out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, burst, put him up. That's Tartaglia. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on how you run a Razor, but even still, the fact that he's competing with characters like that is why I'm keeping him in the B tier. You know what I mean? I'm keeping him in B tier because there are other characters where not only their reactions are stronger, but they don't rely on physical damage. And relying on physical damage actually can be a hindrance. It can be a hindrance because you can't react to it. It gets bigger buffs, but it gets bigger buffs by, because, well, you can't do anything with it. It's not like you can't swirl physical damage. You can Mona physical damage and you can Bennett physical damage, but you can't swirl physical damage. You can't react to it. You can't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like geo damage, except the numbers aren't as big as geo numbers. That's about it. His normals are way bigger than Ningguang's, but Ningguang's skills and her burst are miles stronger than his. It's really his skill and it's really his burst that's keeping him from being like a A tier. His burst keeps him from being up there. He's strongest, God knows what, but it's his burst. He lacks on his burst. If his burst was a little bit stronger or had a constellation somewhere in there that tweaked his burst, maybe just a little bit more, or made it to where his burst can like respond to how, like, let's say he had a constellation that said, okay, well, his electro damage is going to be increased by X% of his physical damage or something like that. Then at that point, all right, Razor, he's definitely going to be A tier. Easy. But you have to pick which one you're going to invest in. Because doing just electro, you're going to leave out all this damage on his physical. But if you go physical, you're leaving out all this damage on electro. But his kit is so amazing, it's almost like you might as well just run attack on him. Right? Now, the conversation surrounding Razor makes me believe that he should be an A tier, but the conversation around him almost makes me want to drop him a tier. Because God forbid you say put an attack goblet on him. God forbid you say run 4-piece gladiator. God forbid you say run 2-piece and 2-piece. God forbid you say 2-piece Shiminawa, 2-piece gladiator, just to balance him all the way across the board. God forbid you get any type of creativity with this guy, bro, the community's going to cut your head off because he's their knight in shining armor. He is the this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? But looking at his kit, I want to put him into A tier. I want to give him a higher score, but I can't give him a higher score because he has to be in this build. But the potential of him, he definitely, I'll put it this way, and I'll clean it up. I'll get over him after this. In my heart of hearts, I believe that this guy in the right hands could easily be an A tier. Easy. But until everybody leaves this physical damage shit alone and leaves this, gotta build him one way, you gotta do the thing, and you gotta do this, and you gotta do that, until they kind of leave him alone and give him some flexibility from the community, let people build the way they want to build. Let's see him flexible. Let's make him flexible. Make him flexible. Like we're trying to do with Toma right now. We're trying to make Toma flexible. Let's make Razor flexible, because somebody's going to do it with Toma. Somebody's going to do it with Rosaria. They told us to build physical on Rosaria. They told us to build HP on Zhongli. The only time it really stuck and worked was with the Shogun. That's where it like stuck and worked. Like you have to do this. But with Razor, it's not one character in this roster where I can say you have to build the character that way. You have to. You don't have to build the characters any particular type of way. But with Razor, it seems that way. But I don't believe that. So in my heart, he's an A tier. But according to what everybody is saying about the way you have to build him, that build puts him in B tier for me. So not because of the build, but because I know what the potential of the build is, and that build is B tier. That's why. All right, so let's go on ahead and move on to who we don't have. Kokomi. Oh my God. We're going to save her for last. Kujo Sarah. All right, so Kujo Sarah. I don't know anything about this woman, so I don't know if I'm going to speak on her. I will say this. If you have Kujo Sarah, you probably paid for something on your account. If you didn't pay and you have Kujo Sarah, it's a godsend. But the only thing I know, and for anyone who has Kujo Sarah, you have to tell me this, but this is the narrative that keeps getting pushed to me. So don't say I don't know what I'm talking about. Say that the community doesn't know what they're talking about, because this is the only fucking thing the community is saying, and that is that she is not viable prior to C6. So prior to C6, she might as well just be a dumpster fire, delete her from the game. Is that true? I have no idea. I thought C2 was going to be like that, make her better or something, but you know, that made her more fun to me. C2 made her fun to play. I don't know about C4. The number of blah, 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 blah released is something increases. Okay, I don't know nothing about Kujo Sarah. But what the entirety of the community is saying is that she's trash up until C6. So I'm going to position it based on what everybody else is saying. And based on what they are saying, she is a clear Z tier up until you get C6, and then she's a comfortable A+ tier. Outside of that, she can kick rocks until somebody else figures out how she works. Because I'm not getting caught up in that conversation because people seem to be very passionate about their position on Cujo Sarah. And God forbid I get my hands on her and make her work as a main DPS and piss somebody the hell off. Yoimiya, I don't care about this ICD thing, nor do I care about the bugs. My personal opinion, she is probably up there with Hu Tao, in my personal opinion. And the reason I say that is because I've seen it countless times. I don't know how many times I've seen a DPS showdown between her. And the fact that Yoimiya still gets pressed for whatever. It's like, dude, she's out DPSing Kazuha. She's out DPSing the Raiden Shogun. She's out DPSing Rosaria. She's out DPSing Kamisato. She's out DPSing Zhongli. She's out DPSing Tartaglia. She's out DPSing Zhao. What is everybody tripping on when it comes to Yoimiya, bro? What is the problem? Is she the girlfriend you didn't get in high school or something? Like, and now you don't like her because, oh, my pyro didn't work for a second, or, oh, the ICD thing. Like, bro, relax. She's not bad. She's not Hu Tao. Okay, let's talk about this for a second, because I'm going to give her rating in a second, but I want to iron out some of the bullshit that I've heard in the community, and I'm tired of hearing it. And this is to DWP, because I'm talking to my niggas. If you're part of the community and you think otherwise, fuck what you're talking about. Leave, dislike. I don't give a fuck about you. I'm keeping it real with my niggas and trying to straighten out their perception, because all of this is all over the place and makes no sense, okay? So when you're holding your controller or you're playing on your keyboard and you hit E, something happens to your normals. Your normals go from doing white numbers to red numbers all of a sudden, right? And then when you hit the button on your controller that does the big shiny, something else happens. An animation plays, and then a circle gets hit with a big thing, and then it's back to square one. Ain't that what happens with both of these characters? Am I tripping or am I not tripping? Am I tripping? Do your normals not get impressively stronger when you magically hit the E key on your keyboard? If you're on PlayStation and you go, you know what, I feel like hitting R2 right now, and you go click, and then she does the little swirl, and then magically your numbers go from 4 digits to 5-digit numbers. Am I tripping or something? Am I mistaken? Am I misreading numbers? Do I not know 1 + 1 = 2, or does it equal 11 like the rest of the community? Am I tripping? Am I missing something? What am I missing? What am I missing when she's putting down something mere seconds behind Hu Tao, yet she is the worst 5-star or something? I am so confused. I am super confused, and I am here to clear it up for my people and give y'all what's happening. What's happening is you have this Hu Tao who's setting down enemies with 2,000 HP in about 17 seconds. You have this character right here who's setting them down in about 20 seconds. You have this character right here who downs an enemy in about 7 seconds, Primo Vishap. You have this character right here who downs it in about 9. Then you have this character right here who downs it in about 15. What's the problem? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Then you have this character right here who can't even down an enemy without a teammate. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? I don't know. All I'm saying is Yoimiya in my book gets an A+ ranking. She might get an S-, because all I know is this. If you're even remotely keeping up with Hu Tao, you have to be at least brushing shoulders with S tier. Like, this character right here is, let me just get Hu Tao out the way. Hu Tao is S+, period. On to the next one. This character right here is brushing shoulders with one of the gods of this game. I don't know what anybody's issue is. It's very simple. It's a very simple concept. My niggas, y'all come from Warframe, okay? You know how back in the day, melee was stronger than guns? Because melee, you were in danger. And because you're putting your life in danger, you do more damage. And the reason why guns were weaker is because you're not in danger. So there's the trade-off. Well, Yoimiya is a little bit weaker than Hu Tao because you're a ranged character. So you're at a range, but you're doing Hu Tao damage. If Hu Tao was a ranged character, you hit a button, your normals go pyro, you do the pyro thing, oh, it's getting too close, you hit the big shiny button, bam, big sparkles go off, and you get away. And then you're back to doing your white numbers. You hit a button, you do the numbers, and then you hit the big shiny. It's the same thing, bro. It's the exact same thing. It's just one, your tap circle, and the other one you aim or you hold circle. Tap circle, hold circle. Tap circle, hold circle. I don't think tapping circle and holding circle is so different to where people are actually comparing him and Venti, but can't compare her and Yoimiya. Are you for real though, bruh? Like, him and Venti are fundamentally different. They're the same because they draw enemies in. That's it. They draw enemies in. That's like it though. And that's not even close. At least they have the exact same kit. It's just one is a bow character and one is a polearm. It's the exact same kit. The reason she scales off HP is because she's in the face of enemies. Why do you expect to get hit as a ranged character? Probably why she doesn't scale with her HP. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Anyway, in my book, Yoimiya is strong as hell. I've seen her do numbers that impress me. I don't care what nobody say. She A+, if not S-. End of story. Cause this dude, he's a S tier, not S+, but S tier. The reason why I say that is because he's weaker than people think, but he's stronger. He's strong. He's strong. I'll put it this way. He's the strongest they say, but weaker than they think. If that makes sense. Actually, I'll put it this way. He's weaker than they say, but he's stronger than they think. I don't know if that's a better way to put it. I don't know how to explain it. It's like when people describe Kazuha, they do kind of make him sound like Jesus, and he's not. He is useful and very viable on an account. If anything, he is like a S+ on your account because he changes the state of your account. Like the character as a character is a good character. But as a character, is not really like, okay, he's not Hu Tao though. He's not Ganyu though, and he's definitely not Eula. He's not even Kujo Sarah by himself. He's strong, but he's not like Ning Guang. And I know that because I battled a couple of times with Kazuha, and Ning Guang beat him. And Klee can beat him, and D-Luke can beat him, Xing Cho can beat him, probably Beto. I wouldn't be surprised Beto could beat him. Like, he's great. He's a great character, but he's a great support character. And with that, you could basically, here's Kazuha. This is how effective he is in changing the state of your account. You could build him with an all-electric set and run all hydro units, and he still almost doubles the damage output. That is how good Kazuha is, based on my research. The numbers don't make sense, but when you see him swirl something and magically the number goes tenfold, that's why. I don't know what he's doing in his kit, but I'm telling you right now, there's no way that, let's say, Sucrose, right? There's no way that you can pop Bennett's ult and then hit Sucrose and Sucrose's ult and her skill and get the same result that you're getting from just his skill. It's not going to happen. Just his skill does something to the enemy. They call it shred. I don't know where people got shred from. We just call it stripping armor. Well, I do come from Warframe. I'm sorry, it's beat my head. I apologize, but they say something about shredding. Last time I checked, I don't know if he shreds. I thought he just increased elemental damage. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. He does animal damage. Within 10 seconds of the remaining something. He can unleash a powerful plunge attack. Can be used in midair. AoE and presses. Okay. When a plunge attack, something is performed using the effects of elemental skill, that plunge attack damage is converted to animal on landing. Creates a small. Okay. Well, that's that. I don't know. Let's check here. If his skill comes in contact with whatever that is, when cast, the blah, blah, blah will absorb the element, and if plunging attack, well, his plunging attack is used before the effect expires, it will deal an additional 200% of the attack of the absorbed element type, or as the elemental type damage, whatever. This will be considered plunging attack damage. So it's plunging attack, elemental damage, I guess. I have no idea what's going on here. Elemental absorption may only occur once per use. Upon triggering a swirl reaction, that guy will grant all party members elemental. I thought it was just elemental damage. I didn't think he like stripped armor or nothing like that. Unless he does. Maybe he does. I have no idea. something elemental mastery, uh, energy, energy. Increased damage dealt. Yeah, I don't know where the hell they're coming up with this shred thing. Like that, they I don't know. They should probably stop saying shred because there's I didn't see unless I missed. Maybe I missed something. I'm gonna just say I missed something, but I didn't see anything about resistance or defense or. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck what they talking about. So I have no idea. But regardless, the damage you're going to do after hitting his skill is different. That's all I can say. So S plus in my book for this guy. But when you get him, only because I've seen it and I've seen this shit where you can actually build him wrong. And when I say wrong, I mean wrong. No set bonuses, random. And as long as your talents are good, you can actually Spiral Abyss clear him with just Bennett. Now, he won't be doing all the DPS now. Bennett will have to pick up the slack on the DPS. But that skill and that burst are actually that powerful. That's what he does to your account. He effectively removes the need for effort on your account. Would you want that? Why would you not want that? When times get tough and you need to do the things, it's probably good you get yourself a Kuva weapon. Why don't you have a Brahma? Why do you not have a Tsar? Why don't you have a Prime on your account? Why are you not running a half health build but complaining about DPS? Why do you not have a shield build but you're complaining about dying? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then plus VV. You can run shitty VV on them and it works. You know what I'm saying? That is what Kazuha does to your account. So in my book, this guy is an S plus rank easy. Because you can build him wrong and he still performs. The wrong builds, he still works. You have to get this guy. Remember I was telling you guys way earlier about Bennett. I fought for, Necro will tell you, I fought for so long to not use Bennett. And Bennett is like S plus 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 plus. Like he is so relevant to your account. If you pulled no characters on your account, the one character you have to pull is Bennett. If you pull nobody else in your account, you have to pull Bennett. And this dude, Kazuha, is very close. He is really close, bro. He is like, he's right there. Like, he's like, let me just get the big three out the way. If you're not going to pull anybody on your account, there's only 3 of them that I stand firm on that you have to pull that are the most viable candidates across any account. Whale, Dolphin, Low Spender, Free to Play, Non-Existent, Brand New, Baby. 3G cell phone. Like, or you play on movie TV screens. You play on touchscreen movie monitors. It don't matter what kind of player you are. These 3 characters completes your account. Period. The most viable characters in all of Genshin and what I believe going forward. That would be top of the list, Bennett. Easy top of the list. Top of the list, Bennett. In second place, Kazuha. Does that mean he's better than Venti? I'll get into that in a second because that's still a conversation for some reason, okay? In second place, Kazuha. We can say he's better, sure. Fuck it, whatever. And then Venti would be the next one. If you have those 3 characters, you are done, bro. And this is, and for context, Necro, we covered everybody. You're coming like near the end, bro. We're like near the end of this stream. Like we covered everybody, bro, in extensive detail, bro. So you caught us at like the, you know how many times I talk about this on my stream. It's such a dead subject on my streams now. But yeah. So in that order, bro, Bennett is the #1 character you have to get on your account before anything. Before you do anything, get him and try to get him to Constellation 1. After that, you can do whatever you want. You can level up Noelle, you can level up Beto, you can level up Barber, you can do whatever your heart desires. Get Bennett. And a very strong second, bro, Kazuha. Very strong. And that's because of how strong his skill is and how strong that burst is. And God forbid you put the VV set on him, it's even worse. Like, this dude is different. So that's Kazuha, and that's why he's S plus. Bennett, like I said, different world. Different world. Oh my God, I don't want to get started on Bennett anymore. And I don't even like Bennett, and that's how I feel about Bennett. It's coming from a guy who doesn't like Bennett. I still don't have Bennett on my team. But that dude does different things to your account, bro. Like, yeah. But Kazuha, easily up there, bro. Oh, we're going to get into Ganyu. We're going to get into Zhao. We're going to get into all that. Eula. Let's talk about Eula for a second, bro. Matter of fact, let me check on that comment that you left. Because we're going to get into all that. Top 3 boss killers, Ganyu, Zhao, Hu Tao. Well, Eula. Okay. All right, so let's talk about Eula for a second. So, Eula. Is she viable on your account? To be completely honest with you, I people might hate me for this. To be completely honest with you, I'll put her in a B tier because she's not necessary. She's not necessary on the account. Is she useful on the account? Sure, yeah. She's fantastic to have on the account. She's a great addition to your account. How viable is she on your account? She's really viable. She has a lot of applications on your account. The thing is, if you're free to play, you're probably going to have her at C0, and you're going to be missing probably a fifth of her potential. It's not until C6 to where you actually get her potential. And for any strong ass C0 Eulas, like the strong ass C0 Eulas will never see the light of day of C6. If they're hella strong, don't let those guys get C6. Those guys at C6, those are your 2.1 million Eulas. Those are the Eulas that will hit for 2.1 million if they happen to just hit the lottery or something and get a C6 Eula and an R5, whatever her weapon is. That's that Eula. Because the effort it takes to get her to hit hella hard at C0 is the same amount of effort. You guys hear me talk about Hifumi constantly, okay? You guys know how I did my Ningguang. He's doing his Hu Tao more than what I did on my Ningguang, right? Those Eulas are God tier Eulas. Give them C6s and R5s, and she's easily the strongest single hit in the game, and I firmly believe that. But it's physical damage. She doesn't proc cryo as often. She does give you the attack speed, which is fantastic, but she really only gives you the big shiny number. It makes you feel like your dick is bigger than it actually is. That's all Eula is. Outside of that, I can't really put her anywhere. Like, he slots into everything. She slots into like one thing. Kill a boss, make me feel better about my DPS. That's Eula. Outside, if you and I really mean it, and don't take offense to this, but if you really have the short dick syndrome, and I mean that as a joke, but I kind of mean it at the same time. If you're self-conscious, if you're the type of gamer that needs affirmations from your comrades to justify your self-worth or that weirdo type shit, Eula is the character for you, because all she's going to give you is the big shiny number. That's literally it, bro. Like, it takes so much effort to get the shiny number that the whole time you're playing her, you're trying to get the big shiny number. That's the only reason you're playing her. And it's funny because by the time you get the big shiny number, half the cast already killed the fucking enemy you're trying to get the big shiny number on anyway. So why are you playing her? It's literally just for the big shiny number. She can clear content. That doesn't take away from what she's good at. She's fantastic at one shot in the abyss floors. She's fantastic at all these types of things. She can do that. She really can. She can have C0 hit 400, 500, 600, 700,000. Oh, you saw? Yeah, what? The research has started, Necro. It has started. We shall do our bidding on this gentleman and figure out the inner workings of his place in the hierarchy of is he viable or not. I believe he is an A tier, but that's going off the viability of shields. So his saving grace is his shields. That's really it. You know what I mean? But as far as Eula is concerned, the reason why I'm putting her into the B tier is because she doesn't do anything outside of watch me hit the big thing for 11,000, which unfortunately is comparable to a fucking 4-star character. A 4-star hits as hard as a 5-star, and your only saving grace is the one big thing that you have to work to get to. Bitch kick rocks. Hu Tao does that shit on a bad day. You know what I'm saying? So Eula, she's a great character. She's not a C tier. She's not a D tier, or E tier, or F tier. She's not a Z tier. but she is a B tier in my book because there are other characters that can do what she does cleaner and slot into more comps than she can. She's really only there for the big flashy number. That's it. She's not there to kill the floor. She's there to get the shiny number. Because guess what? He can kill a floor with Bennett. She can kill a whole ass floor. He can kill a whole ass floor. He can kill a whole ass floor. So what's your special thing? Well, I can hit the bitch. Shut up. Ain't nobody caring about that. Don't nobody care about that. Nobody cares about that. You can't even hit cryo half the time. Bitch, get out of my face. Just give me my big shiny and kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? But she is a great character. I don't want to disrespect the character. She is a great character. I just have to dumb down how, because niggas be swinging on her nipples, bro. And it's like, you got to bring it back, bro. It's in her contract. Get off my nuts. It's in her contract. I hit hard. Please don't, you got to get off my nuts though. In user license agreement, I'm a fantastic character, but I'm here for one thing and one thing only. I'm not here to wash your car. I'm not here to fix your brakes. I'm here to give you the big shiny number and do it moving. And she does it, and she does it well. So if you need that on your account and you're missing that on your account, at that point, yeah, she's going to be high A tier. But if you have anybody else who can do that, like Tartaglia or Hu Tao or Venti, or you got Kazuha, you really don't need... Eula has no place anywhere in the game outside of just being flashy. You know what I'm saying? She is a great character, but I have to put her in B tier. As far as she's not needed, I guess is what I'm saying. She's not necessary to your account. Now, Hu Tao. Oh my God. Ow. Little crazy Chinese lady. All right, so where does Hu Tao fit in this narrative? Her banner's up right now. Is she required to pull on your account? Because I think this is probably what people really want to know. Do I believe that she is so viable to an account that you actually should be pulling for her right now? I don't think she's so viable where you have to pull for her. But I will say it like this. If you accidentally pull for her, you have an S plus character, and there's no arguing that. There is only one character who can actually out DPS Hu Tao in the current state of the game. Now, in future states of the game, we can get into debates and arguments, so on and so forth. But in the current state of the game, given the type of enemies we have, the maximum amount of health pools that are offered to us, there is literally only one character in this entire game who can hit harder or kill things faster than... And it really was funny. I'll explain here in a second. There's only one character who hits harder than Hu Tao. One. There's one character who hits harder than Hu Tao. And I'm gonna fuck y'all heads in a second. Eula can hit harder than Hu Tao. You want to know what's funny, though? Hu Tao actually, in one cycle, hits about 16 times harder than Eula. So if you had Eula do her big burst and do the big number, and now you have to start over again, that one hit that Eula got is one cycle. In one cycle, for Hu Tao, you pop her skill, you do the thing, you do the comp, you do the burst. Her actual DPS output is going to be about 16 times of what Eula's is. That's why I said Eula doesn't fucking matter. She just gets you the big number. Wow, my dick's big. Yeah, but you took Viagra, dog. This right here, big dick energy. Really, really big dick energy. Because here's the thing that a lot of people aren't paying attention to in these DPS showcases. She can hit in the millions, but she can only do that once. Right? She can clear the same enemy in the same fraction of the amount of time that Eula can, but she still got hella time to go, bro. She could go grocery shopping. She could go to McDonald's. I'm just trying to keep her from talking all the time. But yeah, she can go grocery shopping. She can go get a pair of shoes. She can go drink tea, use the bathroom, come back. She got heck of time to waste. Eula got to do it and then hit it, and then she did. That's her maximum. Hu Tao does that in like a fraction of her skill time. You see what I'm saying? Dude, vapes and melts are ridiculous, bro. That's why I'm saying, like, Hu Tao, like, nah, man. Nah, bro. Nah. There's only, dude, I'm really getting tired of her doing that. There's only one character who can potentially out DPS Hu Tao, and that's Ganyu. Potentially, though. It's a potential. We don't even know. And the only reason that's the case is because Hu Tao has a downtime, whereas she doesn't. That's the only arguing factor. And Ganyu on paper does 800,000 without melt over 30 seconds, but it's 800,000 over 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what the fuck she's doing. I haven't done her calculations over that. Dude, I gotta stop doing that. I'll do this. So with all that being said, bro, the only reason I'm saying she's not absolutely necessary on your account is because she is a boss killer, and a boss killer not only, but that's her lane. She's not an AoE type. She can AoE. Don't get it twisted. She can do all the things. It's not a problem for Hu Tao. Do not get it twisted. But that's not her lane. Her lane is Spiral Abyss, big shit, Primo Vishap, and Magu Kinki, and Ajdaha. And if it's big, tag me in, coach. I got this. Don't worry about that. Oh, I know you got this character and that cat. All that's fine. But I'm gonna tell this is Hu Tao, and I'm gonna try to make this as easy to digest as possible. If you need a character, if you don't understand the mechanics of the game, and you don't really know what to do, or if the character is good, but you just tired of not having that one character who can hit hard, right? You just want a good character. Like, I just want somebody that I can feel confident about my DPS with. I don't know how to build. I don't know about Lava Walker and Crimson and Pale Flame and Petra. I don't know what all that shit means. I just want a character that's fun, hits hard as shit, and can do what's advertised. Well, guess what, buddy? Hu Tao can do that. And guess what? You can put shitty artifacts on her, and she's going to keep up with some of the S tiers in this tier list. Shitty artifacts, she hits hard. You can put all HP. Well, don't get me wrong. You want to do a crit ratio and all that good stuff. But if you don't even know that, chances are you don't know how to build with any of the other characters. And if that's the case, and you just have shit builds across all your characters, Hu Tao is going to be your strongest character. By a large margin. I talk all this shit about Ningguang all the time. You guys hear me? But the facts are the facts, my nigga. Hu Tao is smacking. She is smacking against my Ningguang. I'm an ex-battle rapper, and I come from hip-hop. I love competition, and I talk my shit. I like to combat. I like to battle, compare myself. I like to do that. That's what I do. It lets me know if I'm doing something wrong or right, or maybe I should take a second look at what I'm doing because I just got ate up in this. But if I'm eating niggas with Ningguang, then it's like, all right, well, I ain't got no room to grow. Except for what I got to find a reason to grow, right? But if you get a Hu Tao, if I go up against, like, let's say I go up against Hifumi's Hu Tao or Saint's Hu Tao, nigga, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way, bro. No way. There is no way. If you took Hifumi's build and slapped that on Saint's build, if you slapped that shit on Saint's account, took his artifacts, and put that on Saint's C6 R5 Hu Tao with the Staff of Homa, that shit would be like at least double, at least quadruple what he's doing right now. It's ridiculous how strong this girl is. And you don't even need to put that much effort in her. You just balance her crit ratio and go at it. She's going to get the job done. That's Hu Tao. And for that reason, she is a S+. And the only drawback that she has is the fact that she doesn't do native AoEs on her skill. That's literally it. That is literally it. Her melts are fucking crazy. Her melts are ridiculous because they're 2.0 multipliers. Her vaporizers are pretty crazy because those are 1.5 if she vapes. But Jesus Christ, they're still ridiculous. Everything about her is strong. You will not be let down. Her cooldowns aren't really a problem to worry about. S plus easy, viable to your account, 100%. If you have her, build her, don't sleep on it. If I accidentally pull her, I'm going to have a built Hu Tao. I got a weapon lined up for her ass and everything. Don't worry about it. Zhao. All right, here's the thing about Zhao. Zhao is a tough one because Zhao requires a healer or a way to keep yourself alive. That's his drawback. Outside of that, he is a great character, but he takes an investment. You do have to invest in the character. Now, like I said, with Hu Tao, you don't got to invest like that. You really don't, because she can do vaporize. He can't do vaporize like that. Once whatever's on the field wears off, that's it, because of that mask right there. That is what his issue is. Now, if they flip-flopped the two and made his burst his skill, but made it hit like 1,000 as an AoE or like a plunge attack, that's his burst or some shit like that, perfect character. His skill, he puts a mask on, and if they made him like Hu Tao, night and day. It'd be a totally different story, because now you're not stuck in animal mode. But even in just animal mode, like let's say if you got not C6 Bennett, let's say you got Bennett and Sucrose and Ganyu, right, with a long ass cast. So now you're swirling a melt situation. Dude, Zhao can put up some numbers, because now you got a VV situation happening on top of melts with Ganyu. And Ganyu is not somebody, we're going to get to Ganyu in a second, okay? But the best way I can explain Zhao is that Zhao is like, he's like Kazuha, but only in the beginning of his burst because of the VV set. Because that's all animal characters. You slap VV on them, they go ape shit once you throw other shit out there. If you get like Xiangling and you pop her burst, or you get like Beto and pop her burst, and you have reactions going off, and then you run VV in his burst, holy shit. Are you talking about damage just flying there? Everything's fucking dead. And the fact that he can rely on plunge attacks. Plunge attacks in this game are the strongest single hits as far as your regular attacks are concerned. He has additional shit going on with that, similar to what Kazuha has going on, right? The only drawback I don't know what the fuck that sound was. The only drawback I can think of off the top of my head, realistically, and I'm being real about this shit, with Zhao is the fact that he fucking kills himself. Why that's a thing, I honestly don't know. I don't know what the fuck that's about. And why there's no way for him to just get it back in his normal kit, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. That's pulling him down so hard. It's unfair to the character. You know what I mean? And the amount of investment and the level of skill it takes to play for him to equal Hu Tao is also unfair. In my personal opinion, it's unfair. When I see DPS showcases with him versus her, it's super fucking unfair to him, because he has to work hella hard just to put out numbers that she's putting out at the touch of a fucking button. It's unfair, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's super unfair. In my personal opinion, it's unfair. Can he do it? Yes. What does it take to do it? It takes hella more than it takes for her to do it. And that's what I think is unfair. And that's what's keeping him around an S, if not an S minus rank, let alone an A plus, is the fact that he fucking kills himself. He fucking kills himself. He has to be like S minus though. I can't take him out of S, but he's got to be like at the end of S or something. You know what I'm saying? I can't comfortably put him that high in the S tier. Like, I feel like Fischl brings more value to you. And this is no disrespect to Necro, because Necro mains Zhao. This is no disrespect to you or any other Zhao mains out there, bro. No disrespect. I feel like Fischl does bring more value to the account as a whole than Zhao does, until it comes to bosses and big niggas. Like, Zhao is the guy you bring when you don't have Hu Tao, or when you need to do Hu Tao levels of shit. That's where Zhao comes in. And the amount of DPS he does is astronomical. But the risk versus reward is so unfair when it comes to what other characters can do. Yoimiya could do shit like that. You know what I mean? Yoimiya can do numbers like that. Hu Tao's doing numbers like that. He fucking kills himself, though. He actively kills himself. Shields don't help this man. Oh, you a Ganyu main now? Oh, all right. We're going to get into Ganyu. Oh, I'm going to get into Ganyu. I'm a Ganyu fan. Trust me. I'm going to be speaking highly on your girl, man. No, Ganyu's cool. I like Ganyu. But yeah, with Zhao, I want to put him in like S+, because I can say this much. As an overall character, okay, if you don't have Hu Tao, okay, if you don't have Hu Tao, but you do have Zhao, okay, you are kind of sitting on a lighter version of Hu Tao. You're sitting on Hu Tao 1.0, basically. This nigga does hit some fucking numbers, and it's an AoE. You just jump, plunge, and you're hitting at least 11,000. And that's like a bad Zhao. You're hitting at least 11,000. Like, build a Zhao up and just do a plunge attack, and everyone in that circle is getting hit for 11,000. 11,000, 11,000, 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. You know how long it takes for my Ning Wong to do that type of shit? I have to go, foop, 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 and then I hit a skill for 20, foop, foop. I'm hitting 15 plus another 4, but foop, 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 foop. That's a 5-star weapon, triple crown. You don't need that to hit 11,000 on Zhao. Granted, he's a 5-star, but he has a VV set. Like, he has his pros, but his biggest con is the fact that he kills himself with no way to get back from that. There's nothing that I know of that's going to get him back from that. Not even the weapon he came with gives him HP back. It's the weirdest shit. I honestly don't know why. Matter of fact, because of that, dude, like, I'm almost inclined to drop him a tier. Like, I really am. I'm almost inclined to drop him a tier. His damage is up there, but dude, he really can't get back without somebody's help. Like, that's so fucked up, bro. Like, he has to go down a tier for that. His damage, if I did damage wise, then sure, he could be an S tier. But for the viability or count, because somebody has to babysit his ass the entire time, it's just the risk is like, come on, dog. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, it's not bad. I mean, Diona with energy recharge, Bennett, like, it's not a problem. It's just why the fuck is it there, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why it's there. Storyline wise, sure, but why is not something in the kit to combat that? I don't understand. Like, I'll give him an A plus. I'll give him a confident A plus. I really want him to be an S tier because I know he hits hard. Like, 11 is not his cap. 11 on a good free-to-play build, like, that's not, you're not hitting 11 with a good free-to-play build. You're hitting like 20,000 per plunging, if not more. Oh, by the way, that Foom I was talking about with Ning Wong, that's one enemy. He's hitting all the enemies for that. So let that sink in. So Zhao is really fucking strong, okay? Ganyu, in my opinion, is S+. She's really close to Hu Tao. The big difference that I see between Ganyu and Hu Tao is that Ganyu's damage is over time. Hers are in short bursts. I was talking all the shit about how much time she has, but that's because she has way more time than Eula. Eula does the big number in one go. She does the big number across, 15 seconds, 14, 12 seconds, some shit like that. However long the duration on this shit is, what is it? 9 seconds. So hers is like 9 seconds. Eula is like, you hit them a couple times and then you switch characters and it's like, wow, 400,000. Hu Tao's doing like 400,000 in like the first 2 seconds out of 9 seconds. Like, you can do so much more damage in that 9 seconds, not including her fucking burst, which is ridiculous. And then we have Ganyu. The thing about Ganyu is a damage over time type of character. And her charge shot, like, this is disregarding her C6 charge shot thing. Like, the charge shot C6, that's cool, but that's like, okay, that's cool. But if you build your Ganyu right and you're doing proper melt comps, you got Gooba out there, you got, for all intents and purposes, you got this fucking guy, Toma or whatever, and you're actually doing a proper rotation and you're getting her attack to do the 1.5 times multiply on melt, right, where her numbers get multiplied, bro, you're looking at numbers that are in 100. You're easily over 100,000 per shot. If not, you're cutting it real close to the 200,000, depending on your build. I know it's unconventional or unreasonable to even position shit like that because the maximum that we usually see is like 125, and this is with a C6 Ganyu and so on and so forth. Blah 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 blah. But even I kind of feel like she's not even been min-maxed like that. Because what I've noticed is that these whales they haven't really done all the things. They haven't Hifumi, I'm gonna coin that term. They haven't Hifumi the character like that. You know what I mean? Once you Hifumi the character, nigga, I can only imagine how strong Ganyu is. I can only fucking imagine, bro. When you're getting consistent 30% crit damage, 30 crit damage, 30 crit damage, 30 crit damage, 30 crit damage, and you keep grinding until you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. You min-max all the stats. I need the cryo here, and I need the attack here, and I need this much attack, and this sub-stat, and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, and if I do this, and whoop-whoop, and then I'm going to build this side character, and whoop-whoop, and you do all the things, nigga. Here's the thing, though. You don't have to do that for Ganyu for her to be out DPS and have to, like, pretty much everybody except Hu Tao. You don't have to do that to Ganyu for her to out DPS everybody. Like, the only person I think she might not be able to out DPS is maybe Hu Tao. And these two are so neck and neck, it's really hard to say. And it's like between C0 on both of them, C1 on both of them, or C6 on both of them, like they are consistently neck and neck. Hu Tao can beat her in the current state of the game because the bosses don't have enough health. God forbid we get a boss that has like 20 million HP. I kind of believe Ganyu would beat Hu Tao. But in the current state, that's why I specifically say current state of the game, Hu Tao shits on everything. Everything she shits on, bro. But let there be a boss that takes Hu Tao out of her cycle for a second. The amount of time that Hu Tao is out of her cycle, Ganyu is going to make up that DPS because she never has downtime. Ever. She does not have a downtime, and that's what makes Ganyu scary. And the fact that she's so fucking strong the entire time is really spooky. You got ice falling from the sky hitting for 20,000, 18,000, bruh. Dude, your charge shots are hitting for 100,000. Like, the shit is ridiculous, bro. It's just ridiculous. It's like, I don't know why she's that strong. This right here is a good example of power creep. And if you really like Amber, you are really gonna like Ganyu. And people say Ganyu's not a 5-star Amber. Well, I'm going to speak English to you right now, and we're going to figure out if she's a 5-star Amber or not. What does Amber do? She throws out a pseudo tank that draws aggro. It does damage to them, and then she has a bow, and she charges it up, it changes element, she shoots it, and it does a thing. It scales with constellations, pretty sure, and then she shoots something in the air, and shit falls and does an element in an AoE over a given amount of time. I'm pretty sure that Ganyu is a 5-star Amber. Just saying. It just, the fire falls a lot slower, and it's not fire. And it's a lot bigger, and it happens to be ice. That's the difference. That's the difference. So if you main Amber, you should probably just try Ganyu. You would be fucking surprised. Really. Like, really, really. Like, super really. It's almost like if you have Venti, you should probably try Kazuha. If you have Kazuha, you should probably try Venti. It's kind of like that conversation, but a little more skewed towards Ganyu in this case. Just saying. S plus easy, no problems outside of the fact that she uses a bow, and I personally don't like bows, so I'm not going to let that affect her rating. She's easily neck and neck with Hu Tao. I don't think any more needs to be said. Viability to the account, S+, build the character if you get her, no questions asked. Really slots into everything, and obviously she's a part of one of the strongest national teams on Earth, otherwise known as Morgana. You know what I'm saying? Swaggity. No, I haven't built them yet. We're still doing a little research on what's going on with them. We got Mr. Albedo. Oh, I talked about Albedo. Yeah, we talked about all these characters. All right, Klee. What's Klee's deal? Well, Klee... Ooh. Klee is one of those characters that takes a high investment. And for that alone, I'm starting her at C+, but I want to kind of hash this out about Klee real quick. First off, she's a Catalyst user. And what's the general consensus with Catalyst users? They're pretty strong. For all intents and purposes, they have something in their kit that just makes them really strong. Plus, they're incapable of hitting physical damage, so they're like the easiest to build for. They're generally speaking the easiest characters to build. You don't have to balance much. You just slap a bunch of this on and go. And that's it. Do a crit thing and just go. Right? And the thing about Klee, the only thing I don't like about Klee is the mind state of the people who main Klee. Something about Klee players bugs the shit out of me because I can't seem to go into a co-op environment without these fucking people setting everything on fire because LARPing or some shit. I don't know what that's about. I wish I knew what it was about, but it's their thing, I guess. And to be honest with you, I'm looking for my cigarettes because I had them and now I don't have them. Probably a good thing. But yeah, as far as Klee in her kit, I should say, I think Klee's kit is actually extremely viable and should not be slept on. Here's the reason why. So first off, she's a main DPS. She's not a sub DPS. Okay, like you can't do a thing and then leave the field and then all of a sudden things are still happening. That's not how Klee works. According to Klee players that I've spoken with, once you have her, she's there. That's it. Right, you have to play her, and then you pop your burst, and you're like, "Cool, I'm gonna leave these on the ground," and you tag out, they go away. Like she's not a sub DPS, right? But she has mechanics that allows you to buff whatever pyro is on your team. Not only that, Klee actually can out DPS D-Luke, which is something that's not really talked about. Now, is that a feat? In a way, kind of, yeah, because there's tiers of characters, right? We know about the S tier and this tier and that tier. We're not doing a damage tier list. We're doing a viability tier list. It's not even really a tier list. It's really just a podcast. It's a discussion about how viable the character is should you have the character. And I'm trying to get people away from thinking a character is shit when they're not and thinking a character is Jesus when it's not. Like, no, it's okay. Let's just talk about it for a sec. First off, she can break obstructions with her little bombs. So you got a catalyst / claymore. It's pyro, one of the strongest elements in the game. She's got a really easy rotation. It's like a jump, cancel, charge attack thing. She's got that. Her skill has a relatively okay cooldown, in my understanding. If I'm not mistaken, what is it, 20? Ooh, that's fucking terrible. Never mind. Oh, it's her burst. So her burst has a 15-second cooldown. And it only costs 60 energy, which is pretty fucking good in my book. And when I had tested Klee when she first came out in that first stream, bro, I really wanted Klee, and I don't think I had enough to pull for her, so it is what it is. But Klee was really good. She was really good, at least when I tested her. And I really had a lot of fun playing as Klee. And when I look at a lot of DPS showcases, particularly on Pyro teams, one thing I don't see is this character or this character when it comes to support DPS. I don't even see this guy on support DPS. You know who I see? I don't see Yan Fei. I see her. And in a lot of cases, I see her before I even see Xiang Ling. So she's got to have some kind of value. Not to mention when it comes to DPS showcases, when people pit their characters against Klee, Klee has a tendency to either break neck and neck, come a little bit behind, or beat them. So, and when I say beat them, I'm not saying beat them by a little bit. I'm saying she beat them. It's not by like millions or by 10 seconds, but she beats them. She may lose by a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but if she beats them, it's like 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Like Klee fucks shit up. And I don't think she gets enough credit for that. I really don't think she gets enough credit for what she actually is. And when I go into co-op and I see Klee's in there and we're doing our thing and they're doing Klee things, they're doing their part. There's this argument that she doesn't work with Venti. Now, sure, she could just not work with Venti, but you could just walk a little closer and throw a bomb. That's an option. Not everything has to wipe your ass in the game. You could just walk a little closer and then throw your bombs. That is an option. Venti doesn't have to do all the work for you just because he's Venti. Get over it. She's still viable. Somebody was saying, don't bring Klee because she doesn't work with Venti. Hey, guess what? Everything works with Venti. You probably just suck with Klee. Hate to say it to you, bro. Guess what? The dude brought Klee anyway, and guess what color his fucking vortex was? It was red. So kiss my ass, bro. So anyway, that's Klee. As far as where she's at on my personal viability tier list, if you have her, okay. Now I'm a fan of Catalyst users, but I'm trying to be as objective as possible, right? If you don't have Yanfei, first off, she's better than Yanfei in my personal opinion. Yanfei is a beast, and Yanfei is like A+ tier, okay? But Klee, I can't put Klee in S tier, but she is better than Yanfei because she's just stronger than Yanfei. Yanfei is strong, but Klee is just stronger. She's just stronger. She's just a way stronger Yanfei. Yanfei in her burst is Klee at her base. That's basically how that works. Yes, this little pyromaniac right here is Yanfei. This is Yanfei in her burst. That's Klee. That's how strong Klee is. For anybody wondering how that kind of works out, that's kind of how you can work the numbers out kind of that way. Not exactly that way, but just to give you kind of an idea, kind of a range of where those two fit in concordance to each other. She's basically Yanfei in Yanfei burst. You took Yanfei set, put it on Klee, you will instantly get a Yanfei burst. You should instantly get Yanfei burst results out the gate. And then you pop her burst, and now you have Yanfei in her burst doing Klee burst worth of damage. That's effectively how that should work. Right? Klee is actually really strong. So she is a high A+ over Yanfei, right? But not quite S+, because you don't have to have Klee. You don't really have to have Klee. She's nice to have, but you don't have to have her. Not to mention, she doesn't take care of AoE situations as grandiose as you might think. Yeah, it's a bunch of stuff on the ground, but it's not really the same as like Pyronado from Xiangling. You know, it's not really the same. They hit hard, yes, but it's not really the same though. It's not going to give you the same effect. It doesn't follow you everywhere. You can't really just put the pyro on something like you can with Pyronado. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't really, you have kind of like no control over it. They have to walk into it. You have to do something with Animo in order to make it do its thing. It hits for a lot of damage, but she's a 5-star. She's supposed to do that. You know, and you're getting 5 stars worth of damage. So if you have a Klee and you want Zhongli DPS, or you want Tartaglia DPS, or you want Mona DPS, or whoever Kaching DPS, for that matter, you literally are sitting on that DPS right now. And in some cases stronger, you just have to invest in the character. And this is one of those characters, to my understanding, you have to really invest into Klee in order to get those kind of results out of Klee. Like, you can't just throw whatever on her like you can on Hu Tao or Ganyu. You actually have to like try to get good artifacts for Klee in order to make her viable. Venti goes without saying. You don't need shit on this. You can actually, here's fucked up part about Venti. You could walk in with, like, if I'm not mistaken, you could walk in with 2 EM artifacts and nothing else on the guy, and he can wipe entire Spiral Abysses. You could walk in with 2 EM artifacts, nothing else on the guy, and like a level 1 bow. You could pop his ult, pop some shit in there, and then the shit just dies. That's Venti. That's Venti. So Venti is like out there, but Venti only really has certain applications. But like I was trying to explain to one of the homies, I don't even know if we homies at this point, but I ain't got no fucking hard feelings, but whatever. What I was trying to explain to one of the homies, however you want to look at that situation, is that Venti, the thing is with Venti, I'm going to try to explain this as best as I can. And this is coming from somebody who's been building for years in all types of different games. So when it comes to value, there's kind of like this mental image you get when you look at a value of what something is bringing to the table, right? The thing is with Venti that I don't think people understand the value of the vortex. Now, here's the thing. Let's say there is a domain and everything is spread out and you can one-shot everything, but you got to run around and one-shot everything. You know what I mean? Can you help me with the power domain? I want to do it like Yeah, that's fine. It's gonna be a while because I still got to get to Xingqiu and Diluc, so it's gonna be a minute, bro. But I really want to hammer this in. If anybody is willing to help out the homie, I could put his name up or his number up real quick. Anybody from DWP, if y'all got a little bit of time, help the homie out. He's right here, 635 818 404. Right? So that's Swaggity. The thing about it is just I don't want to be distracted and, you know, all of that. But I got to get this out. So here's the thing. If we had to scale the value of Venti's ultimate actually is kind of like off the scale. Like his value is kind of like Bennett's ultimate. It's in its own tier list almost. It's not really on the same plane as it's I can't really scale it with anything else in the game because the value of his burst is so high that even with all of his negatives, it puts him into such a high category. It's hard to argue that he's a bad character or he's worse than a character, or it's hard to really say if Venti's bad or not, right? And if you don't believe me, then go look at any historical Spiral Abyss run. I'm going according to what everybody is saying, right? Everybody's saying, oh, well, Spiral Abyss. All right, nigga, go look at Spiral Abyss. Look at all the runs before Kazuha. All of them. Look at every single Spiral Abyss run where niggas was clearing that shit hella fast. Who the fuck is on their squad, bro? In every single comp, nigga, Venti is somewhere. Every single time. Every single solitary time. This nigga Venti is the selected candidate in a team comp that doesn't even have his name. It doesn't even have his name in the team comp, and he's a permanent part of that group for one reason or another. Morgana. His name's not even in Morgana. People put him in national team. He's in teams he don't even belong in. Like, Venti's ult is like a level 80 ult. And I'm not exaggerating here. You really got to fuck with me on this. On a scale from 1 to 20, Kazuha's skill being like 20. Ayaka's ult being like 20. Hu Tao's charge attack being like 20. Ganyu's charge attack being like 20. Venti's ult is like 80. It's so far up there where you can literally give the nigga the worst shit you got and you just pop his ult and you just throw shit at it. And if you got 2 fucking artifacts, bro, whatever goes in that ultimate is gone, bro. That's it. You just level him up, give him 2 artifacts, shoot a bow, and you're done. There's nothing else you need to give to that guy. He's so... But it's only effective in very specific situations. And because of how specific the situation has to be, that's where he's, okay, I can get where people are like, they like Kazuha more than Venti. It makes sense. Because with Kazuha, he can handle single target enemies a lot better. Because you don't necessarily have to crowd control the enemy. But what Kazuha does is he enhances the damage that you're doing to that said target. Whereas Venti doesn't necessarily do that. Venti just groups everything up, puts it in a defenseless state, and then whatever the fuck you do is everything's an AoE. If it's not AoE, well, it is now. You know what I'm saying? So that's Venti. If it's not an AoE, now it's an AoE. It's magically an AoE. Shit that shouldn't be an AoE is magically an AoE. I don't know what's going on in that vortex, but I'll never forget I was having this discussion with somebody on fucking stream, and we were talking about Kazuha and Venti, and I shit you not, we battled. I took Ningguang, this person took Kazuha, we ran a domain like 2-3 times, we damn near broke even all the times, took us about a minute to clear the domain. I go in, a Venti shows up 3 times in a row. Venti clears the shit, 10 seconds, 13 seconds, 15 seconds, he's just clearing the shit like that. Because why? Because fucking Venti's there. So if we go from 1 minute, and these are top accounts, Eula's in there, Kazuha's in there, Ningguang is in there, C6 and all type of shit. It takes us a minute to clear the domain. Venti comes in and we clear it in 10 fucking seconds. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Where Venti is applicable, he kills everything else. There is no arguing the value he brings. He is irreplaceable, period. End of story. And that's why Venti is so like, wow. Because where you use Venti, nobody can do what the fuck he does. Period. You can kind of do what he does, but you will never do what this nigga does. Ever. And that's why it's so back and forth between him and Kazuha. Because Kazuha, when he buffs your damage, they might as well be in the vortex. That's how much he buffs the damage. They might as well be in a vortex. The only difference is there are cases where you still got to chase him down. With Venti, you don't. That's the difference. But Venti doesn't really work well against single target enemies. He can, but it's not going to be more beneficial than Kazuha. It might work really good, sure, for all intents and purposes. You build it right, VV, min, max, all the pseudosciences and all that extra shit. All that's fine. To your everyday player, casual, dolphin, whoever who's not doing calculus behind the scenes, nigga, Venti's killing everything. Over here, Kazuha is killing everything. Period. They're like so neck and neck. And if Kazuha is S+, definitely needed for your account, where the fuck does Venti sit? That nigga is right there. Easy peasy. He is so good. His burst is so good, they gave him a fucking bow, and his skill is complete ass. That is how good his burst is. His burst is so good that he is the first character to come out. And to this day, he is one of the three reasons why niggas can speed run the Spiral Abyss. The first banner nigga to this day still reigns supreme and sits on one of the 3 thrones in the Spiral Abyss. Bennett, Kazuha, Venti. And Venti clears every single fucking domain in 10 seconds. It is ridiculous. The only thing close to that is people with well accounts, C6s, this, that, and the third, God tier, blah, 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 all the extra shit. And they're bringing sucrose because they don't have Venti. That's it, bro. Outside of that, nigga, Venti's clearing shit. Venti is easily an S+. S+. Now, you can't get Venti, but if he comes out, get him. If Kazuha comes out, get him. The 3, like I said before, there's 3. Bennett, Kazuha, Venti. Get those 3, your account's, you're good. You actually don't have to pull for anybody else I said on my account. I don't know if anybody's helping you out, brother. Hopefully somebody is, but we still got, I think, 2 more characters to get through. Right? I wanted to get this out because I want to make sure there's no confusion when people are like, D-Luke sucks and Xing Cho is Jesus on roller skates or some weird shit. It's like, no, let's be objective now, okay? Let's look at them for what they are. Okay, viability to the account. D-Luke, he's not needed on an account. Okay, but if you have him, he's going to bring extreme levels of value to your account. Okay, he's kind of like Klee, but like not Klee, if that makes sense. As far as the value is concerned, right? Like in my book, he's like an A+ because of the value he's going to bring to your account. First off, he's a Claymore user, so breaking shit is going to be easy as fuck for you. He works really well with the Crimson set. Super easy to build for. Probably the most sought after character for some reason to this day. Like there's so many videos out about this guy. Like if no one knows how to build D-Luke today, I don't know what to tell you. Like every single build under the sun is out about D-Luke, and we know what he's like. C0, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. We know everything about D-Luke. D-Luke is just D-Luke, man. He's just D-Luke. I don't know what else there is to say. I mean, his pyro application is pretty good. I just learned recently that you can intertwine his skills in between his combo to stretch out his pyro application. I didn't know that. I thought you have to do it all at one string. And I'm like, oh, okay, that sucks if you have to do that, but you don't have to do that. So that makes him way better in my book. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, D-Luke is a really good character. Very straightforward to build. Very straightforward. Stick a bunch of fucking attack and crit on him and call it a day. And just unga bunga everything. Just hit shit. Just, he's Eula 1.0. Just Eula 1.0. I am Eula, but the guy. And I don't do the one big shot thing. And my ass ain't as big because I'm a guy. And girls have big hips. Let's look at Eula because she's hot. Eula's hot, right? Look at that. Cakes. Right? But that's Diluc. Diluc is a really, really, really solid character. Is he S tier? No. Used to be S tier, but not S tier because now we got Hu Tao, right? And Ganyu and Zhao and Tartaglia and shit. Like, but can he keep up? He can do his part to keep up, but he's not in that tier anymore. Right. But if you do put the investment in, and I don't mean and for him, I don't think you need a crazy investment. But if you want that Diluc that we all, for whatever reason, keep seeing, you are going to need an investment. It's going to take a long time. You're going to have to Hifumi your Diluc. That's going to be a term on this channel. If it's okay, Hifumi, that's going to be the term. The term is you need to Hifumi your Diluc. You need to Hifumi your character. And what that means for anybody who is not going to know what that term means, that means you need to put all the effort into the character. You need to do the domain all the time. You need to triple crown the shit, or at least get it to 999. You better do all the things. You better get the weapon, try to refine that bitch as many times as you can. You know, if you can, get a 5-star, get the Wolf's Gravestone. If you can, you need to do all the things. And if you do that, you'll be looking at a really, really, really strong character. Really strong character. That goes for any character in this roster, by the way, right? Including Xin Yan, okay? I actually follow a guy who is a Triple Crown Xin Yan player, right? But, you know, given the same effort to Diluc, you would obviously seek much more value than you would from a Xin Yan. Very similar to Klee, but Klee, unfortunately, is a little bit stronger than Diluc, actually, to my understanding. A little bit stronger, but that's because she's a Catalyst user, and Catalyst users can only do Pyro. If he had a situation where he can only do Pyro for longer than 5 seconds or however long that thing lasts for, I think he would be much higher on a tier list. And the reason why is because when it comes to the Goblet, you're actually losing DPS at some point in time, whereas with Klee, you never lose DPS. With Catalyst users, you don't lose DPS. Like, Kaching loses less DPS than Diluc does. Because half the time he's physical, the other half of the time he's Pyro. And then half the time he's physical, and the other half he's Pyro. And you got to figure out which one you want to scale. And for all intents and purposes, you might want to scale the Pyro because the hits are bigger when it happens. But until that happens, they're about even. So it makes more sense to run Pyro on them. So I understand why people run Pyro on them. You could run Attack as a Goblet, but, I mean, that's going to be up to you. It depends on whether you're using your burst all the time or not. If you're using your burst all the time, then run Pyro. If you're not using your burst all the time, then, you know, just run Attack. You'll get the best of both worlds that you can get, right? Of course, it's going to scale different. There's about a 15% damage difference between elemental bonus damage and attack goblets. You know, so, you know, do with that information as you wish. But definitely middle of the pack. I want to say A+, but after thinking about it, I got to kind of put him in an A, maybe A-. But he is up there, and I don't think anybody should be sleeping on Diluc. If you have Diluc, he's a great character. The reason he's not higher is because he does take an investment to keep up with the current state of the game. To keep up with the numbers that niggas is putting out, he is going to take a little bit more of an investment. And a lot of the Dilucs that you see have 1-year investments from people who've been blowing resin all day, every day. So they have these busted ass Dilucs. Like, Diluc is their shit. And that's those guys. But your everyday average Diluc, definitely just an everyday average 5-star. Put him in the A tier because of ease of use. The fact that he's Pyro and he hits hard as shit on his normals. There's my decision on Diluc. Xingqiu. I have very mixed feelings about Xingqiu because on one hand, he's up there with the Almighty 3, right? He's up there with the Kazuha and the Bennett and the Venti. But he's complete ass outside of his support role. And I mean that. See, here's the thing. So I know he's only good in his support role, but the fact that his burst is that good his burst is so good that even in a support role, he still carries that weight. This guy, not in a support role, in a main DPS role, you only need one element on the field for him to fuck everything up. If you just happen to pop Pyro somewhere, everything dies. So that's him. And then you have Bennett. Bennett's support is unmatched in this game. The buff that he gives to your squad is unmatched. I don't know somebody who buffs you better. The buff is that strong from Bennett, which is why a lot of people push Bennett so hard. It's actually that strong. And I wouldn't be able to say that unless I actually built Bennett. So I built Bennett, and I'm here to tell you that he's actually that beneficial to your team. He actually buffs you that hard. Now, Xing Cho, I want to put him up there, and to be safe, I'm going to say S tier. But my heart of hearts really puts him at like an A+. And the reason I say that is because he doesn't take a large investment, but he does bring this weird trifecta of goodness to your account. He can do very light. He can heal, but it's really light. He can defend, but it's really weak. He can do passive DPS, and oh my God, there's where the magic happens. Not to mention, it's Vaporize. So it's one of the 2 best reactions in the game, Vaporize and Melt. Now, it depends on the order at which you apply your elements, but, you know, if you play your cards right, you might be getting 2.0 vapes on your fire character. Hopefully it's a Hu Tao, and you're getting really big vaporizes off with 1.5s. But even if it's a regular vaporize and you're getting a 2.0s because he did the trigger, you're still getting respectfully high numbers, because what he's vaporizing is anywhere from 8,000, which is going to turn into 16, to 11,000, which turns into 22. Right? And he can do this 5 fucking times. Now, obviously he won't, because 1 water proc will take away heat instantly. Right? But one of those swords are going to hit for anywhere from 16 to 22,000, just simply based on if you crowned him or not, and based on what weapon you're using. You know, not to mention the one sword that he is the best with happens to be a 4-star sword. And even with the 4-star sword, he's still hitting so fucking hard with this 4-star sword that it's like, bro, what happens when I put a 5-star sword in his hands? Here's what's funny. Not much. It's a difference, and it's definitely noticeable. But it's kind of like not really, it's like a 10% difference or something like that. Like, it's not that serious. It's like maybe 5%. Like, it's not that big of a difference going from a 5-star weapon to a 4-star weapon in Xing Cho's hands. You know what I'm saying? Going from this to like a J Cutter, or this to like a Mist Splitter. Like, it's maybe a Mist Splitter might be a little bit bigger, but I don't even think it's not going to make that much of a difference, though, because that's not the point of Xing Cho. The point of Xing Cho is consistent damage and water application, and he can do that shit at a range at the touch of a button. And the fact that this guy hits so hard, like, let me put it to you this way. When people said Toma is going to be the fire version of Xing Cho, everybody lost their absolute minds over this, to the point where even I pulled the guy. You know how I feel about flamboyant dudes on my account. I didn't pull Venti because he's like, okay, trap card. I don't like Kea and build Kea because, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? And then I didn't pull for Xing Cho, and I was actually happy I didn't pull for Xing Cho because the dude has Daisy fucking Dukes on. But after knowing all this, bro, Xing Cho is like, I almost want to say he's kind of like a Bennett. Like, you kind of need to pull for this guy. If you have a Xing Cho, you should probably build this guy. You should really probably build this guy. So to wrap things up, we got some Z's, right? Like, we got some Z tiers / ED tiers. We got some D tiers also. We got some C tiers. We got some B tiers. We got some A tiers. And we got some S tiers and S pluses and all the things in between. Right? But I think it's much more fair to, like, let's get back to thinking a little bit more objective about the characters. Because and I'm not saying listen to me. What I'm really saying is give the character a chance, and don't shit on a character just because everyone is saying that. Don't lose belief in the character just because everyone is saying that. Because guess what? A guy who actively and religiously uses her on his team is being featured on Tony Toe's channel, so you can suck a fat dick if you said Amber sucks. Also, I said Lisa was dope as shit, and now Lisa is all of a sudden, when Raiden Shogun got pulled out, now all of a sudden Lisa's showing up everywhere. Well, what happened? When, like, just give the character a chance is all I'm saying. Like, give the character some time instead of just saying the character is ass or the character is God. Realize this also, and this is, I'm talking to DWP. Realize that the character, oh, I didn't even talk about Kokomi. We'll get into her as I wrap this up. Realize that the characters are just characters, right? You will have your best characters, but there's also a factor that goes into the character, and that is you. You are 50% of the reason why the character is what the character is. If you think the character sucks, 50% of that equation is you. If you think the character is God tier, 50% of that character is you. If you think the character is mediocre, 50% of that character is you. If it's a dumpster fire, you. If it, you know what I mean? So on and so forth. If it's great, you. It's so on and so forth. Aloy, we talked about Aloy earlier, right? So just don't forget that fact when you are trying to decide on what character you want to invest your hard-earned resources into and where you're going to invest your future resources. I deal with this every time I jump on the game, trying to decide what I'm going to invest my resources into, and I'm making my decision based on my happiness level with my account, with my game, and with my anticipation of what that character is going to bring to my little happy chemicals that they give off in my head, right? So, and I recommend everybody do the same, but please, 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 let's not make the same mistake that we continuously make, and that's prejudge a character and give hard criticisms or hard shits and hard this and hard that when we, in actuality, don't know a fucking thing about the character. We just going off some bullshit we saw and some shit a nigga said in a YouTube video. Let's stop doing that, because if we kept doing that, we would have never had Bennett. Okay? It was up to the theory crafters, and if I like to say so myself, I would like to call myself a theory crafter. I just don't call myself a theory crafter, but yeah, theory crafters don't do that shit. We look at the character's kit, and we try to figure out, is there any potential with the character? And if there is, we're going to explore that. That's where we find our happiness and joy. That's where I find my happiness and joy. And the one thing that is kind of a pet peeve to me is when a character is just deemed impossible to work with, and then later we find out that the character has some traits that we should have been fucking with. That is a pet peeve of mine. Because it's like, why the fuck did I listen to you? You're not even a theory crafter. And I like theory crafters. And I like niggas who give people chances. I give fuck niggas chances. I give unconfident people chances. I give awkward people chances. And I think it's healthy when you do that across the board, whether it's a game character or a person. Just give them a chance. Same thing with Toma. Right? We went through this with Kokomi. Let's do it with Toma. Okay? You never know. We don't know what's going to happen. Where's the guy? We don't know what's going to happen with Toma. Okay? I'm going to make my prediction, and I'm going to say, okay, he's probably going to end up being a shield character. And if he's a shield character, great. Well, at least we know that he has the best 4-star shield, and that's fine by me because he at least can give power resonance along with a shield that is only second to Zhongli. That's not a bad position to be in, because who held that spot? Noelle for a while, and then Diona held that spot for a while. But now we don't have to run Diona. We can simply just run Toma, because Morgana, yeah, that's great, but now we got Toma for the national team with Bennett. So, you know what I mean? I guess that pretty much covers it. As far as Kokomi's concerned, I'm going to have to put her in like a C- tier. I'm just going to end it on that note. She's definitely C-, D+. And you guys know my gripes with that. Her only saving grace is this super hyper specific scenario where she's the best. But that super hyper specific scenario is not the most common scenario. Being that it's a bunch of people around, and you throw out your, and it's co-op, and all the people are around the fish, and then she can heal, and then it produces particles, and then you get your stuff back, and then there's a Shogun on the team. It's like such a specific scenario. And that's where she's like the best at. Outside of that, I have to put her in like a C minus D plus tier, for that reason. Now, if you do have a burst Kokomi, then I could more safely put her in like B plus A minus, because her heals are great in her burst, but Chi-Chi heals faster than even Chi-Chi heals faster than Kokomi without the need for a burst, right? So I think that pretty much concludes it. If there's anybody who has any objections, feel free, share your objections with me. I think everything I talked about, pretty much covered it as much as I possibly can. We spent a long time going through all of this. I did put as much thought into it as I possibly could, and I tried to give it as general and objective as a viewpoint as I possibly can. And I just want my people from DWP to know what they're getting into with each character, and know if it's viable, if it's feasible for them to build into the character or not, and what to get out of the character, and how I rank the character as far as the viability of the value, I should say, is going to give to your account should you invest in that character, right? Some are going to give you the best value, some are not going to give you as much value, and those are all my opinions. I have what I believe are reasonable reasons to believe that this is reasonable, but you know, at the end of the day, it's still my opinion. And you know, I hope you guys just have fun during the stream at the end of the day. And really, truth be told, beyond everything, be yourself, do what you feel is right for you, and fuck what I'm talking about. This is simply just a reference for you to build your account on, but definitely cross-reference what I'm saying with everything else and fact check what I'm saying. Not even for liability reasons. Do it because that's the best thing to do for your account, right? I'm not trying to protect my ass. I just want you to do what's best for you. That's really it. All right. And we'll end it right there. I don't know if old boy is still here. Swaggity, you still here? If Swaggity is still here, I will more than happy help you out. Matter of fact, I might just help them out on the off the stream. So we'll end the stream and then I'll go help them out. But yeah, so without further ado, this is CS with DWP. Just something that kind of racked my brain, and just wanted to give my little 2 cents on it from a more, I guess, human perspective, regular, casual, but kind of not casual kind of perspective, without all the rigmarole of the this and the try hard, but still kind of try hard, but still kind of like, okay, well, you know, what makes sense for my investment, and, you know, do what you do. I guess I'll end it right here. Before I completely end the stream, I'll leave you with these last little piece of 2 cents. If you want to clear all the content and you just want a really, really good account, do meta. If meta happens to be fun, then great. At the end of the day, do what makes you happy. Because really, and I really believe this, at the end of the day, if you put the investment into the character, you will get what you were looking for, and you'll be happy with what you got. And I firmly believe that. Without further ado, this is CS from DWP. If you had a good time doing the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. What's up, Kaylin? You showed up really, really late. Why, hello. But yeah, I am taking off. And I will be hollering at y'all in the next piece of content. Sorry, Kaylin, but I gotta go. Pleasure talking to you guys, but I'll catch y'all in the next piece of content. I do love you guys. Y'all take it easy. It's really long. A lot of cuss words if you wanted to rewind and check it out. Lots of cussing. I was ratchet on this one, so not safe for work. You know, that whole spiel, but hopefully it's useful to you guys. A lot of bantering and a lot of long-winded talk and stuff like that, but hopefully it's useful. It is really long, but I hope it's of some use. I talked about every character. So anyway, you guys take it easy, and I'll holler at you on the next one. Love y'all. Peace. Woo!